Chapter 316. On the ancient stone bridge, Gu Fei operated his mysterious technique to refine the medicinal efficacy of the spirit extract. He only felt as if there was a raging flame burning in his abdomen. What he swallowed was a fire-attributed spirit extract, which contained a huge amount of fire-attributed spiritual qi. Traces of fire-attributed qi radiated out from his dantian, and then rushed into his meridians, flowing throughout his body. Then, from his meridians, the spiritual qi penetrated into his flesh and bones, and was absorbed by them. The huge amount of spiritual qi quickly healed Gu Fei's injured body. His body, which had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, could now easily refine and absorb the spiritual qi of the spirit extract. Of the spiritual qi contained in a heavenly treasure, Gu Fei could refine and absorb more than 60% of it, and only waste less than 40%. If it was any other cultivator who swallowed the fire-attributed spirit extract, they could at most refine 30% to 40% of its medicinal efficacy, which was already their limit. Their physiques were far inferior to Gu Fei's. A martial artist's strength came from their body, and Gu Fei's physique was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. The strength of his body was enough to withstand the magical weapons of cultivators of the same level. The fire-attributed spiritual qi was vast and mighty in Gu Fei's body, washing through his flesh and bones again and again. The huge amount of spiritual qi was constantly absorbed by his body, and his injured body quickly healed. A red aura emitted from the surface of his body, and in just a moment, a dark liquid seeped out from Gu Fei's pores, which was the blood clots in his body being forced out. Gu Fei was slashed twice by Chu Ji's heavenly devil blade. Although these 2 slashes did not really hit him, the terrible power that erupted from the heavenly devil blade was not a small matter, causing him to suffer a great impact. Not only did his internal organs suffer a severe shock, causing internal injuries, but cracks also appeared in many parts of his bones. Gu Fei's injuries were not light. However, under the nourishment of the huge amount of spiritual qi from the spirit extract, Gu Fei's injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The internal injuries of his internal organs were quickly improving, and the cracks on his bones were quickly disappearing, once again becoming as sparkling as jade. Gu Fei's bone body was transforming into the immortal god Jade Bone. At this time, in the sky above the abyss of immortals and demons, muffled thunderous noises resounded unceasingly. 2 terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. The energy of heaven and earth was chaotic to the extreme, and this side of heaven and earth trembled. The 2 peerless experts seemed to have turned into 2 bolts of lightning, violently colliding in the sky, striking out layers upon layers of energy waves, attacking each other to kill. The blood-colored saber light soared for thousands of feet, slashing out in all directions. The terrifying saber light fell from the sky from time to time, like a blood-colored heavenly saber, chopping down on the ground. Dust rose high into the sky, leaving behind terrifying saber marks that were thousands of feet long. The battle was incomparably intense. Golden rays of light covered the sky, and tens of thousands of golden rays pierced through the void. However, it was difficult to seal the terrifying figure that was surrounded by demonic energy. Minister Dan was at a disadvantage. The natal Dharma treasure that he had refined could not compare to the sky demon saber in terms of power or the nature of the Dharma treasure. After all, the sky demon saber was known as the #1 saber in the world of demonic Tao. It had already given birth to a saber spirit, and was a spiritual demonic weapon. Under the control of Chu Gu, it displayed great ferocity. Every time the saber slashed out, the blood-colored saber light filled the space between heaven and earth. The tragic sound of the saber tearing through the air was like the roar of tens of thousands of demons. It was like a soul-stealing demonic sound, causing one's mind to tremble. This was another kind of attack, an attack of sound waves. The sky demon saber had devoured the blood and essence of countless living beings. The endless resentment of the cultivators that had been devoured by the saber spirit converged into a terrifying demonic sound that could destroy one's soul. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of golden rays collided with the sky demon saber fiercely. Every time they collided, the golden rays would shatter. The blood-colored saber light was indestructible, tearing apart the golden light curtain and directly chopping out. Both of them had already used their full strength. Minister Dan's body was surging with magical power, as if he had turned into a golden sun, moving at extreme speed in the sky. He did not dare to face the sky demon saber head-on. He cultivated the metal elemental magical power. His void realm cultivation allowed him to communicate with heaven and earth, drawing upon the metal elemental power between heaven and earth. His magical power was almost endless. As for Chu Gu, he was also a peerless expert of the void realm. His demonic might was unparalleled. He could also use his demonic body to connect with heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, causing the demonic aura in his body to be endless. Peerless experts of the void realm had already touched upon their own Tao. Such experts were very terrifying. They could communicate with heaven and earth, fly in the air, and truly achieve limitless magical power. They could draw upon the power of heaven and earth to replenish the magical power in their body in an instant. The two peerless experts fought until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. The vast and terrifying energy ripples that spread out caused even heaven and earth to lose their color. At this moment, Minister Dan's Taoist crown that tied his hair together was nowhere to be seen. His long hair was disheveled, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His natal magic treasure had suffered continuous violent attacks from the sky demon saber, causing his body to also be shaken. On the other hand, Chu Gu was not much better. With every slash, a large portion of the demonic aura in his body was instantly drawn out by the sky demon saber, causing him to feel as if his body was being sucked dry. In theory, a peerless expert of the void realm could achieve an endless supply of true essence. However, such a huge consumption was too much for Chu Gu to bear. The sky demon saber was like a blood-sucking demon. If he wanted to activate the sky demon saber, he would need to consume a huge amount of demonic aura. Even if he could communicate with heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to replenish his demonic aura, it was still difficult for him to last. The speed at which he replenished his demonic aura could no longer keep up with the speed at which he consumed it. "Don't run if you have the guts," Chu Gu shouted madly. His eyes were bloodshot, and he emitted an incomparably high fighting spirit. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to kill in a frenzy. However, his opponent was as slippery as a loach. He simply didn't want to confront him head-on. This made Chu Gu feel as if he didn't know where to start and where to exert his power. This made Chu Gu extremely annoyed. Dan Xingzi's movement technique was extremely fast. He relied on his speed to move rapidly in the void around Chu Gu. Layers upon layers of golden shadows shot towards Chu Gu. These were the countless golden needles transformed from his natal magic treasure. "Damn it!" Chu Gu roared incessantly as he swung the sky demon saber, shattering all of the incoming golden lights. Although Chu Gu relied on the sky demon saber's ferocious might to gain the upper hand, it was difficult to determine the victor in this confrontation between the two peerless experts. At this time, Dongli Padian finally arrived. "Kill that brat on the ancient stone bridge for me," Chu Gu directly ordered Dongli Padian. He was entangled by Dan Xingzi, so he couldn't free himself to kill Gu Fei. "Yes." Dongli Padian immediately accepted the order and rushed towards Gu Fei. The two were separated by a few hundred meters, but Dongli Skybreaker's speed was as fast as the wind and lightning. In just an instant, he had arrived before the ancient stone bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bridge, suddenly opened his eyes. "Gu Fei, you can die now. Heavenly demon slaughters gods, blood slaughter 10,000 miles." Dongli Potion's long hair danced in the wind. As his hands moved, waves of blood-colored energy surged out, illuminating the heaven and earth. It was as if a world of blood had opened up between his hands and was about to devour Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei didn't stand up, but his body retreated like a flickering shadow, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the void. He used his extreme speed to rush out from the shroud of the evil world of blood. He then pressed his hands against the ground and soared into the sky. "You want to kill me? You don't have the right." Gu Fei's eyes emitted a blade-like glare as he directly unleashed a palm strike towards Dongli Padian. Rumble. A huge five-colored hand condensed in front of Gu Fei's palm. It quickly grew to the size of a small mountain. It emitted a frightening energy fluctuation as it rushed towards the east, parting heaven-breaking seal. Gu Fei's first move was the five-elemental annihilation palm. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't draw upon the power of the five elements in the grand heaven and earth. Below the stone bridge was the abyss of immortals and demons. Surging demonic energy surged, and the power of the heaven and earth was extremely chaotic. Gu Fei couldn't borrow the power of the five elements to bring out the five-elemental annihilation palm to its peak. Six-path void. As Dongli Padian moved his thoughts, he used the divine ability that was passed down to him by his master. The blood-colored world seemed to collapse all of a sudden, producing an unfathomable suction force that wanted to engulf the giant palm that was enveloping it. The power of the technique also seemed to be weakened and couldn't be exerted to its limit. The power of the void couldn't devour the five-colored palm as it pressed down. Boom! With a loud sound, the mountain-like five-colored palm violently collided with the world of blood. This was a head-on collision between a martial technique and a demonic technique. It was obvious that in a confrontation between a martial technique and a demonic technique, the martial technique that broke through the law with brute force was superior. The world of blood collapsed and the five-colored palm also dimmed, but it didn't dissipate. Bang! Dongli Padian was directly sent flying out of the stone bridge by the palm, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei floated down from the sky and landed on the stone bridge. After a short period of recuperation, although his injuries weren't completely healed, they were at least 80% healed. He discovered that the stone bridge wasn't a suitable place to fight. The chaotic power of the abyss of immortals and demons caused the power of the heaven and earth to be incomparably chaotic, making it difficult to draw upon the power of the outside world for one's own use. However, the source of a martial artist's strength was their body. Therefore, the influence on Gu Fei wasn't that great. To Gu Fei, drawing upon the power of the heaven and earth was only a supplementary attack. Without the sky demon saber in hand, you're nothing, Gu Fei coldly said. His internal injuries were still healing. This was the advantage of having a powerful physique. The ability to heal injuries wasn't something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Preposterous. Dongli Padian couldn't help but be enraged. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Unexpectedly, the blood essence didn't scatter, but instead seemed to ignite, emitting a boundless bloody light. Within the bloody light, a heart-palpitating evil fluctuation spread out. One could vaguely see faint saber shadows appearing within the bloody light. Dongli Padian pointed at the bloody light in front of him. Pung! With a bang, the blood light formed by the essence blood suddenly exploded. Streaks of blood-colored Daoist shadows broke through the void and slashed at Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 317. In order to kill Gu Fei, Dongli Padian didn't hesitate to damage his own vitality. He used his own blood essence to activate the demonic blood saber, condensing 81 blood-colored saber shadows with his blood essence. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they slashed at Gu Fei on the ancient stone bridge. The crimson blade shadows were faint and illusory, but as they rapidly streaked through the air, they emitted a heart-palpitating sound. There seemed to be tens of thousands of demons howling within the crimson light. Humph. Gu Fei moved his feet and immediately retreated to the ancient stone bridge. An unbelievable scene occurred. When the 81 blood shadow demonic blades chopped into the range of the ancient stone bridge above the abyss of immortals and demons, they immediately stopped, and their radiance quickly dimmed. Wah! Dongli Padian felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His body violently trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the 81 crimson blades that had slashed into the stone bridge rapidly faded and completely disappeared into the void. There seemed to be an unfathomable power on the stone bridge, a power capable of sealing magical arts. Dongli Potion's attack had been obliterated by this unfathomable power. How could this be? Dongli Padian had never imagined such an outcome. Apart from shock, he was also extremely depressed. Not only had his all-out attack failed to pose any threat to Gu Fei, but it had also resulted in a great loss of vitality. The abyss of immortals and demons was a strange place. Above the abyss, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely chaotic and difficult to draw upon. The stone bridge that spanned across the abyss didn't seem to be an ordinary item either. The stone bridge stretched into the abyss of immortals and demons as far as the eye could see. Pitch-black demonic energy roiled beneath the bridge, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. It was as if a ferocious demon could rush out from beneath the stone bridge at any moment. At this time, Gu Fei rushed back from the bridge and pressed towards Dongli Padian. His battle intent surged like a rainbow as his aura firmly locked onto Dongli Padian. Over the past few days in the extreme North Demon region, he had been hunted down by the Six Paths Demon Palace. He had been extremely frustrated. Now, it was time for him to vent his frustrations. No words were exchanged. At this moment, any words would have been superfluous. Gu Fei directly attacked Dongli Padian. He took a step forward, leaving behind an afterimage where he was standing. He appeared in the sky above Dongli Padian as if he had teleported. Gu Fei's foot stomped down on Dongli Potion's head like a casual stroll. A terrifying energy gushed forth from his foot, enveloping a part of the heavens and earth. It was like a gigantic mountain crushing down on Dongli Padian. Bam! Without any suspense, Dongli Padian was sent flying. Without the Sky Devil Blade, and with his vitality severely injured, Dongli Padian could no longer contend against Gu Fei. If you want to kill me, then you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. As he spoke, he took a second step towards the east parting heaven splitter. Like a phantom, Gu Fei caught up to Dongli Padian in the blink of an eye and took a second step towards the latter's chest. Dongli Skybreaker raised his hands in an attempt to deflect the terrifying power of the second step. However, the second step was twice as powerful as the first step. It was as if 100,000 mountains were crashing down at the same time, and it was difficult to block the shift. Crack! The bones in Dongli Potion's arms were instantly broken. He flew hundreds of meters away, blood spurting from his mouth, and fell to the ground. If this step had landed on his chest, Dongli Potion's body would have been thoroughly destroyed. Although cultivators and demonic cultivators didn't cultivate the strength of their bodies couldn't be damaged before they reached the demigod realm. Once their bodies were destroyed, their cultivation would be half-crippled even if they managed to escape with the primordial demon core. Gu Fei was about to take the third step and kill Dongli Padian on the spot, but he suddenly saw figures flickering in front of him. It was the 8 demonic cultivators who'd used the myriad demon formation to trap him. These 8 fellows were all Dongli Potion's junior brothers. Their seniority wasn't determined by who entered the sect first, but by their strength. In the past few years, Dongli Potion's strength had stood out among his fellow brothers, suppressing his peers and becoming the first senior brother. His 8 junior brothers were naturally unconvinced and constantly wanted to drag Dongli Padian down from his position as the first senior brother. The 8 of them had actually arrived a long time ago, but they'd concealed themselves to the side, coldly watching the battle between Gu Fei and Dongli Padian. They wanted to see Dongli Padian make a fool of himself, so they didn't make a move. However, when Dongli Padian was defeated by Gu Fei and was about to die at Gu Fei's feet, these fellows couldn't sit still anymore. They wouldn't be able to live if they didn't help Dongli Padian. Their arrival didn't escape Chu Ji's notice. The devil flag rushed out and was grabbed by the 8 devil Dao cultivators. In an instant, it grew larger and began to dance in the air. A torrential demonic aura surged out from the banners and enveloped the entire area, trapping Gu Fei in the myriad demon formation once more. Demonic aura surged, a chilling wind blew, and green flames danced. One could vaguely make out demonic figures within the demonic aura. It's this move again. Learning from his mistakes, Gu Fei had already experienced the power of the myriad demon formation. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that the formation hadn't fully activated yet to unleash its full power to break through the layers of demonic aura and charge out. Bzzz. A crisp sword chime rang out as 5 illusory sword images appeared from his body and revolved around him. 8 figures walked out of the demonic aura with the banners in their hands. The one in the lead waved the banner, summoning countless demonic figures that pounced at Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. With a wave of his hand, a fiery red sword image that was fluttering by his side was drawn into his hand. After that, it transformed into a blazing sword light that was 30 meters long and slashed towards the demonic figure that was pouncing over. Boom! The demonic figures collided with the blazing sword light, causing a blinding light to erupt. The blazing sword chi of the 5 elemental sword chi was able to restrain the power of yin and evil. Amidst the blazing sword light, the demonic figures exploded one after another. The resulting energy fluctuations shook the void. It was then that the other 7 demonic cultivators waved the demonic flags in their hands at Gu Fei. Instantly, demonic energy surged out to blot out the sky. Next, countless demonic silhouettes charged out from the demonic flags to pounce on Gu Fei. This part of the world suddenly darkened as if it had turned into a terrifying demonic prison. It was as if countless fiends had rushed out from hell. The demonic figures howled and howled, looking extremely eerie and frightening. Gu Fei used his 5 swords to defend himself against the attacks of the 8 demonic cultivators. However, it was still extremely strenuous. The countless demonic figures exploded with an astonishing amount of energy. It was as if incomparably vicious yin lightning was madly bombarding Gu Fei, forcing him to continuously retreat. The 8 demonic cultivators were all at least at the transcending mortality realm. With the 8 of them working together, even Gu Fei found it difficult to deal with them. Gu Fei intentionally retreated towards the ancient stone bridge. He wanted to lure these fellows onto the stone bridge. Don't let him onto the stone bridge. At this time, Dongli Potion's voice rang out from within the demonic aura. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy surged out from the demonic aura. Senior brother, you, Sky Demon Disintegration. You're crazy. It was difficult to see the silhouettes within the surging demonic aura, but the voice still rang out. It seemed that something shocking had happened within the demonic aura. Roar! With a furious roar, a crazed silhouette rushed out from the demonic aura and appeared behind Gu Fei in an instant, blocking his path of retreat. The terrifying silhouette was shrouded in demonic aura. A pair of blood-red eyes were faintly discernible within the demonic aura. An energy fluctuation as heavy as a mountain emanated from that person's body. Gu Fei. That person's battle intent surged like a rainbow and his killing intent surged into the sky. He seemed to have uttered those 2 words through clenched teeth. Gu Fei seemed to hear the sound of teeth grinding. No matter what secret technique you use, you won't be able to change anything. Gu Fei coldly said. He already knew who this person was, but even so, he was still somewhat astonished. In such a short period of time, the heavily injured Dongli Padian seemed to have been reborn. His strength seemed to have risen to an unimaginable level, but he still wasn't Lin Fan's match. Is that so? Dongli Potion's words didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion that a human should have. It was as if he had transformed into a devil. Then, a huge pitch-black hand condensed in front of him and grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Dongli Padian had also blocked the path to the stone bridge. He was in a perilous situation. It would be very troublesome if he didn't rush out. Great 5 Elemental Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei blocked the attacks of the 8 demonic cultivators with his 5 sword shadows, then met Dongli Potion's palm with his own. Bang! The 5-colored palm of light collided with the huge pitch-black hand. The power of the 5 elements and the demonic energy exploded at the same time. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions, causing the earth to violently tremble and a circle of dust to sweep out. The demonic flag emitted layers upon layers of demonic aura, but it was instantly dispersed by this energy storm. The 8 demonic cultivators cried out in alarm and retreated far away. These guys were extremely cunning. They retreated as soon as they sensed danger. The 2 giant hands that had been condensed from energy collapsed and disappeared into the void at the same time. The remaining power that had erupted from them had caused the ground between the 2 of them to sink down, forming a huge pit with a diameter of 100 feet. In this exchange, Gu Fei stood tall like a mountain, while Dongli Padian staggered 3 steps back. He had to admit that he wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei even if he used the Heavenly Demon Disintegration's secret art without the Heavenly Demon Saber. What Heavenly Demon Disintegration art? It's just a so-so. Gu Fei pressed forward with large strides. He threw a simple punch. His movement was very slow. It looked like an ordinary punch, but the powerful oppressive feeling was like the edge of a blade. It forcefully cut off a few feet of sand from the ground, causing smoke and dust to billow. The 8 demonic cultivators who retreated felt a dull pain on their faces, as if they were being scratched by a blade. Yi Shiwen's right fist erupted with a dazzling golden radiance. The astral wind was vast and mighty. The golden radiance was like a monstrous wave, fiercely slapping towards Dongli Padian. This was the metal element fist of the 5 elements fist. It wasn't a magical technique, nor was it a magical technique. However, it was even better than magical techniques and magical techniques. It was a true martial arts combat skill. Such a combat skill would be hard to find in the younger generation. This book. Chapter 318. Dongli Padian felt an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. His opponent was like an undefeatable god of war. His opponent's strength had far exceeded Dongli Potion's imagination. Although Gu Fei's golden fist was advancing slowly, it had sealed off all of Dongli Potion's escape routes. The moment he dodged, the fist that contained the boundless power of the metal element would arrive in an instant and deal him a fatal blow. You bunch of trash. Chu Ji's furious voice resounded in the sky. If you don't kill that brat, I'll kill you all. Chu Gu, who was fighting with Minister Dan, noticed the situation over here and couldn't help but be enraged. However, he was being held back by Minister Dan and couldn't escape for the time being. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Fei was like a terrifying ancient divine mountain as he moved forward. The power of the metal element fist shook the void and illuminated the heavens and earth with a golden radiance. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's fist energy was unstoppable. Dongli Padian was sent flying and landed on the stone bridge behind him with traces of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He was somewhat dejected and disheartened. The Sky Demon Disintegration's secret technique had increased his strength by 2 levels, reaching the peak of the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. However, he still couldn't contend against Gu Fei. It seemed like his opponent's cultivation was indeed a level higher than his. This was the embodiment of absolute strength. Dongli Potion's defeat wasn't undeserved. Gu Fei had firmly suppressed his opponent, but he didn't relax in the slightest. He continued to press forward and threw another punch at Dongli Padian. He didn't want to give his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. Earth Element Fist. A dusky aura enveloped this part of the world, as if the world had returned to primal chaos. A terrifying Earth Elemental Fist energy surged forward, enveloping Dongli Skybreaker on the ancient stone bridge. After hearing Chu Ji's words, Dongli Potion's 8 junior brothers instantly became ferocious and charged towards Gu Fei. Who? The devil flag fluttered in the wind, and green flames gushed out from the surface of the flag. The devil chi blotted out the sky, and a terrifying power surged out from the devil flag, condensing into numerous devil shadows, rushing towards Gu Fei. No one doubted Chu Ji's words. Even if these people were his disciples, if they made a mistake or disobeyed his orders, their fates would be miserable. One word from Chu Gu was enough to force Dongli Padian and the others to fight Gu Fei to the death. Infernal hell. Dongli Padian wasn't one to sit and wait for death. He waved his hands and a terrifying power surged out from the profound mysteries, blocking the way forward. However, Dongli Potion's body shuddered violently when the vast amount of energy formed a giant vortex in front of him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the spell he'd condensed instantly dispersed. The grayish aura that covered the sky and covered the earth also quickly dimmed when it rushed into the ancient stone bridge. There seemed to be an unfathomable power on the stone bridge that suppressed all power. Not only spell arts, but even martial arts and battle techniques were being suppressed. However, Gu Fei's fist energy was as heavy as a mountain. Although it was weakening, it still struck Dongli Padian. Bang! Dongli Padian was sent flying. At this time, Gu Fei made his move, raising his speed to the limit as if he'd teleported. Swish! He disappeared from where he was standing. He rushed onto the ancient stone bridge and instantly caught up to Dongli Skybreaker, who had been sent flying. He threw a punch at Dongli Skybreaker's chest. Dongli Padian was shocked out of his wits and raised his arm to block. Crack! The bones in his arm broke once again, and he fell heavily onto the bridge. He slid backward for 20 to 30 feet before he managed to stabilize himself. Not only had Gu Fei broken out of the 8 demonic cultivators' encirclement, but he'd also stepped onto the stone bridge and knocked Dongli Padian back with a single punch. The 8 demonic cultivators waving their flags were inwardly shocked. None of them had expected Gu Fei to be so strong. Dongli Padian was forced to retreat, blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. By now, everyone had realized that there was something strange about this stone bridge that spanned across the abyss of immortals and demons. On the stone bridge, Gu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques had been affected by the unfathomable power of the abyss and couldn't leak out of his body. However, Gu Fei's strength came from his physical body, so he was much less affected than the demonic cultivators. As a result, Dongli Padian and his junior brothers were even less of a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei continued to force his way towards Dongli Padian. His power was suppressed within his body. Although his body didn't emit the 5-colored radiance, the energy ripples that were as heavy as a mountain were still enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Kill! The 8 demonic cultivators roared, waving their flags as they charged onto the stone bridge. However, the moment they set foot on the stone bridge, Gu Fei abruptly retreated, leaving behind an afterimage. Pung! 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 The first 4 demonic path cultivators that rushed onto the ancient stone bridge were immediately sent flying away. The other 4 demonic path cultivators were shocked. They only saw the shadows of fists flashing in front of them as 4 fists smashed into them almost at the same time. The 4 demonic cultivators immediately waved the demonic flags in their hands and blocked in front of them. Pung! The demonic flags that were surrounded by demonic chi instantly collided with the incoming fist. The ferocious fist energy sent the 4 demonic cultivators flying as if they'd been struck by lightning. What's going on? Our magic power seems to be suppressed. The legend of the abyss of immortals and demons seems to be true. The 8 demonic cultivators who'd stepped onto the stone bridge were instantly sent flying by Gu Fei, but they weren't surprised by Gu Fei's strength. What made them inexplicably shocked was that the moment they stepped onto the ancient stone bridge, the surging demonic power in their bodies was quickly suppressed. It seemed that even the demonic flag in their hands could not display the power it should have, as if it had become an ordinary object. However, when they were sent flying by Gu Fei, the feeling of their cultivation being suppressed immediately disappeared as if it had never existed. The stone bridge spanned across the abyss of immortals and demons. It was impossible to see the end of it, and no one knew how far the other side was. Below the stone bridge was the violent demonic aura, and the power of heaven and earth was extremely chaotic. On the stone bridge, Gu Fei's cultivation was also suppressed. This situation seemed to be similar to the situation in the virtual sky world, where there was also a mysterious power that imprisoned the cultivator's cultivation. Those who entered the virtual sky world, whether they were transcending mortality cultivators or peerless void controlling cultivators, were all confined to the self-awakening realm. The feeling of being suppressed and unable to exert their power, of being unable to use their divine abilities and Taoist techniques, was something that those transcending mortality cultivators who'd entered the virtual sky world would remember for the rest of their lives. Inside the virtual sky world, Gu Fei didn't feel depressed because his cultivation hadn't broken through to the transcending mortality realm. But now, standing on the stone bridge, he felt suppressed. He strode toward Dongli Padian, who was constantly retreating. He wanted to use a battle skill to kill Dongli Padian, but he felt that all of his power was imprisoned inside his body, making it difficult for him to use a sure-kill battle skill. At this time, the advantage of having a powerful physical body showed itself. Although Gu Fei couldn't use powerful battle skills, the strength of his physical body alone was enough for Gu Fei to contend against cultivators below the 6th layer of the transcending mortality realm. Pushing off the ground with both feet, Gu Fei shot forward like an arrow. His speed was as fast as the wind and lightning. This was the power of his physical body. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Dongli Padian. Bang! His fist landed on Dongli Potion's abdomen. Dongli Potion's body immediately arched like a prawn, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dongli Padian took a punch from Gu Fei. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be displaced. His internal organs felt like they were about to be overturned. He immediately suffered from internal injuries. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Gu Fei followed up with an elbow strike, ruthlessly striking Dongli Potion's arched back. Bang! Dongli Potion's body came into intimate contact with the ground. Gu Fei's physical body was extremely tyrannical, and his close-quarters combat experience was even more abundant. In an instant, he had knocked Dongli Padian to the ground with lightning speed. In a battle against a cultivator, it was a nightmare for both cultivators and demonic cultivators to be forced into close quarters. Cough, cough. Dongli Padian coughed up mouthfuls of blood. His body had suffered serious injuries, and his spine had almost been fractured by Gu Fei's fierce elbow strike. I already said that no matter what secret technique you use, it won't change anything. You are destined to be defeated by me. Gu Fei coldly said as he stepped on Dongli Potion's head. As long as he exerted some force, he would be able to crush Dongli Potion's head. This was an undisguised insult. Dongli Padian was enraged. Having his head trampled on by someone almost caused his mind to collapse. A beast-like roar erupted from his throat. He wanted to struggle free from Gu Fei's foot, but Gu Fei's right foot was like a mountain, firmly pressing down on his head. He was powerless to resist. Seeing that Dongli Potion's life was hanging by a thread, the 8 demonic cultivators beneath the stone bridge couldn't care less anymore. They all waved their demonic flags and rushed onto the bridge. The demonic flags had already lost their power, but as transcending mortality cultivators, their martial arts were still quite impressive. The 8 demonic cultivators directly waved their demonic flags at Gu Fei. With their cultivation suppressed by the mysterious power of the stone bridge, they couldn't use any demonic techniques. These demonic cultivators were like toothless tigers, unable to pose a threat to Gu Fei. Gu Fei casually waved his hand to parry the incoming demonic flags. Each of his moves contained a tremendous force, causing the 8 demonic cultivators to stumble back. The demonic flags in their hands almost flew out of their hands. Chapter 319. Above the abyss of immortals and demons, there was an ancient stone bridge that spanned across the abyss. There was an unfathomable power on the stone bridge that suppressed everyone's cultivation, making it so that the demonic cultivators couldn't use any magical arts or divine abilities. Gu Fei wasn't an exception. He couldn't use any powerful martial arts or battle skills. However, the restrictive power on the ancient stone bridge gave Gu Fei the upper hand in his confrontation with the demonic cultivators. The physical body was the source of a cultivator's strength. It contained an enormous amount of power. Even though he couldn't use martial arts or battle skills, Gu Fei's strength didn't decrease because of this. However, the demonic cultivators were different. The suppression of magical arts and divine abilities on the ancient stone bridge meant that they had lost their greatest support. These cultivators weren't body-refining cultivators. Their physiques were much weaker than normal cultivators. Every muscle in Gu Fei's body seemed to be on fire. Although the power was confined within his body, the power that erupted from his flesh and bones was still as heavy as a mountain. The clothes on his upper body had long been torn to shreds. The muscles on his bronze-colored body weren't particularly bulky, but they gave off a feeling of great power. The surging 5 elements Yuan Qi surged within his body, but it couldn't penetrate his body. It was forcefully suppressed within. His bronze-colored skin seemed to be flowing with a layer of precious splendor. "You can die now," Gu Fei said indifferently. He was about to stomp down on Dongli Potion's head with his right foot. But right at this moment, a gust of wind blew at Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat as he was sent flying by a powerful force. "Brat, it's not up to you to kill my people." Under the illumination of the blood-colored saber light, a tall figure chased after the flying Gu Fei with large strides. In the end, Chu Ge managed to break free from Dan Qingzi's entanglement and rushed onto the stone bridge in time to save Dongli Padian. Otherwise, this outstanding disciple of his would have had his head crushed by Gu Fei. A bunch of trash. There are so many of you, yet you can't kill this brat. I even have to do it myself. What's the use of having you all? Chu Ge scolded. He was very disappointed with his disciples. Dongli Padian crawled up from the ground, his body on the verge of collapse. His injuries weren't light at all. After hearing Chu Ji's words, his face was filled with shame. He was the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Six Paths Devil Palace. He was known as the #1 expert of the younger generation in the Monarch City. He had never been in such a sorry state before. At this moment, Dongli Potion's hatred for Gu Fei had reached its peak. Two beams of extreme hatred shot out from his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei into 1,000 pieces in order to vent the resentment in his heart and wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Chu Ge, your opponent is me. At this moment, an angry roar came from the distant sky. Bang! With a loud bang, a mass of bloody light exploded, and a figure shining with golden light rushed out of the bloody light. Swoosh! A golden rainbow broke through the sky and shot towards the abyss of immortals and demons. As if it had shattered the void, a golden figure landed beside the abyss of immortals and demons like a meteor. Dan Qingzi broke through Chu Ji's blockade and arrived at the ancient stone bridge beside the abyss of immortals and demons. Without thinking, he rushed onto the ancient stone bridge. The moment he rushed onto the ancient stone bridge, the golden light on Dan Qingzi's body immediately dissipated. The leaking metal elemental magical power was suppressed back into his body. Stop him! Chu Ge directly ordered his disciples. He himself waved the sky devil saber and fiercely slashed at Gu Fei. Preposterous! Gu Fei quickly dodged with the 8 desolation steps. Even though he couldn't truly use the 8 extreme steps of the 8 desolation steps, his mysterious footwork allowed him to continuously dodge the slashes of the sky devil saber. The sky devil saber, known as the #1 devil saber in the world, seemed to be suppressed by the mysterious power of the abyss of immortals and demons or the ancient stone bridge. It was unable to display its power. Chu Ge waved the devil saber but was unable to produce a 1,000-meter-long blade light. The blood-red devil saber trembled repeatedly, as if it was afraid and uneasy. The sky devil saber, at this moment, revealed its true appearance. It was a blood-red weapon, covered with blood-red demonic runes, exuding an endless evil aura. On the body of the saber, there seemed to be streams of blood flowing, and there seemed to be countless blood-red shadows appearing, howling and wanting to rush out from the body of the saber. It was incomparably evil. The 8 disciples of Chu Ge waved their devil flags and surrounded Minister Dan, who was rushing onto the ancient stone bridge. The devil flags in their hands were able to emit thousands of feet of devil chi. At this moment, they were no different from ordinary flags. Although Dan Qingzi's magical power could not be released and was suppressed within his body, he was after all a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm and had rich combat experience. He directly rushed into the crowd, punching and kicking, beating up the 8 Devil Dao cultivators. In an instant, he rushed out from the midst of the 8 Devil Dao cultivators. Dongli Padian wanted to stop him, but was kicked in the chest by Dan Qingzi, causing him to fall and heavily hit the railing of the ancient stone bridge. If it wasn't for the railing of the ancient stone bridge, Dongli Padian would have fallen into the abyss of immortals and demons below the ancient stone bridge. Even so, Dan Qingzi's kick made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was extremely weary. The abyss of immortals and demons was an evil place. On the side of the northern devil domain, the vast and mighty devil chi under the ancient stone bridge formed a pitch-black sea of devil chi. The mysterious power suppressed the cultivation of the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm. It seemed that all the power released by the cultivators was suppressed. Dao techniques, divine abilities, martial techniques, as long as it was an attack in the form of power release, it would all be rendered ineffective. No divine abilities or magical arts could be used on the ancient stone bridge. All the cultivators on the ancient stone bridge could only fight in close combat like ordinary people. For a martial artist, this was definitely a great advantage. Whether it was a cultivator or a devil Dao cultivator, their bodies were not as strong as a martial artist's. Not being able to use magical arts or divine abilities was tantamount to cutting off their greatest reliance. However, a martial artist's greatest reliance was their well-tempered physical body. Bam! Gu Fei's palm slammed on the back of the Sky Devil saber, shaking it away. His right leg was like a divine whip, sweeping towards Chu Ji's waist. When he saw that Chu Gu couldn't use magical arts or divine abilities on the ancient stone bridge, Gu Fei immediately felt relieved and decisively counterattacked. Close combat was a martial artist's strength. Damn it! Chu Ji's knee struck Gu Fei's sweeping right leg. Gu Fei's right leg struck Gu Fei's knee. It was like two pieces of divine iron violently colliding, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. This was a collision of pure physical strength. Chu Ji's body had been transformed by the demonic god's blood from God Demon Island and had also become incomparably powerful. Gu Fei felt as if his right leg had struck an incomparably hard iron stone. The powerful recoil caused his right leg to go numb. Gu Fei decisively retreated. He was very surprised. Chu Ji's body was so strong that it didn't seem to be any weaker than his own. The power that erupted from Chu Ji's body seemed to be even stronger and more ferocious than his own. Just as Gu Fei was being forced back by Chu Gu, Minister Dan arrived. He took out an ancient sword from his magic treasure pouch, and with a chi sound, he directly stabbed it towards Chu Ji's back. Magic treasures were ineffective. On the ancient stone bridge, only such an attack could injure the other party. Chu Gu spun the heavenly devil saber and flipped it towards Minister Dan's ancient sword. He wanted to use the sharpness of the heavenly devil saber to break Minister Dan's ancient sword. Minister Dan knew that the ancient sword in his hand wouldn't be able to block the heavenly devil saber, so he hastily retracted his sword. Then his body moved along with the sword, stabbing it towards Chu Ji's dantian. The dantian was incomparably important to cultivators and devil Dao cultivators. This was because it was where the Dao nascent and devil nascent resided. It was the source of power for cultivators and devil Dao cultivators. Chu Ji's devil nascent had long since been devoured by a nameless devil god descendant on God Demon Island. He had spent a great deal of effort to use his second primordial spirit to cultivate a devil nascent again, and he viewed it as more important than his own life. Seeing Minister Dan's sword stabbing towards his dantian, Chu Gu couldn't help being infuriated. At the same time, his hands sank and the heavenly devil saber slashed downwards, blocking Minister Dan's ancient sword. At the same time, he punched towards Minister Dan's face. Chu Ji's physique was incomparably strong, and his fist energy was even more ferocious by Gu Fei. Minister Dan only felt a sharp pain from the wind blowing against his face. He couldn't help but be startled and hastily jumped back to dodge. A peerless void-controlling expert in the cultivation world, on the ancient stone bridge, was like a warrior in the secular world. Punches and kicks were exchanged, and sword slashes were exchanged. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. One had to know that a void-controlling expert in the cultivation world was also an expert of a generation. They had the power to move mountains and seas, and they had great divine abilities. Once such a figure engaged in a battle, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Even a casual divine ability or spell technique would be able to destroy a forest or blast a mountain to pieces. However, on the ancient stone bridge, even a void-controlling expert could only be like an ordinary person, fighting in close combat. The abyss of immortals and devils was difficult for mortals and immortals. All spells and divine abilities were rendered useless here. This was the barrier between the northern devil domain and the central plains. Regardless of immortals or mortals, they could only cross the ancient stone bridge to travel between the northern devil domain and the central plains. Of course, if the devil Dao cultivators of the extreme northern devil region wanted to enter the central plains, they didn't necessarily have to go through the abyss of immortals and demons. The extreme northern devil region's 9 great forces all had transmission arrays built in secret places in the central plains. They could directly teleport from their respective giant cities to the Central Plains. As for the major forces of the Central Plains, they also had hidden teleportation arrays on the barren land of the Northern Devil Domain. They could also travel freely between the Northern Devil Domain and the Central Plains without going through the abyss of immortals and devils. Chapter 320. Gu Fei and Dan Xingzi were fighting together on the ancient stone bridge of the abyss of immortals and demons, the first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu. Gu Fei's fists were constantly clashing with the sky demon saber, as ferocious as a ferocious beast. He had transferred the essence of the divine weapon in his body to his fists. His fists now possessed the characteristics of a divine weapon. The weapon refinement technique was extremely wondrous, as if it had been specially created for cultivators. Although all the power was suppressed within his body, the essence of the divine weapon in Gu Fei's body could still circulate as he wished. The only thing lacking was that the sword chi could not leave his body. My goodness! What kind of divine ability is this? You dare to face the sky demon saber head-on? Chu Gu was astonished that Gu Fei had used his fists to block the sky demon saber. Swish! 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 Chu Gu slashed out 3 times. Although there was no saber light that shot out from the sky demon saber, it was still enough to force Gu Fei back. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, not replying. After stabilizing himself, he lowered his body and pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping into the air. Like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, he pounced towards Chu Gu. Gu Fei had used a move that he had learned from a ferocious tiger when he was cultivating in the mountains. As he pounced, astral winds rose, displaying the might of a tiger king pouncing on its prey. You're courting death. Chu Gu blocked Dan Xingzi's sword move. With a loud shout, he raised his saber with both hands, exerting the strength of his body to the extreme. With all his strength, he slashed down at the charging Gu Fei. The demonic and fiend god energy in Chu Ji's body surged violently. Although it could not leave his body and transform into a terrifying storm of energy, the full power of this strike was still astonishing. The blood-red blade of the sky demon saber emitted a blinding blood-red light, and the blood-red demonic runes looked as if they were coming to life. Although its power was suppressed and the blood-red saber did not emit any unparalleled saber aura, Chu Ji's attack still caused a blood-red light to spread from the sky demon saber. Just as the sky demon blade was about to strike Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. The sky demon blade suddenly lost its target. Chu Gu was shocked. He discovered that Gu Fei was actually like a spirit snake, scuttling from the air to the ground in an instant. Sticking close to the ground, he scuttled towards him. Gu Fei's momentum was so fast that Chu Gu had no time to change his move. Then, he felt his body tighten. Gu Fei had already scuttled behind him like a giant snake, coiling around him. Ha! Gu Fei shouted, and his aura suddenly changed. An incomparably fierce aura emanated from his body, and his whole person seemed to have become a violent giant bear. The 4 limbs that were wrapped around Chu Gu suddenly tightened. Tiger Pounce, Snake Move, and Bear Hug were the 3 killing moves that Gu Fei had learned from the beasts on Taishan Mountain when he was fighting them. Chu Gu, who was being hugged by Gu Fei in a bear hug, felt as if all the bones in his body were being crushed, and there was a series of crackling sounds coming from his body. Kill! At this time, Dan Xingzi roared and rushed forward with his sword. The ancient sword in his hand turned into a cold light, piercing straight between Chu Ji's eyebrows. At this time, Chu Gu could no longer maintain his composure. He felt the threat of death. Roar! Chu Gu struggled with all his might. His black hair danced wildly, all standing on end. A majestic power surged out from his body. He wanted to shake off Gu Fei, who was wrapped around him. A tyrannical power exploded from Chu Ji's body. Gu Fei's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his hands and feet were still firmly wrapped around Chu Gu. Gu Fei's physical body was also extremely strong. Although his body had suffered a great impact, Chu Gu could not break free from Gu Fei's entanglement for a while. Pfft! At this critical moment, pfft! The ancient sword in Dan Qingzi's hand turned into a cold light, and suddenly pierced between Chu Ji's eyebrows. Ah! Chu Gu roared crazily, and a terrifying wave of energy exploded from his body. Gu Fei bore the brunt of it, and this time, he could no longer endure. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body was also blown away by the huge force from Chu Ji's body. Chu Ji's appearance was extremely ferocious. His hair was disheveled, and there was an ancient sword in his forehead. He crazily brandished the heavenly devil blade, forcing Dan Qingzi away. Dan Qingzi's ancient sword was nailed to Chu Ji's forehead. That ancient sword didn't seem to be an ordinary object, as it could actually stab Chu Gu. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Chu Gu didn't die. The blood of the fiend god made him nearly immortal. To kill him, one needed to use special methods. Ah! Chu Ji's hair was a mess, and his eyes were flickering with an ominous light. His expression became extremely crazed. The ancient sword in his forehead was slowly forced out by him, and with a clang, it fell to the ground. All of you must die. Chu Gu roared crazily, a violent aura emanating from his body, as if a terrifying demon had awakened within him. Chu Gu seemed to have sunk into madness. Both Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi were shocked. They noticed that there wasn't a single drop of blood coming out from the sword in Chu Ji's forehead. Instead, the hole was healing at a visible rate. It wasn't just Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi, even Dongli Padian and his junior brothers were frightened by this scene. The 8 demonic cultivators that Dan Qingzi had knocked to the ground couldn't be bothered with moaning in pain as they scrambled away. The heavily injured Dongli Padian also struggled to move his body away from the stone bridge. Let's go. At this time, Minister Dan could also see that something was wrong with Chu Gu. He rushed to Chu Ji's side, pulled him up, and rushed towards the central plains. At this time, Chu Ji's pupils emitted a heart-palpitating bloody light. The whites of his eyes had turned as black as ink, faintly suffused with demonic energy. These were the eyes of a demonic god, a sign that Chu Gu had sunk into a frenzied state of slaughter. Although the sword in his forehead hadn't killed Chu Gu, it had driven him into a state of madness. In his frenzy, Chu Gu only had one thought: kill. 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 Any living thing that came his way would be slain by him. Roar. Chu Gu roared like a crazed demon as he chased after Dan Qingzi and Gu Fei with the Sky Devil saber in hand. On the stone bridge, the Peerless Void Realm experts had lost their ability to fly and could only rely on their legs to run. Dongli Padian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Gu chasing after Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi. He seemed to know what had happened to Chu Gu. It had to be said that the immortal demon abyss was truly wide, and the stone bridge was truly long. Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi had been running on the bridge for half an hour, but the demonic energy was still surging beneath the bridge. There was still no end in sight. Behind them, Chu Gu carried the number 1 demonic saber under the heavens and roared like a wild beast. His body emitted a boundless baleful aura as he chased after them. After running for another 10 li, Gu Fei suddenly felt an incomparably comfortable immortal aura wash over him. Then, he saw a bizarre scene. The rumbling, pitch-black demonic aura under the ancient stone bridge had disappeared. It was replaced by a white mist with an immortal aura and a faint glow. At the place where the demonic aura and the immortal aura intersected, a black line extended into the sky. Only now did Gu Fei understand why this bottomless abyss was called the Immortal Demon Abyss. It was a bizarre place where both demonic and immortal aura coexisted. What Gu Fei didn't know was that the abyss of immortals and demons was actually one of the few ominous lands in the Tinglong continent. Countless experts had entered the abyss of immortals and demons in order to find out what secrets were hidden in the abyss that could actually allow demon chi and immortal chi to coexist in it. However, none of those who went down were able to come back up from the abyss of immortals and demons. Without exception, none of them returned. No one knew what dangers lay beneath the immortal demon abyss. No one knew what kind of misfortune would befall those who entered the abyss. Over time, the immortal demon abyss became a dangerous and ominous place that no one was willing to go down. Very quickly, Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi rushed from one side where the demonic energy surged to the side where the immortal aura lingered. The end of the stone bridge was still in sight. The power in his body was still forcefully suppressed within his body. He could not use any Dao techniques or divine abilities. They were still ineffective. The immortal qi below the ancient stone bridge was incomparably chaotic. It was difficult for him to use it. Oh no. Suddenly, Dan Qingzi's expression changed. Then, Gu Fei saw a group of people approaching from the bridge. Because it was far away, he couldn't see how many people there were. "Martial uncle, what's going on?" Gu Fei asked. Although he spoke, he didn't slow down at all. He was still running as if he was flying, closely following behind Dan Qingzi. Dan Qingzi naturally knew what Gu Fei was asking. He replied, "Those are traveling merchants from the Central Plains to the Northern Devil region. I didn't expect to meet a traveling merchant group at this time." What? They actually dare to do business with people from the Devil Dao? Gu Fei was taken aback when he heard this. Merchants chase after money. As long as there's money to be made, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Dan Qingzi said disapprovingly. He seemed to understand merchants very well. Although their strength was suppressed by the mysterious power within their body, their running speed was still as fast as lightning. In just a short while, Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi were already close to the traveling merchant group. They saw that the traveling merchant group actually had about 200 to 300 people. Their carriages were filled with goods and they were slowly moving forward on the stone bridge. Someone in the caravan noticed something strange in front of them. A middle-aged man riding a tall horse waved his hand, and the caravan stopped. The middle-aged man was about to shout, but he didn't expect that the people in front of him didn't have any intention of stopping. Who? 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 Two sounds were heard. Two silhouettes rushed past the middle-aged man, bringing with them a strong wind that caused his face to feel a faint pain. The middle-aged man was shocked. He was about to curse, but he swallowed it back into his stomach. He didn't dare to offend such an expert. Just at this time, a beast-like roar resounded in front of them. A fierce evil qi surged from the front, and all the horses in the traveling merchant group immediately neighed in fright. Before the middle-aged man who was clearing the path in front of the caravan could see what was happening, he saw a blood-red light infinitely magnifying in his eyes. His last consciousness was forever stuck on that blood-red light that had suddenly appeared. Pung! The middle-aged man and his horse were split into two halves. The horse's corpse and the man's corpse flew to the sides and fell into the abyss of immortals and demons. In an instant, they disappeared under the ancient stone bridge that was covered in white mist. A frightening demonic shadow rushed out from the exploding blood-red rain. It was like a crazy demon, and it roared as it pounced into the crowd. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and miserable screams and wails filled the air. The crowd was in chaos, and the merchants and guards fled in panic. There were even some people who fell off the ancient stone bridge in the midst of the chaos, and their miserable screams echoed in the air. Chu Gu, who had fallen into a state of madness, only knew how to kill. He brandished the demonic blade, and as if he was chopping vegetables, he harvested the lives of these unlucky people. The people who were cut by him were quickly devoured by the demonic blade, and even their souls were absorbed into the blade, becoming nourishment for the demonic blade. Just as Chu Gu was slaughtering the merchants and guards in front of him to his heart's content, a figure suddenly approached Chu Gu. Bang! A fist fiercely landed on Chu Ji's head. The strength of the fist was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and Chu Gu staggered a few steps to the side. Quickly run! After Gu Fei's fist had forced Chu Gu back, he shouted at the merchants who were fleeing in all directions. Ha! Chu Gu shook his head, and a pair of blood-red eyes emitted an evil bloody light. He fiercely stared at Gu Fei, and then roared as he rushed towards Gu Fei. Shwa! The demonic blade quickly moved in the air, and turned into a bloody light, sweeping towards Gu Fei's waist, wanting to cut Gu Fei into two pieces. Gu Fei decisively retreated, avoiding the demonic blade's slash, and turned around to escape. He successfully attracted Chu Ji's attention, and Chu Gu roared and waved the demonic blade, chasing after Gu Fei. Both of them ran at an incomparably fast speed, and in a short while, they rushed past the merchant caravan, and quickly disappeared into the distance. At this time, the merchants and guards still did not know what had happened. Everyone was stunned, and for no reason, a terrible disaster had befallen them. The 200 to 300 people in the caravan were scattered, and some of them were directly knocked off the ancient stone bridge by Chu Gu, and fell into the abyss of immortals and demons. In the blink of an eye, the caravan had lost dozens of people. Fighting with Chu Gu, who had fallen into a state of madness, was full of uncertainties, especially on the ancient stone bridge of the abyss of immortals and demons. If they fell into the abyss of immortals and demons, they would die, but if they rushed to the other side, the situation would be different. Therefore, Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi rushed forward with all their might. Like this, they ran on the ancient stone bridge for half an hour. At this time, a large piece of land was reflected in Gu Fei's eyes. Chapter 321. Northern Wei was one of the 3 great empires in the Central Plains. It was a super empire that dominated thousands of miles of land in the north. Northern Wei and the Northern Demon region were neighbors, separated only by the abyss of immortals and demons. The abyss of immortals and demons was extremely difficult to deal with. Here, all divine abilities and Tao techniques would be rendered useless. Immortal Qi and demonic Qi coexisted, but they were clearly separated, forming a rare sight in the abyss of immortals and demons. The Northern Mountain Pass was built in front of the ancient stone bridge in the abyss of immortals and demons. Anyone who entered the Northern Demon region from Northern Wei would be strictly interrogated. In fact, other than cultivators and merchants, very few people passed through the Northern Mountain Pass and stepped onto the ancient stone bridge to enter the Northern Demon region. Other than the 9 great cities and the Lost Forest, the Northern Demon region was a barren wasteland covered in frost. It could be said that there was a shortage of resources. In order to make a huge profit, some large merchant groups or merchants would form caravans to enter the Northern Demon region from time to time. Although entering the extreme North Devil region was very risky, under the stimulation of high profits, taking a risk was also worth it. The Northern Mountain Pass was guarded by the Northern Wei elite soldiers. Of course, the soldiers of the mortal world, even if they were elites, would not be able to resist the demonic cultivators from the Northern Demon region. However, it was rumored that the Northern Mountain City, 30 miles behind the Northern Mountain Pass, was guarded by a peerless demonic cultivator. Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi rushed all the way from the ancient stone bridge. Behind them, Chu Gu, who had fallen into a state of madness, chased after them with the sky devil blade in hand. One in front, one behind, the 2 of them were as fast as lightning. When they got close to Biling Pass, the soldiers on top of the gate tower noticed them from afar. A horn sounded from the gate tower. Groups of armored soldiers armed with spears rushed out from all over Biling Pass. A group of archers lined up on top of the gate tower, knocked their arrows, and aimed at Gu Fei, Dan Qingzi, and the crazed Chu Gu who were rushing over from the ancient stone bridge. Halt! Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A mighty middle-aged man clad in battle armor, who looked like a general, stood on top of the city gate tower and shouted loudly. This man was full of energy, and his voice traveled far. Marshal Uncle, what should we do? Gu Fei asked Minister Dan with a frown when he saw the incomparably nervous soldiers on the city walls. Gu Fei and Dan Qingzi did not stop and continued to rush forward. Let's charge straight through, Minister Dan said. He completely disregarded the threat of the general on the city tower and continued to rush towards the city gate. The Northern Mountain Pass stood beside the abyss of immortals and demons, and the ancient stone bridge faced the city gates of the Northern Mountain Pass. If Gu Fei and Minister Dan wanted to pass through, they would have to break through the tightly shut city gates or directly cross the city tower. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and Minister Dan had rushed forward another 100 feet. Seeing that Gu Fei and Minister Dan didn't stop, the general on the city gate tower couldn't help panicking a little. One had to know that the people who came over from the extreme Northern Devil region were all dangerous characters. Fire! Fire! Shoot them to death! This general in charge of guarding the Northern Mountain Pass had the power of life and death. Once he felt that something was wrong, he could order the people from the extreme northern devil region to be shot to death. Chi! 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 Countless arrows suddenly shot out from the city gate tower towards Minister Dan, Gu Fei, and Chu Gu, who was hot on their heels. Something's wrong. Gu Fei could see that the arrows that were shot at them from the city gate tower were not ordinary arrowheads. He noticed that the arrowhead of each arrow was glowing with a blue light. Don't touch those arrows directly, Minister Dan reminded. The arrows whistled through the air, and Minister Dan and Gu Fei bore the brunt of the attack. They did not touch the flying arrows, but used their movement skills to constantly dodge. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, and like a phantom, he dodged the densely packed arrows. The flying arrows brushed past his body, but not a single arrow hit him. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from behind Gu Fei and Minister Dan. Chu Gu roared in anger. His mind had already sunk into madness, and he did not dodge the flying arrows at all. The sky devil blade swept towards the flying arrows in front of him. However, as soon as the sky devil blade touched the flying arrows exploded. The powerful force produced by the exploding flying arrows caused Chu Ji's speed to immediately slow down. At this time, Gu Fei and Minister Dan had already rushed to the city gate tower. However, the heavy city gate was already tightly shut, and countless flying arrows shot down from above. Whatever the flying arrows touched, they exploded. For a moment, the sound of a huge explosion resounded from below the city gate tower. The moment Gu Fei rushed out from the ancient stone bridge, a boom! 5-colored 5-elemental chi immediately shot out from his body, and all the flying arrows that were shooting towards him were blocked by the 5-elemental chi. The exploding flying arrows released a powerful force, but it could not shake his protective chi. In an instant, Minister Dan had also recovered the supernatural power of the void-controlling realm. A terrifying wave of supernatural power surged out from his body, and the power he emitted was like a mountain, making people have the urge to look up to him. Go! Minister Dan shouted, and directly wrapped Gu Fei with his supernatural power, and shot up into the sky, wanting to fly over the city gate tower. The general on the city gate tower was almost scared to death, and he stared at the scene with his mouth agape. Under Minister Dan's power, the other soldiers were also extremely shocked and terrified. God! 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 The general muttered to himself, and suddenly collapsed on the city gate tower. What have I done? How dare I order an attack on a god? The soldiers guarding the northern mountain pass were all mortals, so how could they have seen such an untraceable flying technique of the god of immortals? Just as Minister Dan was about to fly over the northern mountain pass with Gu Fei, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from below the northern mountain pass. Then, the soldiers on the city gate tower saw a terrifying blood-red light soar up thousands of feet, and it slashed at the god in the sky. The blood-red light filled the sky, and an extremely terrifying and powerful aura spread out, causing the soldiers on the city gate tower to almost have a mental breakdown. Everyone felt a shiver from the depths of their souls, and some even wet their pants in fear. The blood-red light came at a very fast speed, and in just an instant, it had slashed behind Minister Dan and Gu Fei. After escaping from the suppression of the ancient stone bridge, the power of the sky demon blade had also recovered. Damn it! Minister Dan pushed Gu Fei, and the two of them instantly flew to the sides. The 1,000-foot-long sword ray brushed past them, and they barely avoided the terrifying attack. The sword ray shot up into the sky, and no one knew how far it had gone before it gradually weakened and dissipated into the void. However, a murderous aura still enveloped the entire northern mountain pass. Ah! Gu Fei screamed as he fell from the sky. He could not fly yet, and he did not want anyone to know about his secret of having an inner dimension. Therefore, he did not use his spatial energy to reduce the speed of his fall. Bang! Gu Fei landed heavily on the roof of a house below, and with a loud bang, he smashed a large hole in the roof, and fell into the house. A few soldiers who were hiding in the house rushed out of the house, and cursed as they fled in all directions, looking for another place to hide. Gu Fei rushed out of the house, and was just in time to witness the shocking scene. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire gate tower exploded, and the soldiers on top of the gate tower were instantly turned into a bloody mist by the terrifying force. They did not even have the chance to scream before they were killed in an instant. A terrifying demonic shadow rushed into the pass from the exploded gate tower, and the entire northern mountain pass was immediately filled with a monstrous demonic aura. The heavens and the earth were plunged into darkness, and it was as if night had fallen in an instant. At this moment, everyone within a radius of 10 miles felt a boundless and terrifying aura. Everyone looked towards the direction of Northern Mountain Pass in unison, and they saw a monstrous demonic aura surging violently at the location of Northern Mountain Pass. The terrifying aura was coming from there. A few figures immediately rushed out from Northern Mountain City, which was 30 miles away. Some even soared into the sky and flew towards Northern Mountain Pass. The unusual movements at Northern Mountain Pass had alerted the powerhouses who were stationed in Northern Mountain City. The terrifying figure shrouded in demonic aura had 2 spots of blood-red light coldly scanning in all directions. Then, a blood-red blade gleam appeared, and the blood-red light soared thousands of feet into the sky, slashing towards a golden figure in the sky. The mystical and demonic aura rushed out of Chu Ji's body like a burning black demonic flame, and his blood-red eyes emitted an extremely crazy divine light. Chu Ji's expression was extremely ferocious, and he looked like a ferocious demon that had rushed out from hell. The target of the blood-colored saber light was Minister Dan. Even though Chu Gu was in a frenzy, he could sense a powerful aura from Minister Dan. Subconsciously, Minister Dan became Chu Ji's target to kill. Swoosh! Minister Dan was like a golden shadow, and he suddenly transformed into a dozen illusory figures. He dodged the slash of the heavenly demon blade's 1,000-foot blade gleam, and charged towards Chu Gu. Rumble! The blood-red blade gleam struck the ground, and the 1,000-foot blade gleam directly split Northern Mountain Pass into 2. Houses continued to collapse, and dust rose high into the sky. The soldiers in Northern Mountain Pass cried and screamed as they fled in all directions. It was a chaotic scene. At this moment, everyone had broken down. They only had one thought in mind, and that was to escape from Northern Mountain Pass. Gu Fei knew that a battle of this scale was not something he could intervene in. Moreover, if Minister Dan wanted to retreat, Chu Gu, who had fallen into a state of madness, would not be able to stop him. Since he could not help, Gu Fei decisively rushed out of Northern Mountain Pass that was shrouded in demonic aura. Boom! Just as Gu Fei rushed out of Northern Mountain Pass, a loud noise came from behind him. A vast wave of energy spread out, and the entire Northern Mountain Pass trembled, and houses continued to collapse. Chapter 322. Hee hee. I didn't think there would be something interesting to watch in this remote place. This is great. Suddenly, a crisp laughter that sounded like a silver bell was heard from afar. Gu Fei looked towards the direction of the laughter and saw a graceful green silhouette gliding across the snow-covered forest. In the blink of an eye, she was near. The north was a bitterly cold land. Everything was covered in silver. Although it was not as barren as the far north demon region, it was still a world of ice and snow. The forest was covered in thick snow and there were crystal-clear icicles hanging from the trees. Gu Fei felt that he could not see the woman's face clearly. It was as if there was a thin layer of mist or a thin layer of gauze that blocked his vision. It was obvious that the woman had used her mana to conceal her true appearance. However, the thing that attracted Gu Fei's attention the most was the fist-sized purple beast crouching on the green-clothed lady's shoulder. It had long ears, sharp claws, and blood-colored eyes that were like agate. There was also a deep purple vertical scar between its brows. He felt like he had seen this beast somewhere before. The green-robed woman did not enter the Northern Mountain Pass. Instead, she stopped at the top of a big tree. As the wind blew, her clothes fluttered in the wind. The woman was like a fairy with an otherworldly aura. It was as if she could fly away with the wind at any time. Although he could not see the woman's face, Gu Fei knew that she was definitely a beauty that could topple a city and could captivate even the birds and beasts. Suddenly, Gu Fei remembered something and exclaimed, "Three-eyed mink?" He remembered why the little beast crouching on the green-robed woman's shoulder looked so familiar. He could not help but be shocked. Back when he was on his way to the southern wilderness, he saw a green-robed woman. In order to capture the three-eyed mink, she did not hesitate to cover a part of the world with a fire net and destroy a part of the forest. Could this green-robed woman be the person from that day? I didn't expect you to know about the three-eyed mink. The woman turned to look at Gu Fei. Her tone was a little surprised. She then focused her attention on the northern mountain pass in front of them. In the eyes of the woman, Gu Fei was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. He looked like a soldier who had just returned from the battlefield and was in an extremely sorry state. Perhaps the green-robed woman saw Gu Fei as a general guarding the northern mountain pass. The first son of the demonic monarch of Six Paths, Chu Gu. How could it be him? The lady in green stared at the northern mountain pass that was filled with demonic aura and said in shock. She had already figured out the origins of the devils that were slaughtering madly in Biling Pass. Demonic chi billowed in the northern mountain pass as the blood-colored saber gleam shot out from the pass in all directions. Nothing could stop it. Loud noises were heard as the houses in the northern mountain pass collapsed. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, startling the wild beasts in the forest and causing them to flee into the distance. The birds soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Amidst the demonic aura, a golden light flashed and a powerful wave that was not weaker than Chu Ji's spread out. Minister Dan and Chu Gu were engaged in a fierce battle. Who is that? How could he fight against Chu Gu, who has the Sky Devil saber, and not be at a disadvantage? The green-robed woman seemed to be very knowledgeable. She could tell that there was an expert who was fighting against Chu Gu. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the three-eyed purple mink that was crouching on the right shoulder of the green-robed woman stood up and squeaked excitedly as if something in front had attracted the little beast. Hee hee. Do you want to play too? The green-robed woman patted the little beast's head and said with a smile. Then you can go. The green-robed woman seemed to dote on the little beast. The little beast seemed to understand the green-robed woman's words and squeaked happily. It leaped down from the green-robed woman's shoulder and turned into a purple ray of light, charging into the northern mountain pass. The green-robed woman had no intention of making a move. She quietly stared at the surging demonic aura in front of her. At that moment, a whooshing sound came from the sky. With a piercing sound, a green divine rainbow streaked across the sky like a meteor, shooting down towards the northern mountain pass. How dare you destroy the northern mountain pass? Aren't you afraid of stirring up a war between the righteous and the evil? The newcomer swept away the layers of demonic aura and charged into the northern mountain pass. The expert from the northern mountain pass had arrived. The loud voice could be heard from tens of miles away. It shook the snow in the snow forest and caused Gu Fei's blood to boil and his face flushed red. The peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm was truly terrifying. His voice was like a bell that shook one's heart. The green-robed woman did not react. She seemed to have completely ignored the terrifying sound wave from the peerless expert. She stood calmly on the top of the tree. Chu Gu, is that you? A cry came from the northern mountain pass that was filled with demonic aura. The peerless expert who had just charged into the northern mountain pass seemed to be shocked. Chu Gu, have you lost your mind? The expert roared in anger. There was a flash of blood in the demonic aura. He seemed to be in great trouble. He really has lost his mind. Let's work together to take him down. Minister Dan's voice was heard. Minister Dan of the Taishan sect? All right, let's work together to take down this demon, the peerless expert said. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy suddenly burst out from the northern mountain pass. It was like a huge wave of energy that spread out. The gate that connected the northern mountain pass to the northern mountain pass collapsed and dust flew into the sky. The peerless expert attacked with all his might. The power was earth-shattering. The 10-feet-tall city wall was like snow under the scorching sun. It was instantly pushed down by the surging energy storm. Dozens of figures rushed out from the northern mountain pass. The people who rushed out were the soldiers of the Yen Kingdom who were guarding the northern mountain pass. Most of them were affected by the battle between Minister Dan and Chu Gu. There were countless casualties, and less than 50 of them rushed out from the northern mountain pass. However, the dozens of soldiers who rushed out of the northern mountain pass were not able to escape their tragic fate. Wisps of black qi seeped out from their bodies. It was the Xian Yin demonic qi. The eyes of the soldiers turned blood red. Demonic tattoos appeared on their faces and hands. It was as if there were thousands of little insects crawling under their skin. It was extremely terrifying. Hee, roar. The soldiers who rushed out of the northern mountain pass screamed in pain as if they had gone mad. Their hands constantly scratched and tore at their bodies. Their heads and scalps were torn off, and their flesh was a bloody mess. Then, the dozens of soldiers began to fight in a frenzy on the snowy ground. These soldiers were just ordinary people. It was difficult for them to resist the invasion of the demonic aura. They had been demonized and lost their rationality. They had become demonic creatures that did not know pain or life or death. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Rest in peace. The green-robed girl flicked her hands and dozens of sparks flew out from her hands. They crossed a distance of hundreds of feet and accurately hit the bodies of the dozens of demonic soldiers. Boom! Almost at the same time, the dozens of soldiers were engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of soldiers were turned into ashes. This. Gu Fei looked at the scene in shock. He was extremely shocked. What kind of fire was this? It was so domineering that it burned a person into ashes in an instant. Swoosh. 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 Just as the green-robed girl killed the dozens of demonic soldiers, 5 or 6 figures rushed over from the main road to Northern Mountain City. A powerful aura immediately spread over. Gu Fei felt that none of these people's cultivation was lower than his. Where did so many masters come from? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He did not know that Northern Mountain City guarded the main road from the northern demonic region to the Central Plains. There were often masters standing guard in the city to deal with sudden incidents. Northern Mountain Pass and Northern Mountain City were the first checkpoints from the northern demonic region to the Central Plains. Not only did the Northern Yen Empire pay attention to them, but the cultivation world also paid close attention to them. Not only did they have to guard against demonic creatures from the northern demonic region, they also had to prevent large numbers of demonic cultivators from the northern demonic region from entering the Central Plains. The Northern Mountain City was filled with spies from various righteous forces. If anything happened at Northern Mountain Pass, the entire cultivation world would know immediately. The 5 or 6 figures that rushed over from the main road stopped in the distance. Everyone stared in shock at Northern Mountain Pass that was shrouded in demonic aura. No one dared to move forward. The battle within Northern Mountain Pass was no longer something they could interfere with. People continued to rush over from the main road. Soon, more than 10 people gathered in the snow forest. None of these people were weak. They were at least in the transcending mortality stage. Gu Fei felt that some of them had even reached the 8th or 9th heaven of the transcending mortality stage. These people were definitely the strongest among the transcending mortality stage cultivators. With Gu Fei's current strength, he could fight against a cultivator at the 7th heaven of the transcending mortality stage. If he encountered a cultivator at the 7th or 8th heaven of the transcending mortality stage, he would have to retreat. The cultivators from Northern Mountain City also noticed Gu Fei and the green-robed lady standing on top of the tree. However, no one went forward to speak to Gu Fei and the green-robed lady. Everyone's attention was attracted by the overwhelming demonic aura in front of them. It's the three-eyed divine mink. It's an evolved spiritual beast. Suddenly, an exclamation came from Northern Mountain Pass. Then, a purple figure rushed out from the demonic aura. Where do you think you're going? A loud shout came from the demonic aura. A giant green hand broke through the layers of demonic aura and grabbed at the purple figure. Humph. The green-robed lady scoffed and disappeared from the top of the tree. In the next moment, she reappeared hundreds of feet away. The purple figure that rushed out from the demonic aura landed on her shoulder. Then, the green-robed lady stretched out her right hand and pushed forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The giant green hand instantly collapsed. A terrifying energy wave swept out and swept up the thick snow on the ground. Snowflakes danced in the air. The green-robed lady calmly retreated. It was not that she was no match for the attack, but that she retreated on her own accord. Chapter 323. The Northern Mountain Pass was now in ruins. 3 peerless cultivators of the Empyrean realm were fighting with their lives on the line. The terrifying energy ripples from their battle shook heaven and earth. The overwhelming demonic chi enveloped the world, and the extremely cruel and evil demonic chi made people tremble with fear. Aside from the mysterious green-robed lady who fought against the peerless cultivator from the Northern Mountain Pass, no one else could see what was going on in the Northern Mountain Pass. Chu Gu, who had fallen into a state of madness, seemed to have turned into a terrifying demon. He slashed at the 2 peerless cultivators with his saber. Thousands of feet-long saber rays shot out from the demonic aura from time to time. The saber aura from the heavenly demon saber was extremely terrifying. Everywhere the saber ray passed through, not only did it devour all the spiritual chi in the surroundings, but it also severed all vitality, causing the trees to wither. The cultivators who were watching the battle from hundreds of feet away were forced to retreat. Only the mysterious green-robed lady seemed unafraid of the saber aura from the heavenly demon saber. She stood at the top of the tree and watched the battle unfold before her. The 3-eyed divine mink crouched on the lady's right shoulder. If it were not for the lady's timely intervention, the little beast would have been captured by the peerless cultivator. A demon? Gu Fei was shocked that the peerless cultivator had called out the mysterious woman's identity. Moreover, the mysterious woman did not deny it. The other cultivators who rushed over from the Northern Mountain Pass were also shocked when they heard the peerless cultivator's words. After all, the lady in green was in the form of a human. If she was truly a demon, then she was a demon that could shapeshift. A demon that could shapeshift would have a terrifying cultivation base. She would at least be at the Empyrean realm of the human race. Furthermore, due to the innate advantage of the demon race, they were usually much more powerful than human cultivators of the same level. The mysterious green-robed lady definitely had the strength to intervene in the battle. However, she had no intention of doing so. It was as if she was purely watching the show and had nothing to do with it. Gu Fei found it difficult to defend against the terrifying energy waves that were constantly spilling out from the front. He kept retreating until he was half a mile away from the battle before he felt a little better. The pressure from the peerless cultivator was truly shocking. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on his heart. It was extremely heavy and oppressive. Gu Fei did not join the cultivators from Bailing City. Instead, he stood alone in the snowy forest, paying close attention to the battle before him. After all, Minister Dan was fighting Chu Gu together with that peerless expert. Gu Fei couldn't leave by himself. More and more cultivators appeared in the snow forest. The Northern Mountain Pass was not far from Northern Mountain City. The cultivators in Northern Mountain City had already sensed the abnormality at the Northern Mountain Pass and were heading towards the Northern Mountain Pass. Gu Fei sensed several powerful auras appearing in the snowy forest. At first, he did not care, but soon, he felt that someone was watching him. The few experts who exuded powerful auras approached Gu Fei intentionally or unintentionally. There was one person on each side, and they were actually surrounding Gu Fei. Who are these people? Gu Fei's heart trembled. The 4 people who were slowly approaching him seemed to be no weaker than him. Gu Fei moved carefully in the snowy forest. He moved towards the person on the left who seemed to be the weakest. He had no chance of winning against 4 people alone. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle before them. No one noticed the silent scene that was happening in the snowy forest. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly pushed off with both feet on the snowy ground and flew towards the person on the left. While he was in the air, his right hand had already pressed forward. Rumble. There was a violent tremor. Surging golden yuan qi surged out from Gu Fei's right hand. The violent power shook the void. A large golden hand quickly appeared and pressed towards the person. The distance between the two was less than 300 feet. Gu Fei pounced like a tiger pouncing on its prey. In an instant, he pounced more than 200 feet forward, and then when he was less than 4 feet away from the person, he directly struck out with his palm. Gu Fei's movements were extremely fast. The other three didn't expect Gu Fei to suddenly be in trouble and were stunned for a moment. By the time they regained their senses, Gu Fei had suddenly launched a palm strike at the person on the left with the weakest cultivation. 1,000 blades and 10,000 swords. That person let out a soft shout. A dazzling golden light burst out from his body, like a sun had fallen into the snowy forest. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the void. A golden light spread out, like a golden wave, towards Gu Fei's palm of light. Amidst the surging golden waves, tens of thousands of saber and sword shadows quickly condensed. Like tens of thousands of saber and sword shadows, they fiercely slashed out. Boom! With a loud bang, the endless golden swords and sabers collided with the palm of light. The aftershock spread in all directions, and the trees near the two of them were directly shattered into splinters that flew all over the sky. The thick snow on the ground was rolled up by the mighty waves of air, revealing the soil under the snow. 5 elements magical power, you are from the Beitang clan. Gu Fei recognized the terrifying magical power of this person at a glance. He did not retreat, instead, he strode forward. He sent out another palm strike, and the man was pushed back by the violent force of the palm strike. His mask was wet, and it was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. These 4 masters did not show their true faces. Their faces were covered with black scarves. Gu Fei could already see that among these 4 people, there was a graceful young woman dressed in white. Just as Gu Fei was about to charge out of the encirclement after forcing that person back with an absolute advantage, the masked woman moved. Swoosh! She directly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, she directly crossed a distance of tens of feet and appeared behind Gu Fei. Without saying a word, the veiled woman waved her hand and a dazzling golden blade of light shot out. It was like a golden heavenly blade that slashed down on Gu Fei Li. The terrifying power of the divine ability seemed to draw in the power of the metal element between heaven and earth. The nearby spiritual qi seemed to be sucked dry in an instant and gathered on the golden blade of light. Roar! Gu Fei shouted angrily. A powerful force suddenly burst out from his body. He used the 8 desolation steps. It was as if he had teleported. In an instant, he rushed forward more than 300 feet. Bang! The unparalleled golden light blade fiercely struck the ground. The snow mixed with the soil was sent flying, and a 10 feet deep trench appeared on the ground. At this moment, the other cultivators in the snow forest had already sensed that something was wrong. However, no one cared about the battle between Gu Fei and the 4 people. Battles between cultivators were too common. However, a battle between peerless masters was rare. No one would miss it. It was very beneficial for cultivators in the transcending mortality realm to be able to watch a battle of this level. They might be able to comprehend many things from it, which would be very helpful for their cultivation to have a breakthrough, especially for cultivators in the 8th or 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm. Just as Gu Fei dodged the masked woman's slash, a tall man who was approaching Gu Fei from the right took out a black bow that was surrounded by a black aura. It was a ghost bow that was refined with black bones. The entire bow looked like a spine. The black aura was not devil chi, but the eerie and terrifying occult ghost chi. The tall man in black pulled the bowstring of the black bone ghost bow in his hand. The pitch-black ghost bow glowed with a faint black light. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards the ghost bow. A faint black arrow appeared as the ghost bow was pulled. A powerful wave of energy spread in all directions with the tall man as the center. The tall man was immediately surrounded by a dense ghost chi, as if he had turned into the 9 serenities of hell. Gu Fei felt the danger. All the pores on his body opened. He did not dare to stay any longer. He rushed into the depths of the snow forest as if he had turned into a phantom. At this moment, the tall man had already pulled the ghost bow and shot an arrow at Gu Fei's back. The faint arrow shadow was extremely fast. It caught up to Gu Fei in an instant. A gloomy aura enveloped Gu Fei. The ghost arrow, which was surrounded by black aura and seemed to be possessed by thousands of evil spirits, had already shot behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. He tried his best to dodge to the side, but he only managed to avoid the vital parts of his back. Gu Fei only felt a chill on his shoulder. Then, he felt an extremely cold and evil energy shooting into his body. The black arrow did not penetrate Gu Fei's shoulder. Instead, it sank into Gu Fei's shoulder and entered Gu Fei's body. In an instant, Gu Fei's skin turned purplish-black. Wisps of black aura seeped out of his pores. Then, faint and illusory ghost shadows appeared on Gu Fei's body. He seemed to be haunted by thousands of evil spirits. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei howled in pain. He felt as if there were countless ants gnawing at his internal organs and flesh. It also felt as if there were countless evil spirits tearing at his body. He was in extreme pain. The profound Yin ghost chi almost froze Gu Fei's blood. Gu Fei's vision darkened. He staggered forward for dozens of feet and almost fainted. When the four masked men saw that Gu Fei had been hit by that extremely evil arrow, they did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. Instead, they slowly surrounded Gu Fei. Humph. No one who has been hit by the 9 nether black bone bow's 9 nether black bone arrow can survive, the tall man said as he held the ghost bow that was surrounded by black aura. Wah! Gu Fei roared. Suddenly, a powerful sword chi exploded from his body. 2 rays of purple light shot out from his eyes like 2 sharp swords. The ghost chi all over his body was suppressed by the sword chi. Not good. The tall man was shocked. He retreated and drew his bow. He wanted to shoot another arrow and kill Gu Fei once and for all. However, Gu Fei rushed into the depths of the snow forest like a madman. Chapter 324. Inside the Northern Mountain Pass, the demonic chi that shrouded the entire Northern Mountain Pass had mostly dissipated. With Minister Dan and the peerless expert joining forces, they gradually gained the upper hand. However, even though Chu Gu was in a frenzy, the sky demon saber in his hand was still extremely powerful. The saber radiance soared thousands of feet into the sky, as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth. Nothing could stop it, and it was still difficult to determine the victor. No one was interested in the battle between Gu Fei and the 4 mysterious men. Compared to the battle between the peerless experts, Gu Fei's battle was child's play. No one interfered with the battle between Gu Fei and the 4 mysterious men. Gu Fei was hit by the arrow shot by the tall man with the demonic bow. The ghostly arrow sank into Gu Fei's body, as if countless evil spirits had followed the arrow and rushed into Gu Fei's body. It made Gu Fei feel as if thousands of evil spirits were chewing on his flesh and blood, destroying his consciousness. The pain almost made Gu Fei faint. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He could not faint. If he did, the 4 people behind him would definitely catch up to him and his life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, the mysterious essence of the divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined into his chi and blood seemed to be stimulated by the Xian Yin ghost chi that rushed into Gu Fei's body. It automatically released a powerful sword chi that protected Gu Fei's organs and consciousness, allowing him to temporarily stay awake. Gu Fei unleashed the extreme 8 steps with all his might and rushed forward in the snow forest. He had no idea where he was going, nor did he know how long he had been running in the snow forest. He no longer cared about anything in the outside world. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was not to die. If he died, there would be nothing left. As long as he did not die, anything could live. The sun gradually set in the west. Gu Fei ran for his life in the snow forest for 6 to 10 hours, from noon to dusk, and from dusk until the stars appeared in the sky. 8th step extreme. Among the cultivators of the same level, there was absolutely no one who could match him. The 4 mysterious experts behind him were left far behind by Gu Fei. Under the erosion of the Xian Yin ghost chi, Gu Fei's consciousness gradually began to become drowsy. He did not even know that he had rushed into a jungle. Finally, when he was exhausted, he collapsed in a patch of grass. Preposterous. That kid was struck by the netherworld blackbone arrow, so how could he still run for so long? Within the snow forest, 4 figures were following the tracks that Gu Fei had left on the snow. They were moving at an incomparably fast speed on top of the thick snow. Boss Dongfang, your 9 nether blackbone bow can't be an imitation, right? The 4 of them stopped under a big tree. The masked woman in white glanced at the bone bow in the hands of the tall man and said indifferently, "Beitang Yu, do you want me to shoot an arrow at you?" The tall man said unhappily. As he spoke, he actually pulled the string of the black bone bow in his hands. It was as if a ferocious spirit was vaguely roaring within it. "All right, can the 2 of you work together peacefully for once? I don't care if you kill that kid or not. However, if that kid doesn't die, you won't have a good life." A middle-aged man in purple with a black saber on his back said impatiently. He was also masked and had a strand of silver on his forehead. "Humph." The tall man that the masked woman called Boss Dongfang coldly snorted and put down the black bone bow in his hands. The tracks that Gu Fei had left behind on the snowy ground were very obvious. Therefore, these people were not in a hurry to chase after him. This was because Gu Fei had been struck by the netherworld blackbone bow. Boss Dongfang was right. Ever since the netherworld blackbone bow had been refined by that powerful ghost cultivator, no one had been able to escape with their lives from the netherworld blackbone arrow. The netherworld blackbone bow was not very famous in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. However, in the ghost palace of Plentiful City, it was an extraordinary ghost cultivator magic tool. Legend has it that when the netherworld blackbone bow was refined, the powerful ghost cultivator did not hesitate to slaughter the people of an entire town. He extracted the souls of tens of thousands of people and smelted them into the ghost bow. Network, the souls of those people were smelted into the ghost bow. Not only did they never come back to life, they were also used to slaughter living beings day and night. Over time, the resentment, baleful energy, and death energy of the ghost bow gathered and became a murderous weapon. Only an expert at the 7th or 8th heaven of the transcending mortality realm could pull the bow and arrow. If it was an ordinary person or a cultivator at the awakening self realm, as long as they touched the black bone bow, their soul would be instantly extracted by the black bone bow and then devoured. The Dongfang clan used countless manpower and resources and paid a great price to obtain this netherworld blackbone bow. Let's continue. Before I see that brat's corpse, I will always feel uneasy. Another middle-aged man with white hair said. As he spoke, he pulled off the black cloth covering his face. The middle-aged man who was hit by Gu Fei's 2 palms and vomited blood was Beitang Yi, who had not been seen for a long time. That day outside the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland, Gu Fei fought with Beitang Ao and Beitang Yi. Although he was seriously injured, he also injured Beitang Yi, who was at the transcending mortality realm, with his martial arts battle skills. That battle could be said to be extremely dangerous and unbelievable. Gu Fei, with his awakening self-realm cultivation base, had injured Beitang Yi, who was at the transcending mortality realm. There was a huge gap between the 2 of them. Everyone who paid attention to that battle thought that the Supreme Mystery Sect had produced a disciple with unlimited potential. They were already in the depths of the snow forest, far away from Biling Pass. They could no longer sense the fluctuations of energy coming from Biling Pass, so there were definitely no outsiders here. The other 3 mysterious experts also pulled off the masks covering their faces. The tall Dongfang clan's eldest brother was a rugged man. Beitang Yu was a beautiful woman with a cold expression. She seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old. As for the middle-aged man with a black saber on his back and a strand of silver hair floating in front of his forehead, his appearance was not outstanding. His face was a bit pale, as if he had not seen the sun for a long time. Age didn't mean anything. In the cultivation world, the most unreliable thing was a cultivator's appearance. Often, a young man with white teeth and red lips was an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Obviously, the Beitang clan and the Dongfang clan already knew that not only did Gu Fei not die in the virtual sky world, but he had also come out. The 2 experts of the Beitang clan, the eldest brother, and the middle-aged man with the saber continued to follow the traces left by Gu Fei. After walking for hundreds of miles, they noticed that the ice and snow around them gradually decreased. Vegetation began to appear on the ground, and some large stones could be seen everywhere on the snowy ground. The forest became lush. After chasing for more than 100 miles, the shadows of the ice and snow could no longer be seen. Beitang Yu and the others entered a dense forest where ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. What's going on? Dongfang clan's eldest brother and the others became cautious. Something's wrong. Beitang Yu glanced around, her cold face revealing a solemn expression. She faintly felt that there seemed to be something wrong in this forest. The four of them gradually slowed down, and the traces left by Gu Fei in the forest gradually decreased. If it weren't for the 9 nether black bone bow in Dongfang clan's eldest brother's hand, which could sense the mysterious Yin ghost aura in the air, they would have long lost the direction in which Gu Fei escaped. We're not going south. There shouldn't be a forest here, the middle-aged man with the saber said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. That's right. They weren't going south. The area thousands of miles north of the northern Yan Empire was a world of ice and snow. It was impossible for a forest to appear. They seemed to have broken into a mysterious place. The weather here was pleasant, and there was no ice and snow. Birds and beasts could be seen everywhere in the forest. It seemed to be an oasis full of vitality. Beitang Yu and the others, however, couldn't feel happy. They had entered an unknown area, and they had no idea what unknown dangers there were. Do we still want to chase? The middle-aged man with the saber said. Entering a forest that shouldn't have appeared for no reason made him feel a little uneasy. Of course. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Beitang Yi said with a resolute tone, glancing at the middle-aged man with the saber. If they didn't take advantage of this great opportunity to kill Gu Fei, if Gu Fei didn't die, then their Beitang clan would be out of luck. Dongfang clan also had a reason to kill Gu Fei, so Dongfang clan's eldest brother also nodded. Only the higher-ups of Dongfang clan knew what happened in the virtual sky world. That brat must die. Dongfang clan's eldest brother was also one of the insiders. Hee. If you want to chase, I don't have any objections, but I can't accompany you, the middle-aged man with the saber suddenly said with a low chuckle. Dongfang clan's eldest brother and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Dongfang clan's eldest brother said with a sullen expression, Old Hey, what do you mean? I don't mean anything. If you want to kill that brat, it's your 2 clans' business. It's not worthwhile for me to offend the master of this place, the middle-aged man with the saber said coldly. The middle-aged man with the saber seemed to have realized something, but he was just an outsider. He wasn't stupid enough to take risks for Dongfang clan and Beitang clan. What? The master of this place? Dongfang clan's eldest brother and Beitang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, a crisp laughter came from the depths of the forest. In the dark night, it seemed so abrupt, and everyone was shocked. He's right. If you're tactful, you should leave immediately. The crisp and sweet-sounding voice rang out again. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be the voice of a young girl. We're looking for an injured friend. After we find him, we'll naturally leave. Beitang Yu said. Everyone immediately understood Beitang Yu's intention. That's right. We have no intention of offending the master of this place. Have you seen our friend? Dongfang clan's eldest brother said. Although he looked like a straightforward man, he was no less attentive than a woman. Chapter 325. Under the night sky, the northernmost city of northern Yen, Bailing City, was brightly lit. Cultivators were constantly entering and exiting the city gate. The atmosphere in Bailing City was oppressive. It was as if a storm was brewing, shrouding the entire city. Bailing City had not been so lively for many years. The battle during the day had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. Cultivators who received the news gathered at Bailing City from all directions. The news of a demon coming out from the far north demonic zone had not only killed all the guards at Biling Pass, but also completely destroyed Biling Pass. The news of him fighting with two peerless experts had already spread throughout the city. At night, the inns and restaurants in Biling City were bustling with activity. A large number of cultivators had rushed into Biling City and almost all the inns in the city had been booked. Some of the big sects and forces even spent a lot of money and booked the entire inn. The happiest people in Biling City were probably the innkeepers. It was easy to earn money from cultivators. After all, cultivators were pursuing the path of immortality. They did not care much about money. In the bustling eastern area of Biling City, there was the largest, tallest, and best restaurant in the city. Every floor of the restaurant was fully occupied. Everyone was toasting and chatting about the past and present. The atmosphere was extremely lively. However, the most popular topic was the battle between the three peerless experts at Biling Pass during the day. Elder Chen, have you heard? The demon from the other side of the abyss of immortals and demons is coming out. No way. I heard that the demons from the other side of the abyss of immortals and demons have an agreement with the cultivation world of the Central Plains. They are not allowed to come out at will. Would the demons from the far north demonic zone dare to break the agreement? Didn't you see? The number of cultivators in the city is several times more than during the day. It seems that all the major forces of the cultivation world of the Central Plains are here. I'm afraid they are going to start a war with the demons from the far north demonic zone. It can't be. The ones who spoke were two middle-aged cultivators in green robes. Most of the people outside the hall were cultivators. Although they spoke very softly, many people still heard them. Miss, is what they said true? If you bring this servant along during the day, this servant can also experience those so-called peerless experts. In the private room, a green-clothed woman was drinking by herself. Beside her stood a young maid. This little maid was wearing a light green dress. She looked very cute, especially her pair of black eyes, which were full of spirituality, like two shiny black gems. However, she did not seem to be human. She had a pair of long, furry ears. Those were the ears of a beast. She was a demon that could already transform. If others were to see that someone was actually able to order around a greater demon that had taken human form as a maidservant, it would surely cause them to be extremely dumbstruck and shocked. One must know that a demon that could take human form could already be called a great demon. This kind of a great demon's strength was extremely terrifying, and it was sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the human peerless experts of the void-resisting realm. Cultivators of the royal void realm among the humans were peerless experts who could soar into the sky without the help of any external objects. They were people who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world's pyramid. If I were to bring you along, then the world would really be in chaos. The mysterious woman said. On her right shoulder was a fist-sized purple beast. It was the three-eyed sable. This three-eyed sable was currently holding a pigeon egg-sized, fiery red crystal in its claws and chewing on it. Crunch. Crunch. The incomparably hard crystal was actually chewed off by the little beast in small bites and swallowed into its stomach. In just a short while, the pigeon egg-sized fiery red crystal was more than half eaten by the little beast. Unfortunately, this servant came a bit too late. The little maid said with disappointment. It's not too late. Something seems to have happened to that demon Chu-gu. He has fallen into madness and fled into the depths of the snow forest. If you want to find someone to fight with, you should still be able to find him. The green-clothed woman said indifferently. Network, really? Then I'm going. When the little maid heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. She seemed to be extremely excited. Then, the space distorted and the little maid disappeared from the private room. This little girl's ability to control the void is becoming more and more proficient. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to let her play with those experts. The green-clothed woman said. Even in the private room, her face was still a blur. She still used her magic power to conceal her true appearance. At this time, she suddenly put down the wine jug in her hand. The faint conversation in the private room next door had attracted her attention. In the private room next door, someone had used a small spell to block out sound. However, this small spell was completely useless against the green-clothed woman. As long as she wanted to, she would definitely be able to hear everyone in the private room. Why haven't Uncle and the others returned yet? Could it be that even the four of them couldn't kill that brat Gu Fei? A voice sounded from the private room next door. Brother, don't worry. With Uncle and the others here, even if that brat has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be difficult for him to escape with his life. Another voice sounded, as if comforting the person who had just spoken. The green-clothed woman could hear that although the tone of the second person was calm, it was also slightly nervous. What's going on with you two brothers? My aunt is the person in my Beitang clan who has the highest hope of breaking through to the void-controlling realm in the past 100 years. With her cultivation, could it be that she's still able to let that kid escape? Another person spoke out. Beitang Ao, you should know that if that person doesn't die, our 2 families won't have a good life. The first person who spoke seemed to be a little displeased with the other person's disapproval. Hee, Dongfang Chen, you 2 brothers seem to have formed an irreconcilable enmity with that brat. When he comes back, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to settle the score with you. It's not my turn yet. Beitang Ao said with a sneer. If it wasn't for the Dongfang brothers adding fuel to the fire, in fact, the enmity between Beitang Ao and his nephew and Gu Fei was not irreconcilable, and it would not have become so irreconcilable. The 3 young cultivators in the private room next door were the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao. What do you mean by that? Dongfang Chen said in a deep voice. His tone was frighteningly cold. He seemed to have been angered by Beitang Ao's words. Alright, all of you talk less. Right now, we should unite and solve this big problem in front of us. Dongfang Long advised. Humph. Beitang Ao sneered and no longer spoke. You. Dongfang Chen was furious. This Beitang Ao was looking down on others too much. Everyone's strength was about the same, but Beitang Ao was as arrogant as his name suggested. This made Dongfang Chen very unhappy. Brother. Dongfang Long said again. I know. I won't lower myself to the same level as some people. Dongfang Chen said. The people in the private room next door seemed to be very unhappy. Everyone was silent. After a while, the 3 young cultivators left the restaurant on bad terms. The human world is really complicated. You and I are deceiving each other. It's not like us demon race, where everything is based on strength. It's much simpler. The green-robed woman reached out her hand and touched the small head of the purple marten on her shoulder and lightly said. At this time, the 3-eyed marten had already chewed all the fiery red crystal in its claws. Its eyes were half closed, and it leaned comfortably on the neck of the green-robed woman. It was certainly not a coincidence that the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao came to Bailing City. It could even be said that they had been preparing for this assassination for several months. It turned out that half a year ago, the head of Taishian's sect, Daoist Shantian, and several elders of the sect, who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs, used the primordial spirit lamp left by Gu Fei as a guide. They used the 3 realms 6 paths soul-searching technique and learned that not only was Gu Fei not trapped in the virtual sky world, but he had also come out. In the past 2 or 3 years, Gu Fei's primordial spirit lamp had not been extinguished, which had become a worry for Dongfang Chen. If he hadn't stopped them in the space passage, Gu Fei would not have been trapped in the virtual sky world. As long as Gu Fei's primordial spirit lamp was not extinguished, he could not have a moment of peace. Among his fellow disciples, eldest senior brother Li Lingfeng and the head's disciple Ziyu, as well as some disciples from other branches who were originally inferior to him, had already broken through the shackles of the self-awakening realm, successfully condensed their core of the way, and broke through to the transcending mortality realm. Dongfang Chen, on the other hand, was restless. It was difficult for him to devote all his attention to cultivation, and it was difficult for his cultivation to advance. In the past 2 or 3 years, he had watched his fellow disciples successfully reach the core formation realm, but he himself was blocked at the last hurdle of the self-awakening realm. This made Dongfang Chen very ashamed. If Gu Fei did not die, his worry would not go away. His cultivation would probably always be shackled at the self-awakening realm, unable to advance even an inch. When he learned that Daoist Shantian had sent Dan Xingzi with the primordial spirit lamp to go down the mountain to find Gu Fei, Dongfang Chen immediately took action. He absolutely could not let Gu Fei return to Taishian sect. If Gu Fei returned to Taishian sect alive, he would die without a burial place. The crime of murdering a fellow disciple was enough for him to pay with his own life, and it would also bring shame to the Dongfang family. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. That was how the 4 mysterious experts had ambushed Gu Fei and killed him outside Biling Pass. However, the 4 experts of the older generation were now in big trouble. In order to chase after Gu Fei, they inadvertently broke into a jungle that was impossible to appear in the snow-covered northern region. Ask the owner of this place to come out and talk. Beitang Yu's eyes shone brightly, sweeping in all directions, but she could not find any trace of the mysterious girl in the forest. I know where the friend you are looking for is. In the forest, it suddenly became incomparably quiet. Other than the voices of the crowd, there was no other sound. Thank you so much, Boss Dongfang said. They didn't expect things to be so simple. But the mysterious girl in the forest seemed to be a little hesitant. When Boss Dongfang and the others heard this, their hearts jumped. Beitang Yu quickly said, But what? But just now, I seemed to hear you saying that you wanted to kill the friend you were talking about. I am very curious, since it is your friend, why do you want to kill him? The mysterious girl's clear voice sounded in the forest. Chapter 326. You want to deceive me? I'm not that easy to deceive. In the darkness of the night, the girl's clear and melodious voice resounded from within the forest. She seemed to be angry. This, please don't misunderstand, Dongfang first brother hastily said. At the same time, he signaled to the 3 people standing beside him with his eyes. However, Beitang Yu and the others shook their heads. It was difficult for them to detect the location of the mysterious girl in the forest. The mysterious girl's voice seemed to come from all directions. It was erratic, but it was clearly transmitted to the 4 people's ears. It was as if she was speaking right next to their ears. This was obviously a profound sound technique. The mysterious girl didn't want Dongfang first brother and the others to know where she was. There was no doubt that she was secretly watching Beitang Yu and the others' every move. I didn't misunderstand. The bow in your hand is enough to explain everything, the girl said. I don't welcome you here. You should leave quickly, or else what? Beitang Yu coldly said. She was a proud person and couldn't tolerate others threatening her. Hand over that boy and we will naturally leave. Dongfang first brother couldn't help but tighten his grip on the 9th secret black bone bow. He vigilantly observed the surrounding movements. The Beitang and Dongfang families didn't want to leave because this matter involved too many people. If they didn't handle it well, it would bring great trouble to their families. They couldn't feel at ease until they saw Gu Fei's corpse. Beitang Yu and the others were also on guard. The middle-aged man with the black saber on his back had already stretched his right hand to his back and grasped the hilt of the black saber. He could unsheath the saber at any time. Hee, very good. Since you don't want to leave, then you can play with my pet. As soon as the girl finished speaking, a whistling sound resounded in the forest. This whistling sound seemed to follow a certain rhythm. It was sharp, but not ear-piercing. Listening to it gave people a comfortable feeling. Roar! Roar! As the whistle rang out, a deafening roar immediately rang out in the originally quiet forest. The roar was so close that it sounded like it was about to explode. An intense baleful aura suddenly erupted from all directions, sweeping towards Beitang Yu and the others. They seemed to have been surrounded by countless ferocious beasts. Sensing the aura of the ferocious beast that suddenly appeared, everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were extremely shocked. They were unable to understand how the young woman in the dark was able to do all this. Why was she able to hide so many fierce beasts in the nearby forest, but they couldn't sense any of them at all? This seemed to be an impossible thing. The surrounding beasts seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Pung! A golden light suddenly shot out from the forest in front of them. A giant golden wolf with wings on its back rushed out. The wolf's body was about 2 zhang long and nearly 1 zhang tall. Its entire body was flashing with a golden light, and a pair of golden wings that were about 4 to 5 zhang long spread out, stirring up gusts of wind. The golden fur flickered with a sparkling luster, as if it was cast out of gold. A bizarre energy fluctuation flowed on it, and a terrifying ferocious might spread out from the giant wolf's body. After the golden divine wolf rushed out, its pair of ferocious and flickering bloody eyes never left Beitang Yu and the others. Danger shrouded them. Humph. Beitang Yi sneered, then he took a step forward and directly threw a punch forward. A golden spiritual light surged out from his fist and rushed towards the golden divine wolf. At the moment when Beitang Ao threw his punch, the grass and trees beside him were instantly crushed by the powerful force. Although everyone was unwilling to fight with the mysterious young woman who had not shown herself since the beginning, the current situation didn't allow them to do nothing. Awoo! The golden divine wolf let out a long howl towards the sky, then it turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, avoiding Beitang Yi's golden fist. The forest below was destroyed in an instant, and branches and leaves fluttered in the air. The golden divine wolf in the sky opened its mouth and fiercely spouted a dazzling golden light towards Beitang Yi below. The golden light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. When Boss Dongfang and the others saw this, they were immediately startled. Quickly disperse. Swish. 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 Boss Dongfang, Beitang Yu, and the middle-aged man with a blade on his back simultaneously rushed to the side. Roar. Beitang Yi roared in anger. He didn't dodge, instead, he took a step forward and threw his fists upwards to meet the golden light that was bombarding down from the sky. Boundless energy fluctuations were emitted from Beitang Yi's 2 fists. Using the 5 elemental divine ability, he aroused the power of the metal element among the 5 elements. The power of the metal element that was drifting in the world rapidly converged towards Beitang Yi's fists. Beitang Yi's fists seemed to have turned into 2 dazzling golden suns, illuminating the heaven and earth. The surrounding forest was unceasingly smashed by the mighty and terrifying energy. Boom! With a loud sound, a dazzling golden light burst out from the forest. The forest shook violently, and a wave of energy swept out from the center where the 2 terrifying energies collided. The powerful energy fluctuation wreaked havoc in the forest, and a large area of forest was instantly destroyed. Leaves fluttered in the air, and wood chips filled the sky. Under the cover of the burst of golden light, Beitang Yu and the others, who were a step ahead to dodge, saw the terrifying figures in the nearby forest. However, the nearby vicious beasts didn't seem to have any intention to attack them. The young woman in the dark was controlling the forest. This wasn't good. The initiative was completely in the hands of the mysterious young woman in the dark. Rumble. The ground under Beitang Yi's feet shook violently. The soil cracked and collapsed downwards, and a huge pit appeared in the forest. The golden divine wolf was blasted into the sky. Everyone be careful. Dongfang Big Brother shouted loudly. At the same time, a formidable magical power fluctuation gushed out from his body, and an ancient bronze battle armor appeared on his body. Hand over that person, I don't want to hurt you. Dongfang Big Brother shouted in a deep voice. He knew that the mysterious young woman in the dark was watching their every move. The feeling of being spied on in the dark was very bad. Humph. Boasting shamelessly, do you think that you can hurt me just because you have that ghastly big bow in your hand? The young woman's voice resounded again, and her words were filled with disdain. Awoo. At this time, a world-shaking wolf howl resounded from the sky. A terrifying energy fluctuation came down from the sky, shaking the heaven and earth. The golden divine wolf seemed to be an ominous beast of metal element, and it could manipulate the power of metal element. The huge divine wolf was emitting a dazzling golden light. The divine wolf turned into a golden rainbow and pounced towards Bei Tang Yi, who had just walked out of the big pit. Even Bei Tang Yu and the other experts were startled by its fiendish aura. This divine wolf wasn't simple. If it hadn't torn apart thousands of living beings, it wouldn't have been able to form such a fiendish aura. At this time, Dongfang Big Brother, who was standing on the top of the tree, pulled the 9 nether black bone bough in his hand. Black mist curled up around it, and endless profound ghost energy erupted from the black bone bough. As the 9 nether black bone bough was gradually pulled, the nearby spiritual energy began to crazily converge towards the 9 nether black bone bough, and it was quickly transformed into profound ghost energy. The spiritual energy here, at this time, everyone felt that the spiritual energy in this part of the forest seemed to be denser compared to other places. The spiritual energy converging towards the 9 nether black bone bough had condensed into a visible spiritual energy flow. A forest had appeared in the world of ice and snow in the north, and the nearby spiritual energy was so dense. Could it be that a spiritual vein was being nurtured under the ground here? Endless spiritual energy converged towards the 9 nether black bone bough, and was transformed into endless profound ghost energy. A black arrow condensed on the bowstring. Black mist lingered around Dongfang Big Brother's body, and it seemed as if there were thousands of ghosts and evil spirits faintly appearing. The ghostly shadows collided, and the entire 9 nether black bone bough emitted a jet-black radiance. The pitch-black bone body emitted a frightening fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate. At this time, Bei Tang Yi's loud shout came from the side. The golden divine wolf had already descended from the sky like a golden meteor, and fiercely pounced towards Bei Tang Yi. Die! Bei Tang Yi threw a wild punch towards the golden divine wolf that was pouncing down from the sky. The wind was vast and mighty, and the golden radiance was like a wave that soared into the sky. The imposing manner was vigorous and unstoppable. The golden divine wolf that was pouncing down fiercely flapped its wings forward. Streaks of sharp golden radiance immediately shot out, and collided with Bei Tang Yi's vast fist energy with a loud rumble. A ball of golden radiance like the scorching sun burst out in the sky, and illuminated the entire mountain forest in a golden color. Bei Tang Yi's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and at the same time, he shattered the ground. His figure transformed into a streak of golden light, and directly pounced towards the golden divine wolf that was flying backwards in the sky. His right arm was like a heavenly blade, and a several meter-long golden radiance swept across the sky diagonally towards the golden divine wolf. A woo! The golden divine wolf let out a long howl, and dodged the several meter-long golden radiance with lightning speed. A pair of golden and dazzling claws fiercely clawed towards Bei Tang Yi's chest. Bei Tang Yi didn't dodge, and directly chopped towards the wolf's head with a knife hand. Screech! The golden divine wolf's sharp claws instantly tore the clothes in front of Bei Tang Yi's chest to shreds, and Bei Tang Yi's knife hand also blasted on the wolf's head without any fuss, and actually emitted the sound of metal colliding. Bei Tang Yi only felt that his knife hand had chopped on a piece of godly steel, and was unable to cause any substantial damage to the golden divine wolf. The golden divine wolf's claw didn't injure Bei Tang Yi at all. The golden divine wolf and Bei Tang Yi both flew backwards. Golden wolf and Bei Tang Yi flew backwards. Bei Tang Yi didn't have the ability to fly, so he slowly descended from the sky. That golden divine wolf was very extraordinary, and it seemed to be a mutated species. It was actually able to fight endlessly with a transcending mortality realm expert, and it didn't even fall into a disadvantageous position. What made Bei Tang Yu, Boss Dongfang, and the others feel a chill in their hearts was that there seemed to be a lot of vicious beasts like the golden divine wolf in the surroundings. If those vicious beasts in the vicinity were to swarm them together, Boss Dongfang and the others could only escape. So, Boss Dongfang shot an arrow, but he didn't shoot in a certain direction. Instead, the ghost arrow, which was shrouded in black energy, soared into the sky. At this moment, a purple figure appeared beside a figure that was lying in the grass a few hundred meters away from Bei Tang Yu and the others. Chapter 327. Under the moonlit night, in the forest, a golden beast silhouette was fighting against Bei Tang Yi. The winged golden divine wolf was incomparably valiant. Its body, which seemed to be cast from gold, was emitting waves of incomparably fierce baleful aura. The golden battle wolf could also control the power of metal between heaven and earth. Its physical body was extremely powerful, and as it constantly bombarded Baitang-e, a large area of the forest was constantly being destroyed by the powerful explosion. The golden light illuminated the heaven and earth. Baitang-yu and the middle-aged man with a black saber on his back were standing on top of a tree. They nervously swept their eyes over their surroundings. The shadows of the beasts in the forest were emitting powerful fluctuations, which made them feel uneasy. The whistle only rang for a while before it stopped. The shadows of the beasts in the nearby forest didn't attack Baitang-yu and the others, as if they were waiting for an order. At this time, the tall and big boss Dongfang had already pulled open the 9 nether black bone bow. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was vast and mighty, unceasingly converging towards the man and the bow standing on top of the tree. The spiritual chi here seemed to be very dense. The spiritual chi that was converging towards the man and the bow had even formed a visible spiritual chi flow. When the endless spiritual chi converged on the 9 nether black bone bow, it was instantly transformed into profound Yin ghost chi. Around Boss Dongfang's body, ghost chi lingered, gloomy and terrifying, as if he had turned into a ghost domain. The endless profound Yin ghost chi condensed into a ghost arrow with black chi lingering around it. Boss Dongfang let go of the arrow. Whoosh! The ghost arrow soared into the sky, emitting a dreadful whistling sound like the wailing of ghosts. It flew towards the southeast corner, leaving behind a black shadow in the void. Although Boss Dongfang didn't know the exact location of the girl in the dark, the profound Yin ghost arrow was able to sense the ghost chi on Gu Fei's body. Boss Dongfang didn't want to make a move against the mysterious girl in the dark. His arrow wasn't used to deal with the mysterious girl, but to kill Gu Fei. A purple figure appeared next to Gu Fei, who had fainted in the grass when eldest brother Dongfang shot the arrow. Just then, a sharp, ear-piercing sound that sounded like the howls of thousands of ferocious spirits rang out from the sky. What is that? The purple figure hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. The moonlight shone on this person's face. Her skin was creamy white, her eyes were like autumn water, her nose was straight, and her lips were red and moist. This was a young girl dressed in purple, so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was slender and elegant, her dress swaying gently in the night wind, and 2 purple hair ribbons hanging down her back. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. A trace of astonishment flashed in her limpid eyes. She saw an arrow wrapped in black chi flying towards the young girl. Humph. Those people are quite capable to be able to detect my position. A crafty smile appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. Actually, the purple-robed girl did not know that Boss Dongfang's arrow's target was not her. Gu Fei's life was not fated to end. If the purple-robed girl had not been by his side, he would not have been able to avoid Boss Dongfang's profound Yin ghost arrow in his unconscious state. Even a peerless cultivator of the Imperial Void Realm would not be able to withstand 2 arrows in a row. The profound Yin ghost arrow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had flown close to the young girl. An eerie and terrifying aura rushed towards them, blowing the young girl's beautiful hair like a waterfall. The purple-clothed girl pointed a finger and a golden light immediately shot out from her slender jade-like finger. Bang! A muffled sound rang out and the golden light instantly collided with the profound Yin ghost arrow that was shot out. The profound Yin ghost arrow exploded in an instant. The terrifying profound Yin ghost chi, in an instant, condensed into thousands of faint and illusory arrow silhouettes and shot towards the purple-robed girl and Gu Fei. 1 arrow silhouette had split into thousands of arrow silhouettes. This Boss Dongfang was quite impressive. The arrows that he had shot were not simply energy arrows that contained powerful profound Yin ghost chi. Without a doubt, this arrow had been infused with his arrow will. Damn it! The purple-robed girl frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed across her face. Then, she formed a seal with her hand and a large green net flew out from her body. It instantly unfolded and wrapped upwards. The large net shrouded the heavens and the earth and emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. Rays of dark green light shot out from the net. The thousands of profound Yin ghost arrows shot onto the large net and exploded in an instant, turning back into a dark and eerie profound Yin ghost chi. The Xian Yin ghost chi was swept away by the emerald green light that surged out of the big net, and it immediately dissipated in the void. The thousands of faint and illusory profound Yin arrow shadows were all caught by the dark green net that was spread out, and then they were refined by the dark green light in the net. Outrageous. If I don't show them what I'm made of, they will think that I'm a pushover. The purple-robed girl waved her hand and the large net immediately shrunk and flew back into her hand. After keeping the large net, the purple-robed girl took out a purple jade whistle and blew it. Roar! Roar! When the fierce beasts in the forest heard the whistle, they immediately roared. The sound was deafening, and terrifying beast shadows rushed out from all directions. Not good. Beitang Yu and the others were shocked. Roar! A furious roar came from behind Beitang Yu. A huge black ape rushed over from the distance and slapped the tree trunk that Beitang Yu was standing on. Bang! The sound of wood splashing was heard. The large tree that needed several people to wrap their arms around was broken by the black ape's slap and fell down from the sky. Rumble. The large tree smashed into the forest, causing the ground to tremble. Branches and leaves fluttered in the air and the forest became chaotic. Swish. Beitang Yu leaped to the top of another big tree the moment the tree fell. This black ape had extraordinary strength. Even Beitang Yu was secretly startled. It must be known that the black ape only used the strength of its body to break the tree. The middle-aged man with the black saber on his back had his right hand fixed on the saber hilt the moment the fierce beasts appeared. At this time, a big golden bird was staring at him. This big bird looked like the legendary divine beast, the golden-winged roc. It had golden feathers, golden claws, and even its eyes seemed to be golden. Of course, if it really was a golden-winged roc, Beitang Yu and the others would have already been torn to pieces. The huge golden bird flew like a bolt of golden lightning, moving quickly in the sky. Shwa! The big golden bird instantly approached the middle-aged man and a pair of sharp claws directly grabbed the top of his head. The claws looked like they were cast from gold and were suffused with a layer of golden light. If the claws hit him, it would definitely leave a few bloody holes on the top of the middle-aged man's head. Evil beast. The middle-aged man cursed and quickly dodged to the side. Clang. The black saber was instantly unsheathed and slashed towards the flying big golden bird. Pung. The air in front of the middle-aged man instantly exploded. A black saber light rushed out from his hand for hundreds of feet, as if it wanted to split the world into two halves. Under the black saber light, the trees collapsed one after another. Gwa. The big golden bird let out a cry and its flying speed suddenly increased to the limit. It rushed out from under the middle-aged man's terrifying saber light. Boom! The black saber light slashed down on the forest below. The earth shook, the soil suddenly rushed into the air, and the trees collapsed one after another. A hundreds of feet long saber mark appeared in the forest. A few golden feathers floated down from the sky. The big golden bird seemed to be frightened by the middle-aged man's heaven-shaking saber light and fled far away. Hurry up and leave. At this time, everyone heard the anxious voice of Dongfeng Big Brother. Right at this moment, a few incomparably powerful and ferocious auras surged out from the depths of the forest. Boom! 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 It was as if a huge creature was rushing out from the depths of the forest, causing the entire forest to shake. Everyone's expression changed. These fierce beasts were already difficult for them to deal with. If a few more king of fierce beasts came, then they would not be able to leave this place. Swish! 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 Silhouettes flashed, Dongfeng Big Brother and the others hastily rushed back the way they came. Beitang Yi's cultivation was obviously the weakest among the four. He was entangled by the golden battle wolf and the single-horned snake, and it was difficult for him to get away. Upon seeing this, Beitang Yu immediately rushed down from the tree. She swept away the single-horned snake with a kick and blasted away the golden battle wolf with a punch. Then, she grabbed Beitang Yi and rushed out. Under the moonlit night, the 4 human cultivators were running on top of the trees in the forest as fast as the wind and lightning. Countless terrifying beast shadows were chasing from behind. The beast roars shook the entire forest. The other birds and beasts in the forest were frightened and fled in panic. Wherever they passed, the forest was in chaos. At this time, several terrifying beast shadows arrived near the purple-robed girl. They were hidden in the shadows of the forest. Each beast shadow was emitting a fiendish aura that could make one's heart palpitate. This was the frightening fiendish aura that could only be formed by slaughtering thousands of creatures. In this forest, there were obviously several terrifying vicious beast kings. And these vicious beast kings seemed to have been summoned by the purple-robed girl's whistle. The purple-robed girl stopped whistling. Then, she turned her head to look at Gu Fei, who had fainted in the underbrush. She saw that Gu Fei's body was shrouded in a black aura. His skin had turned into a purple-black color. If one looked carefully, they could see that there seemed to be something moving under Gu Fei's skin. Faint and illusory ghost shadows constantly appeared on Gu Fei's skin. His body was emitting a gloomy aura. Tiny black ice particles were forming around his body. It's hard to imagine that a person could not die even after thousands of ghosts and spirits rushed into his body. I have to take him back and study him. The purple-robed girl touched her chin and muttered to herself. After pondering for a moment, she whistled to summon the golden bird. Then, she jumped on the bird's back. The golden bird grabbed Gu Fei, who was lying in the underbrush. It flapped its golden wings and soared into the sky, flying toward the depths of the forest. The terrifying beast shadows that were hidden in the shadows of the forest also quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 328. After Beitang Yu and the rest ran for a few dozen miles, they felt that the surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly. Ice and snow gradually appeared in their line of sight, and the countless beasts that were chasing them no longer chased them. They seemed to be roaring as they retreated. And they rushed out of the forest and entered the snowy forest. After running for a few dozen miles, they finally stopped on a snowy slope. What's going on? Why is there such a place here, and we didn't even know about it beforehand? The blade-carrying middle-aged man said with lingering fear. I think that there should be a spiritual vein under the ground there. Beitang Yu said. Spiritual vein? Everyone was shocked as they looked at Beitang Yu in disbelief. But thinking about it, it made sense. In the northern part of the Northern Wei Empire that was covered in snow, there was a forest that could only be found in a warm climate. Thinking about this, the eyes of Dongfang first and the rest lit up. Spiritual veins. Places with spiritual veins were all spiritual lands with abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Everyone knew what a spiritual land meant to an entire clan or sect. One had to know that spiritual lands with spiritual veins in the Tinglong continent had long been occupied by the major powers. Some of the highest grade spiritual lands even had caves opened up in them. Spiritual lands or caves were the foundation of a sect, a family, or a power. Only with a foundation could one develop. Furthermore, cultivating in a spiritual land or cave with abundant spiritual energy was definitely faster than cultivating in other places. As a result, the sects and forces with spiritual lands or grotto heavens had an absolute advantage over those without. Cultivators who came from spiritual lands or grotto heavens were often stronger than their peers. Let's go back and think about it. Dongfang first looked at the other three and said. Although his tone was calm, it was difficult to conceal the excitement in his heart. There was no power that would not be tempted by a newly discovered spiritual land. All right. Beitang Yu and the rest nodded their heads and quickly disappeared into the snowy forest. At this time, what they needed to do was to send this news back to their families. The situation had already developed beyond their control, but there was no doubt that the Dongfang and Beitang families, as well as the forces behind the blade-carrying middle-aged man, would all send their true experts here. With the appearance of the spiritual land and Chu Gu slaughtering his way out of the far north demonic domain, it was destined that the Northern Wei Kingdom would no longer be peaceful. The truly powerful experts would gather in the northern reaches, and the competition between them would be incomparably intense. However, everything that was about to happen seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei for the time being. Gu Fei, who had fallen into a coma, was in a daze. Sometimes, he felt that he was riding on the clouds and roaming in front of the Nine Heavens Palace. Sometimes, he felt that he had fallen into an abyss. He was surrounded by ghosts and ghosts, as if there were countless devils and ghosts wandering around him, as if they wanted to swarm him and tear him to pieces. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt that his consciousness seemed to have returned. There seemed to be a mysterious force that pulled his wandering divine sense back. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He hurriedly closed his eyes. He knew that this was because he had not seen light for a long time, and his eyes were stimulated by the light. After his eyes adapted for a while, Gu Fei could see a blurry scene in front of him. A slender figure appeared in his eyes. "You're finally awake. It seems that my method was effective." A crisp voice sounded in Gu Fei's ears. It was like the song of a lark, pleasing to the ears. Gu Fei could hear the joy in the girl's voice. He finally saw the person in front of him clearly. It was a beautiful girl dressed in purple. Her features were exquisite to the extreme. She didn't seem to be very old, not even 20 years old. However, in the eyes of cultivators, being young or old meant nothing. Only having great strength was the most practical. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Gu Fei's voice was hoarse. It was as if he was walking in the desert and was extremely thirsty. "Hee, my name is Yenner. This is the secret realm of the Dan Ding." When the girls saw that Gu Fei had regained consciousness, she seemed to be very happy. It was as if she had done something very interesting. "Secret realm of the Dan Ding? Where is this place? I've never heard of it." Gu Fei quickly searched his mind. However, he couldn't remember such a place in the Tenglong continent. "Hee. I already said it's a secret realm. If everyone knew about it, it wouldn't be a secret realm." The girl dressed in purple, Yenner, said as she sat on a chair at the side. When Gu Fei saw the chair she was sitting on, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was because he felt that the chair that the girl dressed in purple, Yenner, was sitting on, was actually carved out of the highest grade purple jade. The entire purple jade chair was flowing with a faint layer of purple light. It seemed to contain an endless amount of spiritual energy. It was very extraordinary. Gu Fei looked around again. He felt that the place he was in seemed to be a cave that was built out of jade. As far as his eyes could see, there were all kinds of jade that were flowing with a crystal clear light. The space wasn't big. It was only 5 or 6 feet in circumference. However, the walls seemed to be built out of a whole piece of white jade. Moreover, there were no cracks on the white jade walls. It was so smooth that one could see one's reflection. The jade chair, the jade table, and the bookshelf by the wall were all made out of the highest grade jade. Only in the middle of the room, there was a huge bronze cauldron that was more than 10 feet tall. In the entire room, it seemed that the bronze cauldron, which was still emitting traces of green smoke, was the only thing that wasn't made out of jade. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim at the generosity of the owner of this place. The highest grade jade usually contains spiritual energy. This was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. Jade that contained spiritual energy was very rare. However, the room in front of him seemed to be built entirely out of jade that contained spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the entire room was very abundant. Sometimes, one could even use the naked eye to catch traces of spiritual light that were emitted from the spiritual energy. "Now it's my turn to ask you. Who are you? Why are those guys chasing after you?" The clear and melodious voice of the purple-clothed girl, Yenner, rang in Gu Fei's ears, causing him to come back to his senses. "My name is Gu Fei. It's a long story. I have a grudge against those people," Gu Fei said. In front of this innocent girl, he didn't want to lie. "Then I'll call you Old Gu." Yenner smiled. Gu Fei only felt that his eyes lit up. This purple-clothed girl named Yenner was like a little fairy that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. When she smiled, it was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. It was breathtaking. At least, that was what Gu Fei thought. However, he didn't have the slightest bit of blasphemy in his heart. Old Gu? Gu Fei smiled bitterly and asked, "Am I very old?" Hee, you're not old. In fact, you're very old. Do you want to see what you look like now? The purple-clothed girl's face revealed a sly smile. Ah. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He only now realized that he didn't seem to notice anything strange about his body after he woke up. At this time, when the purple-clothed girl, Yenner, said this, his whole body became cold. He felt that he couldn't see inside his body. His divine sense seemed to be completely imprisoned by some kind of power. What's going on? He hurriedly looked at his body, and when his gaze landed on his arm, he was shocked. The skin on his arm was shriveled like the skin of an orange that had lost all of its moisture. It was wrinkled and shriveled. Not only his arms, but even his body was in the same condition. He was like an old man who was about to die. His body seemed to have aged to the extreme. At this time, the purple-clothed girl, Yenner, handed over a bronze mirror. How could this be? When Gu Fei saw his reflection in the mirror, his heart was shocked to the extreme. He was so excited that he almost fainted again. Gu Fei couldn't believe it. His reflection in the mirror was actually a white-haired old man. The wrinkles on his face were like ravines, filled with the traces of time. It was as if hundreds of years of his lifespan had been taken away and he had become a skinny old man. No wonder the purple-clothed girl called him Old Gu. It turned out that he was really old, the kind that couldn't be any older. Why is this happening? Gu Fei excitedly asked Yenner. This girl in front of him definitely knew what had happened to his body. He wanted to know the reason. Only by knowing the reason could he solve the problem. Yenner said, "There are countless evil spirits rushing into your body. If I didn't use the 18 soul-suppressing nails to suppress the evil spirits in your body, your blood would have been devoured by the evil spirits in your body. Your blood would have dried up and you would have died." That arrow. Gu Fei recalled that he had been struck by the arrow shot by the man with the ghost bow. What a vicious fellow. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. Gu Fei had never wanted to take revenge on a single person, or a group of people. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill his way to the Dongfang and Beitang families and completely erase these two cultivation worlds from this world. The people of the Dongfang and Beitang clans had repeatedly tried to harm him, causing Gu Fei's anger to soar to the 9 heavens. The hatred in his heart was so great that his eyes had turned red. You look so scary. Yenner couldn't help being alarmed when she saw Gu Fei's current appearance. I'm sorry. Gu Fei realized he had lost control and slowly calmed down. But he swore to himself that he would definitely take revenge for this. Only then did Gu Fei realize that his body was actually pierced by 18 pitch-black iron nails. Each iron nail was the size of a chopstick and was deeply embedded in his body. Only a very short section of it was exposed outside his body. Gu Fei felt as if his body had become numb. He couldn't feel any pain, and he didn't even know what 18 soul-suppressing nails were. It was clear that the 18 soul-suppressing nails had suppressed the evil power of the profoundine ghost arrow, but at the same time, they had also completely sealed his divine sense. Actually, you don't need to be too sad. You still have a chance to recover. Yenner said. Chapter 329. Danding School was a sect that had long disappeared from the world of cultivation. It was a branch of Taoism. Legend had it that after the Great War between Taoists and demons 1,000 years ago, Danding School began to decline until it completely disappeared from the world of cultivation. From then on, Danding School became history. No one knew that Danding School would discover a spiritual land in the Northern Land. Later on, they moved to the Northern Land and established a Danding Paradise. Danding School became a secluded sect. During his conversation with Yenner, Gu Fei learned some things about Danding School. Danding School was a sect that entered the Tao through pill cauldrons. This sect was best at alchemy. Using elixirs, they refined miraculous elixirs that could help cultivators increase their cultivation and help them break through the shackles of cultivation. Elixirs could allow people to be reborn. It could allow those who could not cultivate to enter the ranks of immortal cultivators. It could allow the stupid to become smart, and it could allow the dying to be reborn. The Tao of Pill Cauldron was a heaven-defying technique. Elixirs and elixirs could make the impossible possible. According to Yen, she was already the last successor of the Pill Cauldron Gate and also the owner of the Pill Cauldron Heavenly Abode. Her cultivation shocked Gu Fei as she was about to break her core and condense her nascent soul. Moreover, Yen-er's real age was only in her early 20s. Due to the help of the elixirs left behind by her master, her cultivation base had increased very quickly. However, the result of this increase in cultivation base was that her realm was not very stable. Apart from Yen-er, there was no one else in Danding Paradise. On this day, after Gu Fei took a qi-gathering pill refined by Yen-er, he immediately felt relaxed. He could even feel the qi-gathering pill turning into a stream of heat in his dantian and flowing throughout his body. The spiritual energy transformed from the qi-gathering pill was nourishing his old body. However, Gu Fei's body was like a leaking ball. Before long, the spiritual energy transformed from the qi-gathering pill would be devoured by the countless souls imprisoned in his body. The 9 nether blackbone bow was definitely an incomparably evil and terrifying ghostly weapon. Even though Gu Fei's life force was incomparably vigorous, and he had the essence of the divine weapon refined into his blood and qi, the blood and qi in his body were still drying up day by day. The evil spirits and ghostly aura were devouring his life force, causing his life force to fade away at every moment. The qi-gathering pill could only replenish the lost life force in Gu Fei's body, so that Gu Fei could continue to live, and not die of his blood and qi being devoured by the Yin spirits and ghost qi. Actually, this was also a risky move. Gu Fei taking the qi-gathering pill was undoubtedly equivalent to using the spiritual energy of the pill to feed the ownerless spirits in his body. Those ownerless Yin souls would continue to devour the spirit qi transformed from the qi-gathering pills, and the Yin soul ghost qi would gradually become stronger. When the 18 soul subduing nails on Gu Fei's body could no longer suppress those Yin souls, there would only be one outcome for Gu Fei, and that was death. It was a beautiful morning, and Yen had already run off to God knows where. Gu Fei walked out of the immortal's cave. His body was trembling, and he looked exactly like an old man whose body was in decline. With a head full of white hair, wrinkled skin, and emaciated body, Gu Fei's body no longer had that exuberant life force. His body was like a withered old tree that had lost its vitality, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. Gu Fei already knew that the Danding School's Immortal's Cave was built in the belly of a jade mountain. Below the jade mountain was a spirit vein, and around the jade mountain, there was a qi-gathering array laid by the Danding School. The qi-gathering array could not only gather the spirit qi from all directions, but it could also restrain the spirit qi emitted by the jade mountain spirit vein, preventing it from spreading. This is really a good place. Gu Fei stood outside the entrance of the Immortal's Cave and looked around. He didn't even breathe, but was inhaling and exhaling the spirit qi. The spirit qi here was really too thick, and he could even see the colorful green lights floating between the flowers and trees. Gu Fei soon discovered that the other places on the mountain seemed to have been reclaimed into a square of spiritual fields, and the spiritual fields were planted with spiritual herbs. Purple gold ginseng, fire dragon grass, scarlet fruit. Gu Fei recognized a few spiritual herbs, but he had never seen most of the spiritual herbs planted in the spiritual fields. Even in the ancient books that he had read in the sect, there were no relevant records about them. Every spiritual herb was surrounded by spirit qi, and under the nourishment of sufficient spirit qi, each spiritual herb was extraordinary, and seemed to have matured for hundreds of years. Gu Fei sat in front of the Immortal's Cave and looked up at the rising sun. He couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. A few days ago, he was still a young expert with extremely lofty ideals. He was thinking about how to revitalize the Green Spirit Peak, and how to pass on the Green Spirit Peak's orthodoxy. But now, with his deteriorating body, it was difficult for him to even walk down the mountain. Gu Fei thought a lot, looking back on the path of his growth until now. He was bullied on Taishan Mountain, and then he was proud at the 9 vain trials. Then he went to the virtual sky world, and then he escaped from the devil's territory in the far north. It seemed that he never really stopped to rest. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt a little tired, not physically, but mentally. The path of the strong was not easy to walk. It was full of thorns and bumps, and one careless mistake could lead to injury or even death. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, the floating clouds in the sky, and the red-crowned cranes and spiritual birds soaring in the sky, Gu Fei felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. There was no fighting here, no mutual deception, no intrigue, and no need to always be on guard against the attacks of enemies hiding in the dark. This was a pure land, a paradise outside of the world. He didn't know how long he sat on the white jade steps in front of the cave. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure flash on the bamboo path at the foot of the mountain. A purple figure walked out of the bamboo forest. "You look good today." Soon, Yen arrived in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei stretched lazily, then stood up and said, "Have you found a way to cure me?" Gu Fei was very direct. "Hee, it's not difficult to cure you, but..." Yen wanted to say something but stopped. A trace of imperceptible cunning flashed in her black jewel-like eyes. Gu Fei could no longer keep calm. He hurriedly asked, "But what? What are your concerns? Just say it." Gu Fei was always thinking about how to revitalize his deteriorating body. However, he knew that unless he could dispel the Yin and ghost aura in his body, there might be a glimmer of hope. Hee. Why are you in such a hurry? I will definitely cure you. Don't worry. Yen patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said. In fact, she was already calculating in her heart. Then when do we start? Gu Fei was very anxious. He couldn't wait to get out of his current predicament. His deteriorating body had almost made him lose the will to fight. When do you want to start? Yen looked at Gu Fei and asked with a smile. Of course, the sooner the better. Gu Fei said. Yen rubbed her chin and took a few steps. She pondered for a moment and said, I'll say this in advance. That method is a bit extreme. If you can't stand it, I can stand it. As long as it can revitalize my body, I can stand anything. Gu Fei said firmly as he looked at Yen. You said it. Don't scold me when the time comes. Yen said with a serious face, which was rare for her. She looked at Gu Fei and said. In fact, her heart was already blooming with joy. She was even fantasizing about Gu Fei's interesting look in her little head. I know. My great aunt, I can't thank you enough. Why would I scold you? Gu Fei quickly promised Yen. All right then. Come with me. Yen said and walked down the mountain. Hey. Wait a minute. How can I keep up with you in this state? Gu Fei said awkwardly. His body was now extremely weak. He panted after taking a few steps. If he were to accidentally roll down the white jade steps, it would be too embarrassing. Oh. That's easy. Yen said and walked to Gu Fei's side. She reached out and grabbed Gu Fei's right arm. Then, she went down the mountain. Gu Fei felt a force coming from Yen's hand and enveloping him. His feet didn't seem to touch the ground at all. He floated down the mountain like a cloud. Soon, Yen brought Gu Fei from the Cauldron Cave mansion to the foot of the mountain. They passed through the bamboo forest and crossed a small bridge. Yen and Gu Fei headed towards a valley in the Cauldron Cave mansion. The scenery in the Cauldron Cave mansion was beautiful. Every mountain peak and forest was beautiful. Under the small bridge, there was a spirit spring that flowed out and converged into a small stream. Spirit fields were distributed between the mountain stream and the bamboo forest. They could be seen everywhere. The surroundings were full of vitality. The unique fragrance of spirit medicine entered Gu Fei's nose from time to time, making him feel refreshed. Walking into the valley, Gu Fei found that this small valley was a completely different scene. There were no spirit fields planted with spirit medicine, nor was there any emerald green vegetation. It was as if they had entered another space. The small valley wasn't big, but it was barren. Gu Fei felt that the temperature in the small valley was much higher than outside the valley. Rocks could be seen everywhere on the ground. Yen brought Gu Fei directly into the depths of the small valley. There, Gu Fei finally understood why there was such a barren land in the Cauldron Cave Mansion. In the depths of the valley, there was a high platform made of white jade. On the high platform, there was an ancient bronze cauldron. The ancient cauldron was more than 6 meters tall. There were ancient patterns carved on it. The entire ancient cauldron emitted a simple and ancient aura. Yen brought Gu Fei up the white jade high platform to the front of the ancient bronze cauldron. She waved her hand and the ancient cauldron's lid immediately flew up. Chapter 330. Plop. With a sound, Gu Fei fell into the water. Gu Fei, whose body had deteriorated to the point where he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, immediately swallowed a few mouthfuls of cold water from the ancient cauldron. He only felt a strong medicinal smell rush to his head, making him want to vomit. He immediately stood up from the water, shocked and angry. He never thought that Yen would throw him into the ancient bronze cauldron. "Let me out!" Gu Fei shouted. His voice reverberated back and forth in the ancient bronze cauldron, making his ears buzz and a feeling of dizziness. He was too weak now. He was afraid that even a child could beat him to the ground. Hee. Didn't you say that if I can cure you, you can endure any pain? Yen's proud voice came from outside the ancient cauldron. What do you mean by this? Gu Fei quickly calmed down. If she wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. She could just kill him directly. Although he didn't know why Yen locked him in the ancient bronze cauldron, he thought that she didn't have any evil intentions. Well, it doesn't mean anything. You can soak in this Chaos Dan cauldron for 2 or 3 days. Not everyone has such treatment, haha. Yen said. Soak for 2 or 3 days? Gu Fei's face turned green. That's it. I'm leaving. Yen said. Then, Gu Fei heard Yen's footsteps getting farther away. Hey. Don't go. What will I do if you leave? There's nothing to eat here. If I starve for 2 or 3 days, I'll die. Gu Fei hurriedly shouted. In his current condition, he didn't have any qi gathering pills with him. If he soaked in this Chaos Dan cauldron for 2 or 3 days, he might really die. I won't die. If you're hungry, drink the spiritual liquid in the cauldron. Yen's voice came from afar. Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. He shouted repeatedly, but it was quiet outside. There was no sound. Yen seemed to have really left. This crazy girl. Gu Fei couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He looked around and found that the interior of the ancient cauldron was dim. Only a few rays of light shone through the vent holes on the lid of the ancient cauldron. The space inside the ancient cauldron was about 1 zhang in circumference. As Gu Fei stood in the waist-deep water, he realized that the water inside the cauldron was not as simple as ordinary water. Through the light coming in through the vent on the lid of the ancient cauldron, Gu Fei discovered that it was a dark green liquid, in which a large number of plant roots or leaves were floating. Amidst the strong medicinal smell, Gu Fei felt a very strong spiritual energy. Just now, when he was thrown into the ancient cauldron by Yen, Gu Fei drank a few mouthfuls of the dark green liquid in a panic. Could this be the spiritual liquid? At this time, Gu Fei felt that his body was gradually becoming hot. He didn't know if it was because he drank a few mouthfuls of the liquid in the cauldron. The skin on his hands gradually became red, as if there was a hot current running around his body. It was the complete opposite of the ghostly aura that was sealed by the 18 soul-subduing nails. Could it be the spiritual herbs in the cauldron? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. He then sat cross-legged in the ancient cauldron, only his head was exposed above the dark green liquid. He tried to circulate his Xian qi, guiding the spiritual herbs in the cauldron to permeate into his body. Gu Fei's Xian Qi was different from ordinary cultivators. His strength came from his body. As long as there was spiritual energy in his body, he could circulate his Xian Qi. As time passed, Gu Fei gradually entered a deep meditative state. The medicinal energy in the surrounding liquid began to seep into Gu Fei's body through the pores of Gu Fei's body. The top of Gu Fei's head gradually emitted steam, and his face gradually turned red. In one of the rooms in the Cauldron Immortal's cave, Yen was sitting on a purple jade chair. In her hand was the storage bag from Gu Fei's body. To be more accurate, it was an unremarkable little black bag. The bag was a little old, but it wasn't sealed by spiritual energy. Even an ordinary person could open it. This guy actually didn't seal the magic treasure bag. He saved me a lot of effort. I want to see what's inside, Yen said as she opened the bag. The moment the bag was opened, Yen felt a wave of spiritual energy rush towards her. But she immediately frowned. This was because the spiritual energy was mixed with a fiendish aura. This was the aura of devil qi. Yen was very clear. The Cauldron Immortal's cave was not far from the abyss of immortals and demons. Moreover, she often went to the abyss of immortals and demons to pick herbs. The abyss of immortals and demons was close to the Northern Wei Empire. Immortal spiritual energy was extremely chaotic and unstable, making it difficult for cultivators to absorb and use. However, it was still immortal spiritual energy. Places where immortal spiritual energy gathered could often breed rare spiritual herbs and even heavenly treasures. Yen had walked on the ancient stone bridge before, and had seen the surging demonic energy on the other side. What's going on? Yen was a little surprised. However, following that, Yen's gaze stopped at a corner of the storage bag. She could no longer move her gaze away. Her face froze for a moment, and then gradually revealed an expression of surprise and joy. Unbelievable, such a thing actually exists in this world. Yen's voice trembled. She seemed to be very excited. Then, she reached into Gu Fei's storage bag and carefully took out 3 stalks of grass. They were not ordinary grass, but immortal grass that was surrounded by 9 colored lights. The immortal grass did not seem to have any color, as if it was transparent. However, there were 9 colored lights flowing on top of it. Longevity grass, it really is the longevity grass. It's exactly as described in the ancient records. 9 colored lights. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when an immortal grass matures. Yen muttered to herself. The Dan Ding sect was a sect that cultivated alchemy. There were countless records of all kinds of spiritual essence in the sect. Yen was the last descendant of the Dan Ding sect. Of course, she knew about the 9-colored longevity grass. If a mortal consumes it, they will live for 200 years. Moreover, they will be immune to all kinds of diseases. If they consume it, they will be able to solidify their soul and extend their lifespan by 200 years. Yen muttered to herself as she looked at the 3 stalks of 9-colored grass in her hands. The reason why she had her current cultivation base was completely due to the help of the medicinal pills. Of course, it was also related to her talent. However, there was a fatal flaw in the cultivation base that relied on medicinal pills. That was that the state of mind could not keep up with the cultivation base. Although Yen was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, her state of mind was not proportional to her cultivation base. The power of the 9th heavenly layer had to be controlled by the state of mind of the 9th heavenly layer. Yen was very clear about her own situation. The reason why she did not dare to take that step was because she was afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of the seniors of the Dan Ding sect. She was afraid that her Tao core would shatter and her soul would dissipate. For cultivators, breaking through from the transcending mortality realm to the ascending void realm was not a guaranteed success. There was no danger involved. In fact, the situation was the exact opposite. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the risk one would have to face when breaking through to the next realm. For cultivators at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, if their Tao core was shattered but they could not condense their nascent soul, it meant that they had failed to break through. There was only one outcome for those who failed to break through, and that was death. The terrifying power that erupted from the shattering of the Tao core could not condense a nascent soul. Once that power went out of control, it would destroy the cultivator's physical body and primordial spirit in an instant. Those who were lucky might be able to return to the heavenly Tao and be reincarnated as a human. Those who were unlucky would have their souls scattered and their life imprints completely erased. The longevity grass had another effect, which was to condense the spirit and solidify the soul. It could eliminate the hidden dangers left behind by consuming spiritual pills to increase one's cultivation base. This was what Yen urgently needed now. With the longevity grass, she could try to take that step. I didn't expect that kid to have such a spiritual herb of heaven and earth. Where did he get it from? Yen was shocked and couldn't help but be astonished. The longevity grass was a legendary item. For thousands of years, the cultivators of the Dan Ding sect had walked through the endless mountains and rivers of the Tinglong continent, but they had not even seen the shadow of the longevity grass. One could imagine that it was not easy to obtain this kind of spiritual herb of heaven and earth. It seems like there is a need to find out where this kid came from. Yen thought to herself. However, the longevity grass was in her hands now. It was impossible for her to hand it over. She was already thinking about how to take the longevity grass for herself. Kill Gu Fei? That doesn't seem possible. I have no enmity with him. How can I kill him for no reason? Yen shook her head. Actually, she had always been cultivating in the Dan Ding cave and rarely went out. She had never killed anyone before. Otherwise, Boss Dongfang, Bai Tangyu, and the others who broke into the outer area of the Dan Ding cave would have been torn into pieces by the countless ferocious beasts she controlled. How could they escape so easily? Actually, with Yen-er's cultivation base at the ninth heaven of the transcending mortality realm, it was easy for her to kill Boss Dongfang and the others. Sigh. So annoying. How can I get the longevity grass from that kid legitimately? Yen-er stood up from the purple jade chair irritably. I got it. After I cure him, this longevity grass will be my reward. Haha. Yen-er laughed happily. She then carried the 3 9-colored longevity grass and walked into the depths of the cave. The depths of the cave was connected to the underground spiritual vein. It was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Dan Ding cave. The ancestors of the Dan Ding sect had opened up a medicinal herb field there. The real heaven and earth spiritual essence was planted in the medicinal herb field in the depths of the cave. Yen moved the 3 9-color longevity grasses into the medicine field. Spots of spiritual light immediately gathered toward the 9-color longevity grasses. The 9-color glow that lingered around the 9-color longevity grasses became brighter. There's a 9-leaf mysterious ginseng. All right. This is mine too. Yen-er took out the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng from Gu Fei's storage bag and planted it in the medicinal herb field. Mysterious sky vine, Juxian fruit, yin-yang lotus. These are all mine. Yen murmured to herself. She kept taking out heaven and earth spiritual essence from Gu Fei's storage bag and planted them in the medicinal herb field. Chapter 331. Over the past few days, peerless experts had started to appear in the northern region of the Northern Wei Empire. People would occasionally see divine rainbows flying across the sky. There were more and more cultivators in Bailing City. There was a rumor circulating among the cultivators that someone had discovered a spirit vein in the northern lands. It was a spirit land that had yet to be developed. This wasn't a baseless rumor. The appearance of peerless experts in the northern lands was a very good proof. Guest Cloud Inn was one of the best inns in the northern mountain city. However, in the northern mountain city where cultivators gathered, this place seemed a bit deserted. This inn had been completely booked by a cultivation family from the east. The cultivators who entered and left the inn were only disciples of this family or cultivators who were on good terms with this family. There was once a cultivator who was dissatisfied with the fact that the people of this clan occupied this inn all by themselves and came to cause trouble. However, He was thrown out of the inn by an old man who looked like an old servant and wore a small green robe. After the old man showed off his skills, no one doubted the strength of this family from the east anymore, and no one came to cause trouble. In a courtyard at the back of the inn, the accumulated snow had already been cleared away. There were some cold-resistant plants planted in the courtyard, and they were still green. The courtyard wasn't big, but everything that should be there could be seen here. There was a pavilion in the fake mountain. The pavilion was covered in a thick layer of snow, and a few icicles could be seen hanging down from the roof. There was a pond next to the pavilion, but strangely, the water in the pond wasn't frozen in the cold northern lands. One could even see the figures of koi fishes swimming in the water. There were 4 people sitting at the stone table in the pavilion, 3 men and 1 woman. Boss Dongfang, which senior from the Dongfang family came to the northern lands? A middle-aged man with silver hair and a black blade on his back asked. Boss Dongfang wasn't really the boss of the Dongfang family. It was just a title. There were many people in the Dongfang family who were stronger than Boss Dongfang. In terms of strength, Boss Dongfang would be called Boss Dongfang in the Dongfang family. However, it had to be said that Boss Dongfang was an expert with great potential in the Dongfang family. With his cultivation at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm, Boss Dongfang was highly regarded by the upper echelons of the family. This is not something I can know. Eldest brother Dongfang replied calmly. Even though he was a disciple with great potential, he had yet to truly step into the core of the Dongfang family. Old Black, it seems like your Saber Emperor's bloodline is determined to obtain that spiritual land. Eldest brother Dongfang suddenly looked at the middle-aged man with a profound gaze. Humph. I wonder which bastard leaked the news, causing all the major powers to want a piece of the pie. The middle-aged man whom Boss Dongfang had addressed as Old Black said in a deep voice. His gaze inadvertently swept over the white-clothed woman beside him. Song Wendian, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you suspect that we leaked the news? Song Wentian's gaze didn't escape the white-clothed woman's notice. She immediately glared at Song Wentian and shouted. Did I say you guys? The middle-aged man with the saber on his back, Song Wentian, frowned and said unhappily, although my Saber Emperor's bloodline does not have many people like you, I, Black Saber Song Wentian, am not a pushover. The atmosphere in the pavilion immediately became tense as the two of them confronted each other with equal harshness. Alright, both of you should speak less. None of us wish to see such a thing happen. Eldest brother Dongfang said. He was also extremely gloomy. Originally, this was a matter between the 3 clans. Now, all the major powers of the Tinglong continent had interfered. Song Wentian and Beitang Yu of the Beitang clan seemed to dislike each other. Whenever they were together, they would mock and ridicule each other. There were a few times when the two of them almost started fighting. After hearing eldest brother Dongfang's words, everyone in the pavilion had a bad premonition. For the sake of a spiritual land, all the major powers would be unscrupulous. Fighting was unavoidable. It was currently noon. The weather today was very good. The sun was shining brightly. However, the sunlight didn't seem to be able to dispel the cold that enveloped the northern region. Suddenly, eldest brother Dongfang sensed something and immediately left the pavilion. When he walked out of the courtyard, Beitang Yu and the others couldn't help but feel surprised. However, immediately after, Beitang Yu and Beitang Yi also received a message from their clan. They hurriedly left the inn, leaving only the Saber Emperor's successor, Song Wentian, in the pavilion. Humph. They are all a bunch of old and cunning fellows. Song Wentian sneered. Then, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, a mysterious figure silently appeared in the pavilion without any warning. Song Wentian almost jumped in fright. His right hand instinctively grabbed the hilt of the saber behind him. When did you become so timid? The person who came said indifferently. The mysterious person who suddenly appeared in front of Song Wentian seemed to be shrouded in a hazy white mist. It gave people the feeling that they were looking at flowers through the mist. When Song Wentian heard this, the fear in his heart immediately disappeared. He calmed himself down and bowed to the person, Disciple Song Wendian greets martial uncle. The person directly sat down beside the stone table and said indifferently, "The information you sent back seems to be wrong. I went to take a look, but I didn't find any spiritual land." Although the person Song Wendian called martial uncle spoke in a calm tone, he unintentionally revealed a sharp aura that was like the edge of a blade. It made Song Wendian feel as if a divine weapon was pressed against his throat. How is this possible? Song Wendian was shocked. His voice trembled. This martial uncle was not a kind person. If he misunderstood that Song Wendian had lied to him, the consequences would be dire. When he thought of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Song Wendian's forehead. That's not impossible. According to the information you sent back, that place isn't an ownerless land. I'm afraid that someone used their power to hide that spiritual land. That person's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Just now, Big Brother Dongfang and Beitang Yu left in a hurry. Song Wendian said carefully. Yes. I think those old fellows went to ask them questions. You have to be careful. This is a very special time. Even I don't know how many old fellows have come to the northern lands. If you offend those old fellows, even I won't be able to save you. The mysterious person said. Thank you for the reminder, martial uncle. Song Wendian replied respectfully. The mysterious person did not say anything else. His figure immediately disappeared from the pavilion. Just like when he had first appeared, he had left without a sound. Song Wendian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. His entire body seemed to collapse as he slumped onto the stone bench. This martial uncle of his was a temperamental person. Every time he saw him, he would have to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Just as the mysterious person left, a blurry figure charged out from another courtyard behind the inn. He stood high up in the sky and looked in all directions with a pair of eyes. I seemed to sense the old saber monster's aura. The person scanned his surroundings but did not find any trace of the mysterious person. He then rushed down to the courtyard below. A faint and illusory figure stood in the sea of clouds in the distance, watching the scene coldly. I didn't think that the old saber monster and Dongfang Lai would also come to Bailing City. The person murmured to himself. Then, his figure disappeared into the sea of clouds. The bitter cold northern lands was no longer peaceful. Bailing City was no longer deserted. At this moment, the entire northern lands was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Many great figures had turned their attention to this place. The Pill Cauldron's paradise was isolated from the rest of the world. Although countless cultivators from the northern lands had entered and there was no lack of peerless experts among them, it was difficult for them to break the peace of the Pill Cauldron's paradise. The forest that Beitang Yu and the others had inadvertently entered seemed to have disappeared from the world. The Dongfang family, the Beitang family, and the Saber Emperor's bloodline had sent many experts into the depths of the snow forest. However, they could no longer find the forest that was filled with roaring beasts. Some people began to doubt the reliability of the spiritual land. However, the people from the Dongfang family and the Beitang family knew that the spiritual land definitely existed. Eldest brother Dongfang, Beitang Yu, and the others would never dare to lie to the higher-ups of their families. The more they could not find the spiritual land, the more shocked the experts from the three families became. The spiritual land had an owner. It was obvious that someone with great power had hidden the spiritual land. Forcefully concealing an entire spiritual land, this sort of method was too terrifying. No one knew that the person who had hidden the spiritual land was not an expert with great power as the experts from the Beitang family and the Dongfang family had imagined. There was a terrifying formation guarding the periphery of the Pill Cauldron paradise. Even a demigod would not be able to break through the formation. If the owner did not activate the formation, no one could enter the Pill Cauldron paradise. Gu Fei, eldest brother Dongfang, and the others who had been chasing him could be said to be very lucky. The successor of the Pill Cauldron school, Yen had only stopped the operation of the formation for fun. That was why they could enter the periphery of the Pill Cauldron paradise. When Yen activated the formation again, no one could find the Pill Cauldron paradise. Even if eldest brother Dongfang and the others had left marks along the way, it was still useless. The scenery of the Pill Cauldron Paradise was picturesque. It was like a paradise. However, not every place in the Pill Cauldron Paradise had such a relaxing and joyful scene. In a corner of the Pill Cauldron Paradise, there was a small barren valley. Within the valley, there was nothing but rocks that were not covered by vegetation. In the depths of the valley, there was a high platform made of white jade. In the sky, there were mysterious runes engraved on it. An ancient bronze cauldron stood on the white jade platform. At this time, the top of the ancient bronze cauldron on the high platform was emitting wisps of hot air. It seemed that something was being refined in the cauldron. However, there was no flame under the cauldron. The hot air seemed to be coming from the ancient bronze cauldron. Chapter 332. Time passed by, and the valley was very quiet. There was no sound. Deep in the valley, on the white jade platform, an ancient bronze cauldron was gradually covered by a layer of hazy light. A strong spiritual fluctuation came out of the ancient cauldron, and a fiery aura spread out on the white jade platform. The surrounding temperature was gradually rising. The ancient bronze cauldron on the white jade platform, although it was also a rare treasure, it was not a treasure that had a spirit, and could not automatically refine elixirs. The reason why the ancient cauldron was abnormal was because of the person trapped in it. That person was Gu Fei, who was thrown into the ancient bronze cauldron by Yen, Unknowingly, Gu Fei had already spent 2 days and 2 nights in the ancient bronze cauldron. During this time, Gu Fei was always in a deep state of meditation, and the mysterious arts in his body were constantly running. His body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the huge amount of spiritual energy contained in the spiritual liquid in the cauldron. His consciousness was in a state of half awake and half dreaming. He could only vaguely sense what was happening in the outside world. This kind of feeling was very unreal, as if he was in the clouds and fog, and could not be accurate. The spiritual energy in the ancient bronze cauldron was rising, and the rays of light were circling around Gu Fei's body. The ancient martial arts cultivation method was indeed extraordinary. Even if his body was extremely weak, Gu Fei could still use a little essence in his body to guide the spiritual energy in the cauldron into his body to expel the yin and ghost qi in his body. For 2 days, he used the spiritual energy in the cauldron to nourish his weak body and gradually wear down the yin and ghost qi in his body. This method seemed to be effective, and he succeeded in expelling a small part of the mysterious yin and ghost qi. Gu Fei found that although this method was effective, the speed of expelling the yin and ghost qi was extremely slow. At this current speed, it would probably take more than 100 years to completely expel the yin and ghost qi in his body. In the ancient bronze cauldron, the spiritual liquid concocted by Yen, was full of spiritual qi. Moreover, most of the spiritual herbs dissolved in the spiritual liquid were extremely dry and hot. They gathered together to form a strong yang qi, which happened to restrain the xianin ghost qi in Gu Fei's body. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Fei showed no sign of stopping inside the bronze cauldron. The spiritual waves from the cauldron seemed to be even stronger than before. On the white jade platform, there was a blazing aura. At this time, a wave of magic power suddenly came from the entrance of the valley. Someone was opening the seal at the entrance of the valley. Then, a purple figure walked in from outside the valley as if he had passed through a transparent water curtain. That violet-colored figure moved gracefully like a fleeting shadow, nimble like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, and she approached gracefully like a celestial maiden that had walked out from a painting. There were all sorts of restrictions set up in the valley. If one wasn't someone from the Pill Cauldron School, it would be impossible for them to enter. The person who had just entered was the only successor of the Pill Cauldron School, Yen. Once she entered the valley, she walked straight into the depths of the valley. As she approached the white jade platform, she suddenly paused and a strange expression appeared on her face. She had sensed something strange on the platform. Yen's beautiful face revealed a hint of astonishment as she walked onto the white jade platform. She stared at the steaming ancient bronze cauldron and mumbled to herself, "I didn't expect him to have such a trick up his sleeve. His body is like rotten wood, but he can still attract spiritual qi into his body. Hee, that's good too. It saves me a lot of effort." As Yen spoke, she sat down cross-legged in front of the ancient bronze cauldron and began to form a spell with her hands. Waves of magic power rippled out from Yen-er's hands. Then, Yen-er sent rays of light condensed from her magic power towards the ancient bronze cauldron in front of her. The magical light entered the body of the cauldron. Then, the mysterious runes on the ancient bronze cauldron began to light up. Yen-er seemed to be activating the ancient bronze cauldron. As the rays of light condensed from magic power entered the body of the cauldron, an immeasurably ancient aura began to emit from the ancient cauldron. The surface of the ancient cauldron was covered with runes which formed into countless magic formations that were branded onto the cauldron's body. This magic formation was neither an offensive nor a defensive magic formation. It was a magic formation used for alchemy. Yen-er was activating the alchemy magic formation on the ancient cauldron and releasing the power of alchemy fire. The ancient bronze cauldron began to emit waves of powerful energy. The runes on the cauldron's body began to appear and the spiritual chi around the white jade platform began to gather towards the ancient bronze cauldron. The alchemy magic formation began to gather the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth and turned it into alchemy fire. Wisps of fire energy began to emerge from the cauldron's body like tiny fire snakes swimming around the cauldron's body. The alchemy magic formation did not release the alchemy fire outwards. Instead, it burned towards the inside of the cauldron. Rumble. The ancient bronze cauldron began to vibrate. Then, it left the ground and floated above the white jade platform. Slowly, it began to rotate. Yen-er, who was sitting cross-legged on the white jade platform, had a grave expression on her face. She stared at the ancient bronze cauldron in the sky and shot out rays of light. As more and more magic formations were activated, the entire ancient bronze cauldron began to flow with fiery red fire energy. It was not an ordinary fire. Instead, it was the alchemy magic formation on the ancient bronze cauldron. It condensed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transformed it into alchemy fire. It was the Taoist true fire. This small mountain valley was actually where the Pill Cauldron School concocted pills. The reason why it was completely barren, without any plants, was because the people of the Pill Cauldron School concocted pills here. The heat released by the people of the Pill Cauldron School had turned this place into a wasteland. As the alchemy magic formation on the body of the ancient bronze cauldron was gradually activated, wisps of fire energy began to seep into the cauldron from the outside. The dark green spiritual liquid in the cauldron began to be evaporated by the fire energy and turned into spiritual mist. As more and more alchemy magic formations were activated, the temperature in the ancient bronze cauldron began to rise rapidly. Gu Fei, who was in a deep meditative state, seemed to feel something strange around him. What's going on? Very quickly, Gu Fei woke up from his meditative state. All he saw was a blurry mist in front of him. Waves of heat surged from all directions, making him feel like he was in a furnace. In reality, he really was in a furnace. Yen-er, what are you doing? Gu Fei shouted. He felt that something was wrong. The surrounding temperature was still rising rapidly. The high temperature in the cauldron made him feel pain all over his body. His skin felt like it was about to split open. Outside the ancient bronze cauldron, Yen-er did not answer. In reality, at this moment, she could not speak at all. Yen-er's entire body was filled with spiritual energy. Her movements of summoning spiritual energy became slower and slower. She even felt a wave of exhaustion. She really wanted to stop. However, she could not stop. This was a critical moment. If she stopped, all her previous efforts would be wasted and she would have to start all over again. I still need 10 more alchemy magic formations. Yen-er clenched her teeth and continued to summon spiritual energy. At this moment, she was sweating profusely. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her face and dripped onto the ground. Although she was activating the simplest alchemy fire magic formation on the ancient bronze cauldron, it was still extremely taxing. Wah! Gu Fei's scream came from within the cauldron. He felt as if he had jumped into a volcano. His entire body felt like it was surrounded by magma. The spiritual liquid in the cauldron was boiling. It constantly evaporated due to the high temperature and turned into a spiritual mist. What was terrifying was that the temperature of the spiritual mist seemed to be even more terrifying than the heat that was surging in from all directions. The ancient bronze cauldron emitted an unfathomable force that bound the spiritual mist that was evaporated from the spiritual liquid inside the ancient cauldron. It just happened to envelop Gu Fei. An unfathomable force seemed to be pressing down on Gu Fei. The spiritual mist outside his body drilled into his pores through his body. The spiritual mist formed by the alchemy fire contained pure spiritual energy. However, at the same time, it also contained a terrifying heat. Gu Fei felt as if traces of magma had drilled into his body. From top to bottom, his meridians, his flesh, and even his bones, there were countless fire snakes slithering about. His entire body, from the inside out, was being mercilessly burned. The terrifying pain stimulated Gu Fei's sensitive nerves, causing him to scream and almost have a mental breakdown. Arg! So painful. Stop right now. Gu Fei screamed. Even though his mind was as firm as iron, he could not endure the pain in his body. Good. It's finally done. Yen used the last spiritual technique and shot out the last ray of spiritual light condensed from her spiritual energy. She activated the last alchemy array. Bang! The entire ancient bronze cauldron was immediately covered in a ball of fire. The alchemy array began to operate. Spiritual energy from all directions converged and turned into raging flames. The entire cauldron turned into a huge fireball in the blink of an eye. When Yen heard the inhuman screams coming from the ancient bronze cauldron, she could not help but frown. She thought to herself, didn't this guy say that he could endure any pain? Yen sat paralyzed on the ground and took out a jade bottle from her body. She poured out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Very soon, her pale complexion, which was slightly pale due to the large amount of magic power she had consumed, began to turn rosy. Hee, you can enjoy yourself in there. I will come back in 3 days. If you are still alive by then, you will have a chance to recover. As she spoke, Yen stood up from the ground and walked down the white jade platform. Poor Gu Fei. He was refined by Yen like a spiritual medicine for alchemy. What was more frightening was that the ancient bronze cauldron produced a great force that bound him to the center of the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei, who was wrapped in layers of spiritual fog, could not die even if he wanted to. It was as if he was being roasted on a fire. He was enduring an inhuman pain that was 100 times worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Inside the ancient bronze cauldron, the spiritual mist surged violently. The spiritual mist constantly seeped into Gu Fei's body through his pores. Gu Fei only felt that his entire body, inside and out, was burning with raging flames. He could even smell the smell of burning. Ah! 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 He screamed until he was hoarse. In the end, he could no longer scream. His throat could only make a few sounds of ah, ah, humph, humph. The endless pain he was enduring was not without its benefits. More than half of the ghostly aura that was sealed by the 18 soul-suppressing nails in his body had been dispelled. Using this extreme method to dispel the ghostly aura in his body, although it caused Gu Fei to suffer unprecedented pain, it seemed to be very effective. It was many times faster than the speed at which he dispelled the ghostly aura himself. The ghostly aura in his flesh and blood was gradually dispelled. However, the ghostly aura entwined in his bone marrow showed no signs of dissipating. However, Gu Fei's body clearly changed. Chapter 333. As night fell, Bailing City was still bustling with activity. Cultivators from all over the world gathered in Bailing City. Some of them came for a reason, while others came just to watch the fun. In short, all the cultivators that rushed into Bailing City had various reasons. In the north, other than the snow forest, there were also endless snow-capped mountains. There were no lack of terrifying beasts living in the mountains. It was not a good place to be. Even transcending mortality realm cultivators did not dare to walk into the depths of the snow-capped mountains alone in the dark. On this night with a bright moon and few stars, under the moonlight, 3 figures quickly walked on the thick snow. They did not even leave any footprints wherever they went. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was the legendary lightness technique of stepping on snow without a trace. The cold wind whistled, blowing off the snow on the trees from time to time. From time to time, there were mournful roars of beasts coming from the depths of the snow-capped mountains. These 3 uninvited guests passed through the snow forest and crossed the snow-capped mountains. They lowered their heads and hurried on their way. They seemed to be heading somewhere, not aimlessly. After walking for 100 miles, the 3 stopped at the foot of a mountain. The bone-chilling wind could not reach here. A young man in a white robe with a simple long saber on his waist took out a map and looked at it. The long saber on the young man's waist was covered with runes and a faint cold and fierce aura was emitted from it. This saber seemed to be extraordinary. "Hey, Dongfang Long, how far are we from the 9 underworld spring?" A handsome young man in a black robe said to the young man who was looking at the map. "Beitang Ao, be polite." Another young man in a white robe looked at the young man in a black robe and said unhappily. Beitang Ao looked at the young man in a white robe with disdain and said coldly, "If it was in the past, I could be polite to you brothers, but now, hee." It turned out that these 3 young men were Dongfang Chen, Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao of the Beitang clan. Although Dongfang Chen was very unhappy that Beitang Ao put on an arrogant attitude in front of them, he was also a little helpless. After all, Beitang Ao's strength was higher than his and he had the right to be arrogant. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. If you wanted to gain the respect of others, you needed to have great strength. In these few years, Beitang Ao's cultivation had already broken through to the transcending mortality realm, while Dongfang Chen's cultivation stagnated in the awakening 9 heavens because of Gu Fei. The halo of a genius had long been lost. Others had long broken through, but he himself was blocked at the door of the transcending mortality realm. This made Dongfang Chen feel depressed every time he thought about it. "Beitang Ao, if you have the guts, then go and act crazy in front of Gu Fei." Dongfang Long put away the map and said disapprovingly. Upon hearing what was said, a hint of displeasure flashed through Beitang Ao's face. He said coldly, "Who said that 1 arrow is enough to kill Gu Fei, making this father come to this desolate place in the middle of the night?" After Dongfang brothers heard Beitang Ao's words, they became somewhat angry. "Don't we want to kill Gu Fei? If Gu Fei doesn't die, what does it mean for our 2 families, don't you know?" Dongfang Chen said angrily. Okay, I don't want to quarrel with you. How far is it from here to the 9th nether spring?" Beitang Ao waved his hand. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long looked at each other. They both knew that the matter at hand was more important. They still had to borrow the power of the Beitang family. It was not wise to fall out with Beitang Ao at this time. After crossing the 2 snow-capped mountains in front, we can reach the land of extreme Yin. Dongfang Long said. "Then what are you waiting for, let's go." Beitang Ao said coldly. The relationship between Beitang Ao and Dongfang brothers didn't seem to be very good, but both sides didn't want to make things too stiff. So, the 3 walked out of the call and continued to the depths of the snow-capped mountains. Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao were all cultivators, so they were not afraid of the cold. They walked on the thick snow as if they were flying. Soon, they crossed the 2 snow-capped mountains in front of them and came to a snow valley. They stopped. They all felt a trace of uneasiness at the same time. The entire valley was shrouded in strands of black qi, and the grayish-black underworld mist floated in the air. The valley emitted an eerie and terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate, as if there was a peerless demon hiding in the valley. "The 9th nether spring is in the depths of the valley," Dongfang Long said, but he didn't move his feet. He seemed unwilling to step into the valley, at least he didn't want to be the first to enter this evil place. The 9th nether spring was definitely not a good place. Here, Yin energy gathered. Just by standing outside the valley, one could feel the cold air penetrating into their body. If we don't get the water of extreme Yin from the 9th nether spring, we can't extinguish the flame of the primordial spirit lamp. Dongfang Chen muttered to himself. No one knew who he was talking to. The ninth nether spring was a secret place in the north. Here, Een energy gathered. It was a Een cave. For devil cultivators or ghost cultivators, it was a treasure land. Cultivating in the Een cave would yield twice the result with half the effort. The three of them knew that the valley in front of them was very evil. No one was sure if there were devil cultivators or ghost cultivators cultivating in the valley. Therefore, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao hesitated. They didn't want to be the first to step into the valley. Under the moonlight, in the evil valley where Een Chi gathered, the surroundings were very quiet. There was not a single sound, not even the sound of the wind could be heard. This kind of absolute silence made people feel incomparably oppressed, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their chests. Should we go in or not? Dongfang Long said softly. His breathing was a bit rapid, he couldn't calm down. If they couldn't get the water of the ninth nether spring in the valley, they couldn't extinguish the flame of the primordial spirit lamp. Dan Xingzi brought Gu Fei's primordial spirit lamp down the mountain. With the lamp as a guide, he found the northern devil domain. As long as Gu Fei didn't die, the lamp wouldn't extinguish. Because of this, Dongfang Chen knew from Dan Xingzi that Gu Fei wasn't dead, because although the flame of the primordial spirit lamp was very weak, it had never been extinguished. Dan Xingzi was still trying to find Gu Fei. If he found him, Dongfang Chen's secret would be exposed. The crime of murdering a fellow disciple was not small. What Dongfang Chen had done had already violated the rules of the sect and violated the great taboo of the Supreme Mystery Sect. If it was light, he would be crippled of his cultivation base and expelled from the sect. If it was heavy, he would be executed. He would also shame the Dongfang family. This kind of thing must not happen. The water of the ninth nether spring was the place where the Een cave was located. It was the place where the Een energy was the densest. The water of extreme Een was the only thing that could extinguish the flame of the primordial spirit lamp. The purpose of Dongfang Chen and the others was very simple. That was to obtain the water of extreme Een, and then secretly extinguish the primordial spirit lamp in Dan Xingzi's hands. They would let Dan Xingzi think that Gu Fei was dead. Once the primordial spirit lamp was extinguished, Dan Xingzi might give up looking for Gu Fei. During this period of time, he would find Gu Fei and then kill him. Everything would be solved. Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. Dongfang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes suddenly became fierce and firm. He stepped forward and was about to step into the valley filled with Een energy. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Dongfang Chen and the others. The Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao were shocked. Shua. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a green-robed figure slowly walking over from the snowy ground 100 zhang behind him. That person only took 2 or 3 steps to cross a distance of 1,000 feet and arrive before them. He seemed to be very calm and the person didn't seem to be moving very fast on the snowy ground, but he had truly arrived before the 3 of them. Shrinking the earth into an inch? Dongfang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He could already see that this was just a shallow Dao technique, but when this person used it, there was such a scene. It was really shocking. Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long couldn't help but be moved. Dongfang Long's right hand was already holding the hilt of the sword on his waist. If the person acted strangely, he would not hesitate to draw the sword. This cyan-clothed person was wearing a purple Dao crown and a cyan Dao robe. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His face was thin, and his whole person exuded an otherworldly aura. The person's eyes were very deep. He swept over the 3 people as if he could see the depths of their hearts. The 3 of them all had a strange feeling of being seen through. Disciples of the Taishan sect, descendants of the Saber Emperor, Beitang Ao. The cyan-clothed Daoist slowly said, but it was the origin of the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao. Why are you here? Seeing that the person who came must be a senior in the Dao sect, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Dongfang Chen stepped forward and bowed to the cyan-clothed Daoist. Greetings, senior. We are here on the orders of the sect to come and collect the water of extreme Een. Water of extreme Een? Strange, what do the people of the Taishan sect want that thing for? The cyan-clothed Daoist thought for a moment and then said, "You should leave quickly." "Senior, is there any danger in this valley?" Beitang Ao said. In front of this cyan-clothed Daoist, he did not dare to show any arrogance. The cyan-clothed Daoist was about to speak. Roar. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering roar in the valley without warning. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire valley shook. Dongfang Chen's cultivation was the lowest. When the sound came, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly became weary. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm, but they also felt their blood boiling. Their faces became pale in an instant, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Rumble. A huge roar spread out in all directions, and there was a strange sound like 10,000 horses galloping nearby. The nearby snow-capped peaks were avalanches. Good heavens! The cyan-clothed Daoist no longer paid attention to Dongfang Chen and the others. He took a step forward and rushed into the valley like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 334. An earth-shattering roar caused the entire valley to boil. The Een energy surged violently. A terrifying fluctuation that was like a mountain that made people have the urge to look up at it spread out from the valley. Network, outside the valley, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao immediately turned pale with fright. Beitang Ao was the first to retreat, while Dongfang Long picked up Dongfang Chen, who was on the verge of collapsing, and retreated as well. They had no choice but to retreat. Just like what the azure-robed Daoist said, if they didn't want to die, they had to leave. Inside the valley, there really was an unimaginable existence lurking. Just a roar was enough to make the three of them suffer a great impact. It was easy to imagine how powerful the existence inside the valley was. Boom! Another loud sound came from behind them. A terrifying energy fluctuation, like a monstrous wave, swept out from the valley, and the ground shook violently. Beitang Ao and the others who were running for their lives felt as if they were standing on a violent wave. They almost fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. This was definitely a sound that could only be caused by a peerless cultivator. Peerless cultivators were fighting inside the valley where Een energy gathered. After running for dozens of miles, Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long finally stopped. They climbed up a mountain and gazed at the valley from afar. A battle between peerless cultivators was definitely a rare sight. They didn't want to miss it. Waves of muffled noises kept bursting out from the valley. Rays of strong light broke through the layers of Een energy and rushed out from the valley, illuminating the entire world. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless talismans surging inside the valley, constantly dispersing the surging Een energy and emitting an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. A huge demonic shadow loomed inside the valley, emitting an unparalleled ferocious aura. It constantly bombarded the countless talismans that emitted endless rays of light. The talismans drew in the energy of heaven and earth and unleashed an unimaginably powerful force, constantly bombarding the demonic shadow. That person is a powerful cultivator from the Shangqing sect. Dongfang Chen exclaimed. Dongfang Long had already put him down. The front of his shirt was stained with blood. The ferocious demon in the valley roared angrily, and the terrifying sound wave directly injured Dongfang Chen. In front of a peerless expert, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao were as weak as ants. After all, Dongfang Chen was a disciple of the Taishan sect, and the Taishan sect was one of the three great Taoist sects. With his knowledge, of course, he recognized that the Taoist in blue who rushed into the valley was using the talisman technique of the Shangqing sect. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power erupted in the valley. Then, Dongfang Chen and the others saw a soul-stirring scene. In the sky above the valley, rays of golden light danced in the air like countless golden snakes. Then, they formed into a giant talisman that covered the entire valley. With enough energy to destroy the heaven and earth, the talisman slammed down. Rumble. It was as if countless thunderbolts were roaring above the 9 heavens. The incomparably huge golden talisman attracted the spiritual energy of the world. The moment the golden talisman was formed, the endless spiritual energy quickly gathered towards the golden talisman that shrouded the sky above the valley. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, covering the snowy region in a layer of gold. The gigantic golden talisman that enveloped the heavens and the earth sealed the entire valley. The endless chi that surged out from the valley was also suppressed. Roar. Inside the valley, there was an earth-shattering roar. The ferocious demon was roaring. The moment the golden talisman shrouded the giant demon, it instantly exploded. The first son of the demon king is only a so-so. The vast voice spread throughout the sky and the earth. The Taoist in blue stood on top of the golden talisman and used all his strength to activate the golden talisman. The endless chi was dispersed by the golden light emitted by the golden talisman. The Taoist in blue seemed to have the absolute upper hand. It turned out that he was making a move against Chu Gu. Chu Gu, who had caused a ruckus at Biling Pass and slaughtered all the guards at the pass, had escaped here. It seemed that Chu Gu had awakened from his state of madness. Otherwise, he would not have found this cave and wanted to use the mysterious chi to heal himself. Network, damn it. The chi in the valley surged violently and Chu Ji's crazed roar could be heard. That day, he had fought against 2 opponents, Dan Qingzi and the peerless expert in Biling City. In the end, he was defeated and had to escape with injuries. That day on the ancient stone bridge in the abyss of immortals and demons, Dan Qingzi had stabbed him between the eyebrows. His mud-pill palace, which he had painstakingly repaired, had been destroyed and he had lost his mind. Chu Ji's demonic body, which had been modified by the blood of the gods and demons, had the ability to automatically recover. It was no weaker than Gu Fei's 5 elements martial body. After the battle with Dan Qingzi and the peerless expert, he had escaped to the snowy region. Chu Ji's mudpill palace had gradually been repaired and he had regained his sanity. The golden talisman shrouded the area and the entire valley shook violently. Boulders rolled down the mountain continuously. The endless heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surrounding area rapidly gathered and turned into rays of golden light that swam around the talisman. The golden talisman formed by the endless spiritual chi showed signs of becoming solid. The chi in the cave was gradually being pushed away. The Taoist in blue wanted to suppress this place where the chi gathered by himself. Bang! At this moment, a ray of blood-red light that exuded an endless evil aura broke through the layers of chi. With an unstoppable momentum, it struck the golden talisman fiercely. The golden talisman that enveloped the area immediately shook violently. The golden light that was emitting from the talisman dimmed. The sky demon blade? It is indeed extraordinary. The Taoist in blue from the Shangqing sect stepped on the talisman and continued to descend. He did not believe that the talisman, which had gathered the endless heaven and earth spiritual chi, could not withstand the sky demon blade. Using the talisman to draw the power of heaven and earth to form a terrifying attack was the specialty of the Shangqing sect. The Taoist in blue's cultivation was extremely powerful. The golden talisman had actually successfully blocked the sky demon blade's attack. Die! Chu Gu roared angrily in the dark clouds. Suddenly, the chi in the valley retreated like the tide. A blood-red demonic blade emitted a blinding blood-red light that had never been seen before. The demonic blade was devouring the endless dark clouds and demonic chi. Break! Chu Gu shouted. The surging demonic chi gathered to form a demonic shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. The demonic shadow held the blood-red demonic blade and slashed upwards with all its might. Swoosh! The blood-red light from the blade shot up to thousands of feet, exuding an endless amount of evil aura. Like a terrifying blood-red ray of light, it seemed to split the void and shatter the heavens and earth. In an instant, it struck the golden talisman that was enveloping the valley. Boom! With a loud bang, golden rays of light shot out and the sky was dyed red. The blood-red light from the blade cut through the golden talisman that was enveloping the valley and struck out from the valley. The 1,000-foot-long blade of light shot straight up into the sky. This slash had gathered an endless amount of dark clouds and devil chi, pushing the terrifying might of the sky demon saber to an unimaginable level. Even the golden talisman that had gathered an endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi was cut by this slash. The golden talisman that was cut did not collapse. Instead, it quickly shrank and entered the body of the Taoist in blue. The Taoist in blue suffered a great impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Taoist in blue turned into a golden ray of light and rushed out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared under the night sky. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle between the peerless masters, Dongfang Chen and the others couldn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until the horrifying energy fluctuation in the world gradually calmed down that they recovered from the shock. Dongfang Chen and the others knew that the green-robed Taoist from the Shangqing sect was defeated and the Nine Nether Spring was occupied by the terrifying demon in the valley. The demon was probably hiding in the spring and using the Yin Qi to cultivate. What should we do? Beitang Ao looked at Dongfang Chen and asked. Dongfang Chen stared at the valley that was surrounded by Yin Qi. After a while, he said, "What else can we do? We came here for nothing." They knew very well that unless the peerless masters from their clans came, they might be able to obtain the water of extreme Yin. However, they could not invite the peerless masters from their clans. To be able to invite boss Dongfang, Beitangyu, and the other outstanding descendants of the two clans was already the limit of the power they could use. Just as Dongfang Chen and the others were about to retreat, they suddenly felt a light purple figure silently appear outside the entrance of the valley in front of them. Demon race? Chu Ji's voice came from the valley. Dongfang Chen and the others stopped in their tracks. They were very surprised. Another peerless master appeared. It seemed that many people were rushing towards the demon in the valley. One should know that peerless masters of the royal void realm were rarely seen. However, tonight, near the valley where Yin Qi gathered, 3 peerless masters appeared one after another. Although the mountain where Dongfang Chen and the others were at was very far away, after all, the vision of a cultivator was extraordinary. They could still see the figure clearly. It was a young girl wearing a light purple dress. If this girl didn't have a pair of furry ears, she would simply be a human. Not only was this girl not human, but she was also a demon who could already transform. Demons who could transform were very terrifying. Not only did they have human-like intelligence, but they also had tyrannical strength. Hee. The heavenly devil blade is indeed worthy of being called the #1 devil blade of the devil path. Chu Gu, your name is like thunder piercing the ears these days. The maid-like girl said with a smile. Who are you? I know a lot of demons who can transform, but you are definitely not one of them. Chu Ji's voice was very cold, so cold that it was suffocating. The people who came here were either friends or enemies. He, Chu Gu, had no possibility of becoming friends with a demon, let alone a demon. I want to fight with you, but... The girl was a little hesitant. She didn't have any intention of making a move. Are you afraid of an unfair victory? Chu Gu seemed to know the girl's concerns. A true expert and a confident expert often disdained to make a move when the other party was seriously injured. This was because they had absolute confidence in their own strength. Chapter 335. The battle between demons and monsters that Dongfang Chen and others were looking forward to did not happen. The demon girl outside the valley did not attack Chu Gu, but retreated in the end. Perhaps, the demon girl really thought that if she fought with Chu Gu at this time, even if she won, it would be an unfair victory, so she retreated. Although they were demons and monsters, they were not life and death enemies. On the distant snowy peak, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao knew that their trip tonight was in vain. The demon in the valley ahead was incomparably powerful. It was not something they could imagine. Let's go. Beitang Ao said, and then turned to walk down the snowy peak. At this moment, Dongfang Chen suddenly said, wait a minute. What, do you still want to get the extreme in water at this time? Don't dream. Beitang Ao glanced at Dongfang Chen disdainfully and said coldly. This is not impossible. Dongfang Chen said indifferently. Second brother, don't take the risk. The demon in the valley, even if the peerless experts of the family come, they may not be able to drive him away. If we go to get the extreme in water at this time, it is tantamount to throwing away our lives. Dongfang Long said with a frown. Big brother, will I be a fool who will throw away my life knowing that there is danger? Dongfang Chen said calmly. When Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long saw that Dongfang Chen did not seem to be joking, they couldn't help but be curious. Does he really have a way to get the extreme in water? Wait. If my guess is right, the demon in the valley is about to leave. Dongfang Chen seemed to have a card up his sleeve, but only he himself knew that in fact, he did not have much confidence. Hee, okay, I will wait and see. Beitang Ao had already walked more than a dozen steps. After hearing Dongfang Chen's words, he laughed and walked back. He wanted to see Gu Fei suffer. However, at this time, Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao seemed to have vaguely thought of something. It seemed that what Dongfang Chen said was not impossible. It had to be said that Dongfang Chen's words were really accurate. After the demon girl outside the valley left, soon, a mass of demon chi rushed out of the valley, and a heart-palpitating and terrifying aura immediately spread. The mass of demon chi, like a demon cloud, rushed out of the valley and quickly flew towards the north. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared under the night sky. This. Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long couldn't help glancing at each other. They couldn't believe that the devil path expert in the valley really left. Second brother, how did you know that the demon in the valley would leave? Dongfang Long asked in shock. Dongfang Chen smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. I just found out the identity of the demonic cultivator in the valley. Yes. According to the azure-clothed Taoist who was defeated just now, that person seems to be called Chu Gu. Dongfang Long recalled the conversation between the azure-clothed Taoist and the fiendish Tao expert in the valley. Chu Gu, the first son of the devil monarch. I should have thought of it long ago. Really? When Beitang Ao heard this, he immediately came to a realization. The demon in the valley was the madman who had rushed out of the extreme North Devil region and destroyed the northern mountain pass. The northern region of the Northern Wei Empire was a bitterly cold place that was covered in ice and snow all year round. Under normal circumstances, no cultivators would come to such a desolate place. The reason why the northern region became so lively was because two things happened in the northern region that were enough to affect the nerves of the cultivation world. One of them was caused by the first son of the devil monarch. No wonder the demonic cultivator in the valley left. It was because his whereabouts had been discovered. It was believed that other experts would soon find this place. One had to know that many peerless experts had entered the snow region. They only had two purposes, to find the spiritual land and to kill Chu Gu. Dongfang Chen didn't say anything else. He directly rushed down the snowy peak. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao also followed. After all, the two of them were in the transcending mortality realm, so they quickly surpassed Dongfang Chen. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the valley that was surrounded by Yin Qi. This time, without any hesitation, they rushed into the valley together. This was a rare opportunity. As long as they obtained the extreme Yin water from the 9 underworld spring, they would be able to extinguish the Yuan spirit lamp in Minister Dan's hand, so that Minister Dan wouldn't be able to find Gu Fei. It's so cold. After going a few miles deep, Dongfang Chen felt that he was about to be frozen by the surrounding Yin Qi. The place where Yin Qi gathered was terrifyingly cold. Even Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao felt that it was difficult to endure. The surroundings were hazy, and all they could see was a grayish-black fog. Their vision was greatly hindered. In the valley, they couldn't see far. They seemed to have entered another world. The thick Yin Qi seemed to isolate the valley from the outside world. The gloomy and terrifying atmosphere filled every inch of the valley. Second brother, you can go out. Dongfang Long said. The closer they got to the 9 underworld spring, the thicker the yin qi and the colder the temperature became. Dongfang Chen stopped when he heard this. He knew that he only had the cultivation of awakening me 9th heavenly layer. It was difficult for him to resist the yin qi that spread from the 9 underworld spring. He nodded, then retreated in the direction of the valley entrance. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao continued to move forward. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in the valley. The battle just now was extremely fierce. Dongfang Chen retreated to the outside of the valley. He didn't wait for long before he saw Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long coming out of the valley. They didn't say anything and directly left the valley. They got what they wanted to get. Dongfang Chen and the others had just left for a while when a golden light flew from afar. A vague figure was wrapped in the golden light. Riding the golden light and flying in the void, the person who came was a peerless expert. The person directly broke through the yin qi that shrouded the valley and rushed into the valley. Soon, the person rode the golden light and rushed out of the valley. The golden light flashed and went far away in an instant. Under the night sky, a golden light cut through the void and flew over a snowy forest. The golden light faded away, and a middle-aged Taoist wearing a cyan robe appeared. Chu Guo ran really fast. The cyan-robed Taoist muttered to himself, then stood in the void and looked in all directions. The cyan-robed Taoist patted the storage bag on his waist, and a cyan light immediately rushed out of the bag. Then, a simple and unadorned ancient bronze lamp appeared in front of the Taoist. On the wick, a soybean-sized cyan light flickered as if it could go out at any time. He should be nearby. Strange. The cyan-robed Taoist held the ancient bronze lamp and tested it in all directions. He seemed to be using the ancient lamp to sense something. What the hell is going on? Where did Gu Fei go? The cyan-robed Taoist stopped. The ancient bronze lamp in his hand didn't show any abnormality. This cyan-robed Taoist was Dan Qingzi. He found this place by relying on the ancient bronze lamp's guidance. However, what he saw was only an endless snowy forest. There was no trace of Gu Fei. The ancient bronze lamp in Dan Qingzi's hand was the primordial spirit lamp that Gu Fei ignited on the day the virtual sky world opened. The fact that the lamp didn't go out meant that he was still alive. The primordial spirit lamp was actually a unique treasure of Taishan sect. By igniting the lamp with blood essence, the primordial spirit lamp and the cultivator who ignited it would have some kind of connection. Gu Fei was nearby, but Dan Qingzi still couldn't find Gu Fei. It was very strange. It seemed that someone had used great magic to conceal Gu Fei's breath, so the primordial spirit lamp couldn't sense Gu Fei's exact location. Dan Qingzi held the primordial spirit lamp in his hand and flew through the air, searching back and forth within 100 miles. In the vast snowy forest, only the cold night wind blew from time to time. After an hour, Dan Qingzi stopped. He was sure that Gu Fei was within a few hundred miles, but he couldn't find him. This was very strange. He couldn't figure it out. He thought that some great figure had used great magic to conceal Gu Fei's breath, but it didn't seem like it. Gu Fei seemed to have entered another world, and his whereabouts were unpredictable, just like when he was trapped in the virtual sky world. Dan Qingzi was helpless, so he turned into a golden rainbow and left the endless snowy forest. After Minister Dan left, ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the air above a certain snowy slope in the forest. Then, a white jade gateway seemed to appear out of thin air, standing tall on the snowy slope. The white jade archway was surrounded by spiritual aura and shrouded in a hazy glow. It was 15 feet high. At this time, a purple figure walked out from behind the archway. This was an extremely beautiful girl who possessed the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. She was like a fairy walking in the snow. She looked ethereal and distant. This was a truly otherworldly temperament. This girl in purple was Yen Er. Yen Er looked in the direction where Dan Qingzi disappeared and muttered to herself, "Who was that person? How did he find this place?" She pondered for a while and then withdrew her gaze. Who cares who he is? Even if he was a real immortal, it would be difficult for him to break into the Danding's paradise. I worried too much. As Yen spoke, she walked into the white jade archway. As if passing through a layer of transparent water curtain, Yen's figure disappeared in the air as if she had walked into another space. Then, the white jade gateway that stood on the snow slope that was surrounded by rays of light also disappeared. On the snow slope, it was as if nothing had happened at all. There were no traces left behind. 3 days later, Yen came to the barren small valley again and climbed the white jade high platform in the depths of the valley. On the high platform, a huge fireball was burning. The terrifying heat emitted by the fireball seemed to distort the surrounding void. There was no sound coming from the fireball. Gu Fei seemed to have been refined in the ancient cauldron. Chapter 336. Above the white jade platform, heat waves billowed. The large fireball suspended in the air was like a sun, emitting a dazzling light. The runes around the high platform were also flashing with a misty light. Countless runes were engraved around the high platform, releasing waves of magical power. A wave of power enveloped the entire high platform, binding the heat emitted from the fireball to the high platform. Yen stood in front of the large fireball, and the surrounding heat waves did not seem to affect her at all. Vaguely, within the fireball, a large red cauldron could be seen looming. There seemed to be fire dragons lingering around the large cauldron, and the high temperature caused the void to distort. The alchemy fire array above the primordial chaos pill cauldron gathered spiritual energy from all directions, transforming it into alchemy fire. It was not an ordinary fire, but a Taoist alchemy true fire. Although it was the lowest level of alchemy fire, not even the 3 true fire, the high temperature it emitted was enough to melt ordinary iron. Old Gu, are you dead? If you're not dead, answer me. Yen stared at the large fireball suspended in the air and said with a dignified expression. Gu Fei had been refined by the alchemy fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the primordial chaos pill cauldron. Even Yen was not sure if Gu Fei could survive it. This method could be said to have a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei was likely to be refined to death by the alchemy fire, but in order to expel the Xianyin ghost qi from Gu Fei's body, it seemed that only this extreme method could be used. Although Yen's voice was not very loud, it was mighty on the high platform. Her voice had a special penetrating power, and the person in the cauldron could definitely hear her voice. No one responded. There were no fluctuations coming from the giant cauldron wrapped in the fireball. Besides the raging fire, the ancient cauldron was silent. Gu Fei in the cauldron seemed to have been refined to death by the endless fire. He can't really be dead, right? Yen could not help but change her expression. She could no longer maintain her calm. Yen hurriedly formed a spiritual art and released magic power, stopping the alchemy fire array above the primordial chaos pill cauldron. The fire gradually sank into the red body of the cauldron, and the flames around the ancient cauldron began to dissipate. The spirit qi that gathered from all directions also dissipated in the void. The primordial chaos pill cauldron gradually stopped spinning and then slowly descended from the sky. With a bang, it landed in the center of the white jade platform. On the white jade platform, there was a huge Dharma array, and the primordial chaos pill cauldron landed right in the middle of it. The great flame on the cauldron had already been extinguished. The bright red cauldron began to return to its original color, and the runes faded into the cauldron. Who? The lid of the cauldron flew up. Then, a fiery red thing flew out from the cauldron and fell on the white jade floor beside the ancient cauldron. Pung! The cauldron lid fell back down and covered the ancient cauldron again. Network E. It was a man who was hugging his knees and curled up into a ball. His entire body was red like a giant roasted prawn. This person was Gu Fei, who had been thrown into the primordial chaos pill cauldron by Yenner and used as a pill to refine for 3 days and 3 nights. The clothes on his body had already turned to ash, and his long hair had already fallen off. His entire body seemed to have been roasted, and some parts of his skin had even fallen off, revealing charred flesh. Gu Fei looked extremely miserable, but he was not dead yet. Yenner could sense an extremely weak life force from Gu Fei's body. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying torture Gu Fei had gone through in the past 3 days and 3 nights. However, there was no doubt that he had made it through. His will to live was very strong, and could even be considered abnormal. No one could be refined in the cauldron for 3 days and not collapse. Good. Yennefer heaved a sigh of relief and put down a huge stone in her heart. At the same time, she could not help but look at Gu Fei in a new light. Although his life force was very weak, he had ushered in a new life. Seeing the naked Gu Fei, Yennefer's face couldn't help but flush red. She took out a set of clothes from her storage pouch and a jade bottle. She uncorked the bottle and poured out a green pill the size of a pigeon egg. A refreshing fragrance of plants immediately filled the air. Yen held the elixir in her palm and used her magic power to turn it into a dark green mist. Then, she controlled the mist to wrap around Gu Fei, who was on the ground. The mist from the green pill contained a huge amount of life energy. It was a huge amount of vitality refined from the spiritual energy of the plants. This vitality constantly seeped into Gu Fei's body. Gradually, Gu Fei's body changed. His red skin began to crack and fall off. The skin that fell off was as translucent as a top-grade jade, shining with a bright luster. The green mist that enveloped Gu Fei's body gradually thinned. Gu Fei's body was like a dry land that desperately needed the nourishment of rain. For Gu Fei, spiritual energy was like rain. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the pill, the weak fluctuation of life energy in Gu Fei's body began to grow stronger. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a new head grew out. The new head was no longer snow white, but black and shiny. After injecting all the mist from the pill into Gu Fei's body, Yennefer left the white jade high platform. She knew that Gu Fei would wake up soon. After Yennefer left, Gu Fei's body began to twitch slightly, and his breathing became rapid. The spiritual energy from the pill had filled his body with vitality. His eyelids were twitching, and his eyeballs could be seen moving under his eyelids. "I'm dying of pain." Gu Fei suddenly screamed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air, waking up. He felt a breath stuck in his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He could only desperately breathe in fresh air to relieve the suffocating feeling in his chest. After a long time, he calmed down. "Are you out?" Gu Fei slowly stood up from the ground. He looked around and felt that he was standing on the white jade high platform. The ancient bronze cauldron beside him was still emitting bursts of heat. Gu Fei looked down at his hands. The skin on his arms was as smooth as white jade. It seemed to be even more delicate than a woman's skin. Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to be a little different, as if his flesh and blood had been reborn. After 3 days and 3 nights of tempering, Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to be more powerful than before, as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. He put on the clothes that Yen had prepared for him and then left the white jade high platform. Just as Yen opened the mixed essence pill cauldron and released Gu Fei, a figure sitting in a pavilion in a courtyard in Bailing City woke up from his meditation. He patted the storage bag on his waist. An ancient bronze lamp immediately flew out from the storage bag and floated in front of him. The green-robed Taoist sitting on the stone stool was Minister Dan. "What's going on?" Gu Fei's life aura seems to be getting stronger. Minister Dan waited for a spark on the ancient bronze lamp and muttered to himself. The pea-sized lantern on the ancient lamp was emitting a dazzling green light. The lantern gradually turned into a flickering little flame. What's happening to Gu Fei? Why is his life fluctuating so erratically? Minister Dan frowned. From the strength of the green lantern, he knew that Gu Fei was in a situation where he was about to die. Minister Dan's heart was burning with anxiety. However, he could not find traces of Gu Fei. Gu Fei seemed to be in a strange place and it was difficult to pinpoint his exact location. However, Gu Fei's life aura flourished once again. This meant that his life was no longer in danger. He had taken a trip to the gates of hell and finally walked out. Minister Dan put away the green lantern, stood up from the stone stool, and walked out of the pavilion. After a moment of deep thought, he soared into the sky and turned into a golden ray of light, disappearing into the horizon. It was noon and the sun was high up in the sky. Bailing City was bustling with activity. People who looked like cultivators could be seen walking on the streets and alleys. Minister Dan did not hide his tracks. Many cultivators in Bailing City saw a golden ray of light rushing out of the city and flying into the depths of the snowy forest. In the eyes of an observant person, Minister Dan's whereabouts were no secret at all. Immediately after, a streak of green light also shot out of Bailing City and disappeared into the horizon. On a spirit mountain peak in Pill Cauldron Paradise, Gu Fei relaxed his body and sat cross-legged on a large boulder. His mind sank into an ethereal state. Soon, Gu Fei's consciousness gradually became illusory, as if he had merged with nature. He seemed to have become one with the boulder beneath him, his surroundings, and even the spirit mountain peak. Spiritual energy swirled around the spirit mountain peak, causing the flowers, grass, and trees in the surroundings to constantly tremble. Large amounts of wood power seeped out, as if there were rays of green light drifting about. The spiritual energy in Pill Cauldron Paradise was plentiful. The spirit mountain peak was filled with thriving vegetation, filled with endless wood power. Tiny rays of green light were guided by Gu Fei into his body. The wood power contained an enormous aura of life. Vigorous vitality flowed inside Gu Fei's body. His flesh, internal organs, and bones seemed to be injected with endless life energy. The 18 soul-suppressing nails in Gu Fei's body had long been pulled out. After being refined by the alchemic fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the origin Pill Cauldron, his flesh and blood had been cleansed countless times by the endless fire element's spirit energy. The mystic Yin ghost chi in his flesh and blood had long been expelled from his body. Countless evil souls were also completely refined by the alchemic fire along with the dissipation of the mystic Yin ghost chi. However, the mystic Yin ghost chi in Gu Fei's body had long penetrated deep into his bones. Even with such extreme methods, he still could not expel the mystic Yin ghost chi from his bones. According to Yen, he would have to suffer one more time before he could completely expel the mystic Yin ghost chi from his body. Right now, Gu Fei only had one goal, and that was to make his life force exuberant. As time passed, the green vitality from all directions converged towards Gu Fei. It could even be clearly seen by the naked eye. A dense green mist swirled around Gu Fei. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed. The injuries caused by the alchemic fire had completely healed. His body seemed to have been infused with endless vitality. Energy surged violently in his body, but he still continued to cultivate. As for Minister Dan, he held the origin soul green lamp and searched the endless sea of trees for 2 days. During these 2 days, the flame from the origin soul green lamp in his hand grew even more resplendent. Minister Dan had searched almost every inch of land within several hundred miles, but he still could not find a trace of Gu Fei. Minister Dan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Gu Fei was in this forest, but he could not find Gu Fei. It was very strange. There seemed to be an unfathomable power that separated him and Gu Fei into 2 different spaces. Minister Dan felt as if he could not grasp or touch Gu Fei. That night, the moonlight was hazy. Beasts roared in the distance. In the endless forest, a speck of green light moved like a will-o'-the-wisp. Unknowingly, a faint mist began to rise in the forest. The mist drifted with the wind, causing the entire forest to become blurry. It gave off an ethereal feeling. The mist could not obstruct the radiance of the green light. Suddenly, without any warning, the moving green light in the mist was extinguished. Then, an angry roar resounded from within the mist. The rolling sound waves shook the forest, causing the mist in the forest to surge violently. "Who is it? Come out." Minister Dan stood in the void. His eyes emitted 2 sharp rays of light that were as sharp as the edge of a blade. He angrily scanned the surroundings. In his hand, he held an ancient bronze lamp that had already been extinguished. He had just been ambushed. He did not know what method the person in the dark had used to extinguish his Yuan spirit lamp. Hee. A cold laugh rang out from the depths of the snowy forest. Then, a ray of green light broke through the mist below the snowy forest and charged out. "How dare you!" Minister Dan was furious. He put away the ancient bronze lamp and rose into the air, chasing after the ray of green light. He wanted to see who dared to ambush him. Once the Yuan spirit lamp was extinguished, unless Gu Fei used his own blood to reignite it, no one else could reignite Gu Fei's Yuan spirit lamp. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of light, one green and one gold, disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye like lightning. The fog that lingered in the snow forest gradually dispersed. The mist in the forest seemed to be a trick of the mysterious expert who had secretly extinguished Minister Dan's Yuan spirit lamp. There was a lot of mist in the forest. Minister Dan did not think there was anything wrong with it. Because of this, the person's sneak attack was successful. The extinguishing of the Yuan spirit lamp made Minister Dan furious. He chased closely behind that person, and from time to time, he would shoot out beams of light that bombarded that person. However, the hazy figure wrapped in the green light did not plan to fight Minister Dan. He repeatedly dodged the golden streaks that Minister Dan shot out and continuously fled forward. "Who are you, scoundrel? If you have the guts, stop and fight," Minister Dan shouted. His voice reverberated in the air and traveled far. The person in front of him did not reply. He did not care about Minister Dan at all. The speed at which an unparalleled expert flew through the air was incomparably fast. In a short while, 2 rays of light rushed out of the forest and into the depths of the mountain. This book. Chapter 337. Under the moonlight, the depths of the snow-capped mountains were no longer peaceful. Beams of strong light shot out and terrifying energy waves spread out, causing all the nearby snow-capped peaks to experience avalanches. The birds and beasts that lived in the snow-capped mountains fled in shock. Peerless masters were fighting in the depths of the snow-capped mountains. One of them was the enraged Minister Dan. The battle did not last long before the depths of the snow-capped mountains gradually calmed down. A golden ray of light shot out from the depths of the snow-capped mountains and flew towards Bailing City. One of the peerless masters did not come out from the snow-capped mountains. No one knew where he went. At dawn, a white figure walked into a courtyard at the back of the Yunlai Inn in Bailing City. It was a handsome young man dressed in white. "Come in." The young man went straight to a room in the courtyard. Just as he was about to knock on the door, an old but calm voice came from inside. The young man respectfully pushed the door open and carefully closed it. The young man entered the room and saw that it was decorated in an antique style. A screen separated the room into 2 parts. The front was the living room, and behind the screen was the bedroom. The room was not gorgeous. The young man stood in front of the screen with his head down. He did not go into the back. He seemed to be very respectful to the owner of the room and did not dare to act presumptuously. "I know why you are here. Don't worry, the light has been extinguished." The old voice came from behind the screen. When the young man heard this, he could not help but reveal a smile on his face. "You can leave." The person in the room seemed to be a little annoyed. "Yes." The white-clothed young man didn't say much. After he heard the man's words, he bowed towards the screen and left the room. "Second brother, what did the ancestor say?" After the young man left the courtyard, a young man with a simple long sword on his waist walked towards him. This person was Dongfang Long, and the person Dongfang Long called second brother was none other than Dongfang Chen. It's rare that the ancestor is willing to help. The matter has been resolved. Dongfang Chen seemed to be very happy. Dongfang Long nodded and said, "Very good, this has bought us a lot of time. The entire north is filled with our Dongfang clan and Beitang clan's eyes. As soon as Gu Fei appears, kill him. This time, don't fail again," Dongfang Chen said with a gloomy face. Dongfang Long nodded and the 2 of them quickly left. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, on the peak of a spiritual mountain, Gu Fei faced the rising sun and sat cross-legged on a large rock. For the past 2 days, it was as if he could not feel the passage of time. He seemed to have merged with nature, his body and mind condensed together with this spiritual peak, blending with heaven and earth. This was a miraculous state. He seemed to be able to hear the thoughts of the trees and flowers, understand the words of birds and beasts, and sensed the pulse of the earth. He seemed to have truly blended into this vibrant world, as if he had become a part of it. The breeze gently blew, and the fragrance of all kinds of plants and flowers slowly rippled in the forest. The rising sun was not dazzling. Like water ripples, it shrouded the entire spiritual peak with a faint layer of golden gauze. Gu Fei stood up from the large rock. Looking at the rising sun, at this moment, he felt incomparably calm. He also felt the vitality between heaven and earth. Gu Fei seemed to have a feeling of enlightenment in his heart. A touch of the morning glow cut through the dawn, and rays of golden light sprinkled on the mountain forest that was surrounded by spiritual energy. Infinite vitality rippled, apes cried, tigers roared, birds chirped, and insects chirped. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and his whole body felt comfortable. As Gu Fei circulated his profound cultivation technique, his body became like a vast ocean that sucked in all the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The essence of the sun, the moon, the wood, and all the other energies that floated in the air were all gathered towards him. Streams of light, which were almost invisible to the naked eye, circulated inside Gu Fei's body, nourishing his body like sweet dew, covering his internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood with a layer of precious light. Sitting on the mountaintop for 2 days and 2 nights was not completely fruitless. His state of mind had been improved, and his body seemed to be filled with endless vitality. The essence of heaven and earth was like cold water, washing his flesh and blood over and over again. He tried to activate the pure essence of the sun that was released when the sun rose. He wanted to use the essence of the sun, the pure yang energy, to dispel the remaining ghost qi in his bone marrow. However, he seemed to have failed. The essence of the sun was not that easy to absorb, and the timing was very important. Obviously, Gu Fei did not grasp this fleeting opportunity. Standing on the top of the spiritual peak, Gu Fei breathed in and out the spiritual energy from all directions, pouring endless spiritual energy into his exhausted body. It wasn't until noon that the gathered spiritual qi drifted away. He stopped and sensed the surging energy in his body. He had to admit that the spiritual energy in the Pill Cauldron Paradise was really abundant. This place was indeed a treasure land for cultivation. When Gu Fei stopped operating the mysterious technique, a bone-piercing coldness came from the depths of his body, making him shiver involuntarily. It seemed that the ghost qi that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow was really hard to dispel with his own power. However, this was already good enough. After all, his body had regained its vitality, and the 18 soul-suppressing nails had been pulled out. His soul sense was no longer suppressed. Not only could the 18 soul-suppressing nails suppress the ghost qi in his body, but they also completely suppressed Gu Fei's soul sense inside his body, which made it impossible for him to open the space inside his body. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei carefully used his soul sense to communicate with the space inside his mud-pill palace. The purple vertical scar that had disappeared between his eyebrows began to appear on his skin. Gradually, the vertical scar emitted a misty purple light. Gu Fei's soul sense had successfully communicated with the space inside his body. His real body did not enter the space, but a wisp of his soul sense had descended into the space inside. He was very worried that because of his body, the space that he had opened up would be destroyed, and even turn into a piece of chaos. However, he seemed to have worried too much. A giant cauldron that emitted an endless aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, was suppressing the center of the space. Traces of chaotic energy that were visible to the naked eye were guided by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei found that not only did his space not collapse because of the decay of his body, but it was also gradually expanding. The mountain and river cauldron refined the chaotic energy and suppressed the space. At the same time, it was also continuously pouring energy into Gu Fei's space, causing the space to gradually expand. Of course, the growth of the space inside was very slow. It had been a long time since Gu Fei moved the mountain and river cauldron from the chaotic zone into the space inside his space, but Gu Fei found that his space had only expanded to about 60 meters in radius. When he was in the virtual sky world, the old turtle once said that the inner world was closely related to a cultivator's body. As one's strength increased, the inner world would also grow. The stronger one was, the bigger the inner world would be. However, if one's cultivation level regressed, the inner world would also collapse and shrink. According to Gu Fei's situation, when his body deteriorated to the extreme, his inner world would have collapsed long ago. Gu Fei's luck was really good. There was a unique mountain and river cauldron suppressing the void in all directions in his inner world. Even though Gu Fei was seriously injured and on the verge of death, his inner world still showed no signs of collapsing. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the earth veins in all directions. It was definitely a treasure. Gu Fei found that the 5 or 6 spiritual plants planted in his inner world emitted a floral fragrance. Their branches and leaves were shrouded in a faint misty glow. The spiritual plants didn't show any signs of withering. Instead, they were growing very well. The surroundings of the spiritual plants were green and green grass grew on the ground. Gu Fei's inner world was no longer lonely and lifeless. After his divine comprehension retreated from the inner world, Gu Fei jumped down from the boulder and walked down the mountain. He wanted to find out what method Yen planned to use to dispel the mysterious Yin ghost aura that had already penetrated into his bones. Minister Dan was very angry and also very depressed. Someone destroyed Gu Fei's green lamp, which made him furious and flustered. Because without the guidance of the green lamp, it would be very difficult for him to find Gu Fei. The hopes of the elders of the sect were all on Gu Fei. Minister Dan was actually shouldering a heavy responsibility. After the trip to the virtual sky world, the elders of the 3 great Taoist sects didn't find any trace of the 9-colored longevity grass on the other disciples. In the virtual sky world, everyone saw that it was Gu Fei who took the 3 9-colored longevity grass. Because of this, the head of the Taishan sect and a group of elders used their great magical power and used the green lamp as a guide to keep an eye on Gu Fei's life and whereabouts. When the green lamp sensed that Gu Fei had left the virtual sky world, the higher-ups of the 3 great Taoist sects were alarmed. The Taishan sect immediately sent Minister Dan down the mountain to search for Gu Fei's whereabouts. Gu Fei became the disciple that the 3 great Taoist sects paid the most attention to. Of course, what attracted the higher-ups of the 3 great Taoist sects wasn't Gu Fei himself, but the things he had. In the evening, in Bailing City, a person came to the courtyard where Minister Dan was staying. Minister Dan respectfully invited this person to a side room, then stood to the side and waited on him carefully. Although he was already a peerless expert in the void-controlling realm, he still didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of this person. How did it go? Taoist Chao Yang, who was sitting high in the hall, asked calmly. He wore a purple jade Taoist crown, 9 suns shining in the sky, and the golden crow burning sky robe. Martial uncle, Gu Fei is missing, and the green lamp of the 9-colored primordial spirit has also been extinguished. Although Minister Dan was a little hesitant, he didn't dare to hide anything in front of Taoist Chao Yang. What happened? When Taoist Chao Yang heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and an invisible momentum immediately spread in the room. Minister Dan suddenly felt as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a 1,000-kilogram boulder. He felt like he was suffocating, and his breathing became a little rapid. His forehead was also covered in cold sweat. This book was first published. Chapter 338. As night fell, a bright moon appeared in the sky, sprinkling down cold moonlight that shrouded the icy and snowy northern land in a layer of light gauze. Network, swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above an endless snowy forest in the northern land as if it had teleported. This person wore a purple jade crown on his head and a golden crow sky-burning robe of the 9 suns' brilliant sky. There seemed to be flames flowing all over his body. He was Taoist Chao Yang of the Shaoyang Peak of the Taishan sect. Swoosh! A golden rainbow suddenly appeared in the distant sky, like a golden bolt of lightning, cutting through the void and flying quickly toward Taoist Chao Yang. Gu Fei is nearby. Taoist Chao Yang's eyes seemed to have no spirit, but it was as if he had a magical power that could penetrate the void, as if he could see anything he wanted to see. He glanced around but did not feel anything strange. What he saw in front of him was just a common snowy forest in the northern land. At this time, the golden light that appeared in the distant sky had already flown in front of him, and a powerful wave of spiritual power immediately spread out. The golden light dissipated, and a figure appeared next to Taoist Chaoyang. "Is it here?" Taoist Chaoyang asked. The person who came in the golden rainbow was Dan Qingzi. When he heard the question, he immediately replied, "Yes, but even with the spirit lamp in hand, I can't find Gu Fei." Before the spirit lamp was extinguished, Dan Qingzi had tracked Gu Fei more than once, but it was difficult to find any trace of Gu Fei. Although they were both cultivators in the royal void realm, Taoist Chaoyang's strength and seniority were not comparable to Dan Qingzi, who had just broken through to the royal void realm. Even among cultivators in the same realm, there were strong and weak ones. With Taoist Chaoyang's cultivation, it could be said that it was easy to kill a peerless cultivator like Dan Qingzi. Strange. Taoist Chaoyang stood in the void, and there was a trace of doubt on his face. He could not feel any human aura nearby, which meant that Gu Fei had not appeared nearby. Taoist Chaoyang's divine will was extremely powerful. Once it was spread out, he could see everything within a radius of tens of miles like the back of his hand. It was even clearer than using his eyes to see. As long as someone was hiding nearby, they would definitely not be able to escape the detection of his spiritual force. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the occasional roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the snowy forest. Other than the birds and beasts that resided in the forest, there were no other signs of life. Taoist Chaoyang was very proud of his own cultivation. Apart from demigods, there were only a few people in the world who could beat him. If there was something strange about this place, it would not escape Taoist Chaoyang's eyes. If someone had really hidden Gu Fei with great magical power, and even Taoist Chaoyang had been deceived, then this person was definitely not someone he could provoke. Yes. Looks like it's time to meet some old friends in Bailing City. Taoist Chaoyang said calmly, "Let's go back." After saying that, Taoist Chaoyang's figure disappeared in the air. Taoist Chaoyang's speed was too fast. Even Minister Dan, who was standing next to him, could not tell how he left. Minister Dan could not help but be shocked. Taoist Chaoyang's cultivation was much stronger than his. Taoist Chaoyang's speed seemed to be comparable to teleportation. Of course, the legendary magical power of teleportation could only be performed by a peerless demigod. Minister Dan did not dare to delay. He rose into the air and turned into a dazzling golden rainbow. He flew in the direction of Bailing City and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Of course, Taoist Chaoyang's arrival did not go unnoticed by the old monsters in Bailing City. The situation in Bailing City became even more delicate. There were many undercurrents, and a storm was brewing. Compared to Bailing City, the Pill Cauldron's grotto was quiet. There was no ice or snow here, and the temperature was warm. Several mountain peaks were filled with green. There was a small bridge that spanned over the flowing water, and flowers bloomed beside the stream. Cranes flew across the sky from time to time. A herd of spiritual deer chased each other on the grassland between the mountains. All sorts of spiritual herbs were planted on the cultivated slopes. The Pill Cauldron's grotto was definitely a blessed land for immortals. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a grotto in the snowy northern lands. This place was isolated from the rest of the world and was filled with spiritual energy. It was no wonder that even the old monsters who had not come out for a long time were alarmed. Unfortunately, this spiritual land already had an owner. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had spent a lot of effort to set up a peerless formation to isolate this spiritual land from the rest of the world, forming a grotto. This grotto was independent from the world, but it was also closely connected to the world. The spiritual veins of the earth were the foundation of this small world. It was hard to imagine that with this grotto as the foundation, the Pill Cauldron's grotto still declined. Unless the peerless formation outside the Pill Cauldron's grotto was broken, the Pill Cauldron's grotto would never be revealed to the world. Even a powerhouse like Taoist Chaoyang could not sense the existence of the grotto. In order to help Gu Fei get rid of the Xianing ghost qi that was entangled in his bone marrow, Yan had been busy with something for the past few days. She seemed to be making something. Gu Fei asked a few times, but Yan pretended to be mysterious and ran away. Network, Gu Fei had no choice but to find a place to circulate his mystic art and breathe in and out spiritual energy. He wanted to use the endless spiritual energy to temper his muscles and bones, using this method to get rid of the Xianing ghost qi deep in his bone marrow bit by bit. But soon, Gu Fei felt that his method did not seem to work at all. The uncomfortable feeling of coldness coming out from his bone marrow still happened a few times a day. Every time he did it, his body would feel cold and his blood and qi seemed to be condensing. This was like a bone-deep gangrene. With his ability, there was no way he could get rid of the Xianing ghost qi deep in his bone marrow. One morning 3 days later, Yen-Er found Gu Fei at the peak of a spiritual mountain. "Follow me." Yen roused Gu Fei from his deep meditation. This was the first sentence she said to Gu Fei. She seemed to be a little excited. "Where to?" Gu Fei asked. "Just follow me. Of course, if you don't want to get better, you can continue to meditate here." Yen-Er revealed a sly smile and walked straight down the mountain. "Wait for me." Gu Fei hurriedly chased after her. Although he had vaguely guessed why Yen came to find him, he still could not keep calm. One had to know that the Xianing ghost qi deep in his bone marrow would come out several times a day. That kind of feeling was not pleasant. Yen-Er brought Gu Fei to an ancient altar in the Pill Cauldron Grotto and walked up. Gu Fei felt that this altar seemed to be made of purple jade. Every purple jade brick was engraved with ancient runes. The altar was 15 feet wide and emitted a misty purple glow. After walking up the altar, Gu Fei discovered that the ground of the altar was also engraved with countless runes. The countless runes seemed to form a huge formation. Gu Fei did not set foot in the formation. He could not figure out the function of the formation on the altar. Apart from the runes engraved on the purple jade ground, there was nothing else on the altar. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Why did Yen-Er bring him here? He was about to ask, but at that moment, Yen-Er signaled Gu Fei to stand in the center of the altar. Yen came to Gu Fei's side and took out a jade talisman from her storage bag. She handed it to Gu Fei and said, "Take it. It will be useful when we return." Gu Fei took the jade talisman and saw that both sides of the jade talisman were also engraved with runes. Moreover, Gu Fei felt that the runes on the jade talisman in his hand and the runes on the altar seemed to come from the same source. Yen-Er's hands formed hand seals. Then, the ancient purple jade altar immediately emitted a strong energy fluctuation. The runes engraved on the entire altar gradually lit up. The ancient altar obviously contained an incomparably strong energy. Yen-Er's hands continuously formed hand seals to guide this originally dormant power out. Rumble. The entire altar began to shake. Then, thousands of runes rushed out from the altar as if they had come to life. They formed a mysterious formation that enveloped Gu Fei and Yen, who stood in the center of the altar. This. Gu Fei was shocked. This altar seemed to be a teleportation formation. Swoosh. There was a tremor in the void as ripples spread out from the center of the altar. Thousands of light talismans formed an array. The instant Yen and Gu Fei were enveloped, the two of them disappeared from the altar. Thousands of light runes dissipated on the altar. The runes engraved on the altar also gradually dimmed. The energy contained in the altar also quieted down. The space was twisting. Gu Fei felt as if he had stepped into a void tunnel. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. There was no sky, no earth. It was as if he was walking in an endless void. He had no idea where he was going. Rays of light became the only thing in Gu Fei's eyes. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt as if he was riding on the clouds, as if he was traveling at an extremely high speed. When the surrounding rays of light gradually disappeared, a gloomy void appeared in front of Gu Fei. He did not know when it started, but the surrounding space began to twist and ripples of energy spread out. Rumble. After a loud noise, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the front. Gu Fei had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the dark sky flashed with strong lights from time to time. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Silver snakes danced in the sky and lightning lit up the heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. He looked around and saw that he and Yen were standing on a small hill. Under their feet was a formation engraved on a rock with a circumference of 5 zhang. The runes on the formation were very similar to the runes on the purple jade altar in the Pill Cauldron Wonderland. What is this place? Gu Fei asked. He felt that the heaven and earth were gloomy. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, illuminating the gloomy void from time to time. Apart from the small hill where he and Yen were standing, there were lush weeds everywhere. Between the weeds, there were water droplets. This place seemed to be a swamp. This is the lightning lake, Yen said. Rumble. At this time, another earth-shattering thunder came from the sky. Although the sky was gloomy, it was strange that there was only thunder but no rain. Lightning Lake? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. He knew of this place. It was a dangerous place, a place where the lightning energy of heaven and earth gathered. The Lightning Lake could be said to be one of the most dangerous places in the Tenglong continent. Gu Fei had seen descriptions of the Lightning Lake in his sex records. We've been teleported to the Lightning Lake thousands of miles away? Gu Fei exclaimed. One must know that the Lightning Lake was not in the northern lands. Although it was within the borders of Northern Wei, it was at least 3,000 miles away from the northern mountain city. Hee, that's right. You will be staying here for a few days. Yen smiled. When she smiled, she looked like a little fox who had succeeded in her evil plan. Gu Fei couldn't help being stunned for a moment before he asked, what exactly do you want? Yen's smile made his hair stand on end. Let's go. Let's find a place with dense lightning. Yen didn't answer Gu Fei. Instead, she walked out of the formation and looked at the sky from the small hill. She saw thick thunderclouds surging in the east and south. The lightning in the thunderclouds was denser and more frequent than the lightning in the other 2 directions. Most of the thunder came from these 2 directions, shaking the heaven and earth. Let's go to the east. There's a grassland under the thunderclouds. It's just the right place, Yen said and rushed down the small hill. Like a purple smoke, she headed east. Gu Fei had no choice but to follow her. The swamp here was different from the deathly swamp inside the virtual sky world. This place was full of the aura of thunder and lightning, and there seemed to be a burning smell in the air. The death swamp in the virtual sky world, on the other hand, was lifeless and a paradise for the undead. Roar. Just as Yen rushed to the grassland under the thunderclouds, an unforeseen event occurred. A low and deep roar seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Then, the grassland under Yen's feet began to tremble, as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Yen quickly retreated. Pung! Bang! The grassland suddenly exploded. Soil splashed in all directions, and an unusual beast rushed out of the ground. What's that? Gu Fei, who was following closely behind Yen, hurriedly came to a halt. He stared at the exotic beast that had rushed out from the ground in shock. The exotic beast was 4 to 5 meters long and had the appearance of a huge green lion. However, there was a single silver horn on its ferocious head. Roar! The unusual beast looked up to the sky and roared. Its voice shook the sky. A burst of crackling lightning came out of its body. At the same time, a fierce murderous aura surged out of its body. Chapter 339. The lightning lion beast was a ferocious beast in the Thunder Lake that could control the power of thunder and lightning. It had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Once it sensed any beast or human cultivator intruding into its territory, it would immediately attack. It was obvious that Yen, and Gu Fei had intruded into the territory of a lightning lion. Roar! The lightning lion charged out from the swamp and let out a series of roars. Its body was surrounded by lightning, and a violent aura filled every inch of the sky. Gu Fei sensed that this lightning lion seemed to possess a powerful strength. He could feel the power of thunder and lightning in the surroundings converging toward the lightning lion floating in the sky. Swoosh! A pair of azure-colored wings extended from the lightning lion's ribs. Arcs of azure-colored lightning blossomed on the wings, crackling chaotically. Yen was still standing on the grass, staring calmly at the lightning lion in the sky. Even though she knew that the lightning lion was gathering its power, she did not make a move. The lightning lion was infuriated by the fact that there was someone who didn't know life from death trespassing into its territory. The consequences were terrifying. Lightning began to strike down from the thunderclouds, striking the silver horn on the lightning lion's head. This lightning lion was extraordinary, as it was able to control the powerful force of thunder and lightning accumulated in the thunderclouds. The horn on the head of the lightning lion continued to absorb the power of thunder and lightning from all directions. The silver horn began to emit a brilliant glow, and a powerful energy wave was emitted from the horn. Roar! The lightning lion let out a furious roar. Swoosh! Then, a green lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm shot out from the horn, and struck towards Yen, below. The blue lightning bolt tore through the sky and emitted a blinding light that lit up the heavens and earth. Gu Fei stood aside and watched the scene quietly. Although he knew that Yen had a high cultivation, he had never seen her make a move before. Yen simply reached out her right hand and pressed forward. Bang! With a bang, the lightning bolt that was bombarding towards Yen seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. It was stopped less than 10 feet in front of Yen by a mysterious force. Yen easily nullified the attack of the lightning lion. After that, Yen waved her right hand lightly. Bang! The lightning lion was directly blasted flying by a powerful force. Roar! The lightning lion roared again and again as it was blasted flying 30 to 40 meters away. Only then did it stop retreating. After that, it flapped its wings that were coiled with lightning and transformed into an azure bolt of lightning as it charged towards Yen. Outrageous, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Yen's expression turned extremely cold. She had only sent the lightning lion flying just now, hoping that the lightning lion would know how powerful it was and leave. However, the violent lion did not seem to appreciate her kindness and charged forward in an instant. Of lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Endless lightning flashed in the void around the lightning lion, interweaving into a net of lightning power that enveloped Yen. Gu Fei quickly retreated and looked at Yen with interest. He wanted to see what kind of tricks she had up her sleeves. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from Yen's body, and her hair started to flutter even though there was no wind. Then, dark green vines started to grow under her feet, and they started to twine around the lightning lion in the sky. At the same time, Yen pressed her right hand upward, and the thousands of lightning bolts that shrouded the lightning lion immediately dispersed and dissipated in the sky. At this moment, the lightning lion seemed to have sensed danger and tried to escape. However, it was too late. Countless vines, like green dragons, instantly entangled the lightning lion in the sky. 2 vines entangled the wings of the lightning lion and tore them off. The lightning lion immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. A large amount of blood sprayed from the sky. The lightning lion that had lost its wings fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Muddy water splashed everywhere as the huge body of the lightning lion smashed heavily onto the turf. Then, it slowly sank into the mud beneath the turf. The powerful and violent lightning lion had been strangled to death by Yen. After the vines strangled the lightning lion to death, they seemed to have lost their vitality and quickly withered. Then, they turned into dust and drifted into the sky. Wood elemental techniques? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He could feel that Yen's body was exuding a vigorous aura. It was as if she was the embodiment of the spirit of vegetation. Gu Fei was no stranger to the fluctuation of qi that was full of vitality. In the Taishan sect, there were many people who cultivated wood elemental techniques. In the Taishan sect, Ziyu, a disciple of the sect leader, was one of the best. Impressive, impressive. Gu Fei clapped his hands and walked slowly toward Yen. Are you praising me or insulting me? Yen smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face bloomed with infinite brilliance, and Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Hee hee. Of course I'm praising you. How would I dare to insult you? Gu Fei rubbed his nose and said awkwardly. He had to admit that Yen's smile was very lethal. Humph. I don't think you would dare. Yen waved her fist at Gu Fei and said fiercely. She was like an innocent girl, but compared to the vicious methods she had used just now, she felt a little out of place. The sky was still gloomy. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dark thunderclouds seemed to be hanging down to the ground, and bolts of lightning danced wildly in the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder was endless, and from time to time, there would be terrifying lightning striking down from the sky. Gu Fei and Yen stopped joking. They came to a grassy area covered by thunderclouds, and Yen took out a big thing from her storage bag. It was a huge lamp, its four sides were covered with white cloth, and the top was also tightly sealed with white cloth. The bottom was empty, and on the iron frame at the bottom, there was an iron bucket filled with lamp oil, with a wick as thick as a child's arm immersed in it. There were talismans drawn on the white cloth around the huge lamp. Each talisman was emitting a faint spiritual energy. What's the use of this? Gu Fei asked. He didn't know what Yen wanted to use this huge lamp for. This huge lamp has a name. It's called the Kong Ming lamp. As Yen spoke, she took out a metal chain from her storage bag. This metal chain was at least 100 meters long. Kong Ming lamp? Gu Fei said. Yes. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was an almighty expert who was proficient in formations. His name was Zhuge Kong Ming. The Kong Ming lamp was created by him. Yen said. I've never heard of him. Gu Fei said with some embarrassment. I also read about the Kong Ming lamp in the sex book collection. The Kong Ming lamp can fly into the sky without using any spells or external forces, Yen said to Gu Fei as she tied one end of the metal chain to the lamp frame below the Kong Ming lamp. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He had already vaguely guessed what Yen wanted to do. Hee hee, that's right. I'm going to release this Kong Ming lamp into the sky and draw the power of thunder and lightning from the thunderclouds. Yen said proudly. As she spoke, she lit up the huge Kong Ming lamp. The flame of the lamp burned fiercely, and the huge lamp slowly rose from the ground in front of Gu Fei and Yen. All right, you can enjoy the baptism of thunder and lightning here. Yen smiled slyly and suddenly used the fixed body technique on Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body stiffen, and he was fixed on the spot. Yen tied the other end of the metal chain to Gu Fei's waist. Then, she took out a large stone from her storage bag and another metal chain from her storage bag. She tied Gu Fei firmly to the large stone like a dumpling. Gu Fei could not speak. His eyes darted around and his face turned green. The power of sky thunder was not something that anyone could withstand. It was extremely dangerous to attract sky thunder to one's body. Legend had it that when a great cultivator who had stepped into the immortal realm ascended, heaven and earth would send down a lightning tribulation. Only those who could survive the lightning tribulation could finally ascend to the immortal realm. Those who could not survive the lightning tribulation would be destroyed by the sky thunder and turned into ashes. Gu Fei did not think that with his current cultivation, he could resist the power of thunder and lightning that came from heaven and earth. Oh! I almost forgot. Yen was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. Then, she pointed with her finger and Gu Fei's right hand, which was holding the jade talisman, was immediately able to move. All right, if you really can't withstand it, crush the jade talisman. The power in the jade talisman can teleport you back to the pill cauldron paradise. After saying that, Yen quickly left. At this time, the slowly rising Kong Ming lantern was about to touch the thick thunderclouds that were pressing down from the sky. Dark clouds pressed down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. With a strong flash, lightning swam through the thunderclouds like silver snakes. Suddenly, a deafening thunder exploded above Gu Fei's head. The power of the thunder was earth-shattering. A bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds and hit the flying Kong Ming lantern. A bright electric current immediately flowed down the metal chain at the bottom of the lantern. Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura and wanted to crush the jade talisman, but in the end, he did not do so. Perhaps only the baptism of sky thunder could expel the Xian Yin ghost chi from his body. Wow! The power of thunder and lightning flowed along the chains and entered Gu Fei's body. In an instant, it broke the fixed body technique on Gu Fei's body. A miserable howl immediately escaped his mouth. Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white smoke. He raised his head to look at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky and roared, "How refreshing! Let's make it more violent." Boom! Another clap of thunder boomed overhead, and another bolt of lightning struck the sky lantern in the sky. Roar! Damned heavens, come! Gu Fei endured it and shouted crazily. Bolts of lightning kept striking the Kongming lantern, and Gu Fei's roars rang out continuously, spreading far and wide. This book. Chapter 340. There was no lack of ferocious beasts in the Thunder Lake. However, none of them dared to approach a certain place. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The grass within a radius of a few hundred feet was scorched. There was an extremely crazy man who was attracting the power of lightning from the heavens and earth under the rumbling thunderclouds. His cries of agony were incessant and could even be heard louder than the sound of the thunder. On a grassy slope in the distance, a graceful figure in purple calmly watched the shocking scene unfold before her. There was no expression on her extremely delicate face. Thunder clouds loomed in front of them as tens of thousands of lightning bolts swam in the clouds. A violent aura that could shock all living beings in the heavens and earth was emitted from the thunderclouds. The Thunder Lake was a strange place in the Tenglong continent. Here, the power of thunder and lightning gathered. Dark thunder clouds hung down from the sky. Terrifying lightning struck from the thunder clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. Some of the lightning even struck the ground. There was no wind or rain. There was only thunder here, and it rarely rained. However, the water in the Thunder Lake was sufficient because it was a swamp. It was difficult to see the sun in the Thunder Lake. However, terrifying lightning bolts would strike down from the sky and strike the ground. The powerful lightning bolts would often strike the soft grass and create huge pits, forming the unique landform of the Thunder Lake. Large and small round ponds were scattered across the entire Thunder Lake like pearls embedded in a piece of jade. Yen, and Gu Fei were only at the periphery of the Thunder Lake. They did not venture deep into the Thunder Lake because there were unpredictable dangers in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The power of lightning there was stronger and the ferocious beasts there were stronger. Only cultivators with a high cultivation base could venture deep into the Thunder Lake. The reason why Gu Fei and Yen came to the Thunder Lake was to borrow the power of lightning to expel the Xian Yin ghost chi from Gu Fei's body. They were not here for an adventure. One should know that the Thunder Lake was one of the most dangerous places in the Soaring Dragon continent. The power of lightning in the depths of the Thunder Lake was enough to scare even a void-controlling realm expert. The lightning energy outside the Thunder Lake was within the range that Gu Fei could withstand. Of course, if he had not been thrown into the primordial pill cauldron by Yenner and refined with hundreds of spirit medicines for 3 days and 3 nights, allowing his body to regain its vitality, his deteriorating body would definitely not have been able to withstand the power of thunder and lightning here. It's already the 98th time. Old Goose seems to be stronger than I imagined. Yen mumbled to herself on a grassy slope in the distance. She stared calmly at the scene before her without any expression on her face. Gu Fei had already been struck 198 times by the power of lightning guided by the Kongming lantern, but his voice was still loud and clear, full of energy. Hey, hey. I want to see how long you can hold on before you crush the jade talisman in your hand. Yen watched with interest. In the distance, Gu Fei, who was tied to a huge rock, was charred on the outside and tender on the inside by the power of lightning. The clothes on his upper body had long been burnt to ashes, and only a piece of rag was left on his lower body, which barely covered his important parts. Even the huge rock behind him had cracks on it, as though it could be smashed by the next bolt of lightning at any time. It had to be said that Yen-Er was very thoughtful and well prepared. The Kongming lantern, the 100-foot-long metal chain, and the huge rock that weighed thousands of kilograms were all for the sake of letting Gu Fei enjoy the baptism of lightning. The fixed body technique that Yen had cast on him had already been broken when the first bolt of lightning struck him. There was no spell that could remain unbroken under the bombardment of the power of lightning. As long as the power of lightning in the world was strong enough, it could break any spell. This was because the power of lightning represented the power of the world. The legendary god of thunder wielded the power to punish on behalf of the heavens. Of course, no one knew if the god of thunder existed in the world. However, what in the world could go against the heavens? Gu Fei did not know, but he knew very well that even a powerful immortal was just an ant in the face of the heavens. Powerful bolts of lightning were constantly guided down by the Kongming lantern in the sky and mercilessly struck into his body. Countless bolts of lightning passed through his flesh and bones before entering the ground beneath Gu Fei's feet. This was an inhumane torture. Even though Gu Fei's body had been tempered 100 times, he still felt extreme pain, as though his skin was being fried and his bones were being torn apart. Every time he was struck by lightning, it was as though there were countless sharp swords slicing his body. It made him feel a terrible pain, as though his flesh and bones were being separated and torn apart. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to withstand such terrible torture. However, Gu Fei's willpower was incomparably firm. He would not easily succumb to any power, even if it was the power of the world. Every time a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, Gu Fei could not wait to crush the jade talisman in his hand. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He gritted his teeth and endured the inhumane pain. Traces of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The power of lightning in the world could repel all evils. It was the nemesis of the evil Yin Qi in his body. Moreover, with the power of heavenly lightning, although it was dangerous, it was very likely that an incomparably powerful heavenly lightning would descend and strike Gu Fei into charcoal. However, in the midst of danger, there were also opportunities. For Gu Fei, using the power of lightning to temper his body was not entirely a bad thing. The mysterious Yin ghost Qi that had invaded his bone marrow was gradually dispersed by the power of lightning that passed through his body. Gu Fei's miserable howls were earth-shattering. Endless vitality constantly healed his body that had been burned by the power of lightning. All the muscles in his body involuntarily twitched violently, releasing waves of vitality to nourish his injured body. The strong physique of a martial artist allowed Gu Fei to recover very quickly after being struck by lightning. Yen-Er watched from the grassy slope for a long time. She thought that Gu Fei would not be able to endure the pain of being struck by lightning for long. He would crush the jade talisman and start all over again. However, she seemed to be wrong. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Gu Fei's miserable howls were still coming from afar. His voice did not weaken at all. It was obvious that he could continue to endure it. In the Thunder Lake, black thunderclouds covered the land. It seemed as though they would never dissipate. There was no sunlight or stars in this place. There was thunder, but there was no rain. This was a strange place. It was a paradise for cultivators who cultivated lightning-based Dao techniques. However, even so, not many cultivators dared to go deep into the Thunder Lake. They could only walk around the periphery of the Thunder Lake like Gu Fei and Yen-Er. Forget it, let's return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise first. I wonder when he will crush the jade talisman. The lightning lake was filled with a heavy pressure that came from the heaven and earth, making Yen-Er a little uncomfortable. Yen-Er crushed the jade talisman in her hand. A ball of green light immediately spread out from her hand, enveloping her within. Shwa! The void that was enveloped by the green light trembled, and ripples spread out like water waves. The light dimmed and then disappeared completely. Yen-Er's figure had already disappeared along with the light. It was as though she had broken through the void. It was difficult to teleport out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. However, one only needed to crush a jade talisman to return to the pill cauldron paradise. Yen was not worried that Gu Fei would be in danger. This was because even if he was in danger, Gu Fei would not be so foolish as to not crush the jade talisman. It could be said that the jade talisman was actually a talisman. The jade talisman of the pill cauldron sect was very special. It was more convenient than the void-shifting scrolls that were sealed with spatial Dao techniques. The Dao technique scroll had to be unfolded to release the sealed Dao technique power. As for the jade talisman of the pill cauldron sect, one only needed to hold it in one's hand and crush it. The Dao technique power would explode in an instant and teleport the person to the pill cauldron paradise. It had to be said that Gu Fei's willpower was perversely strong. It seemed like there was no pain that he could not endure. He did not know how many times he had been struck by the power of lightning from the Kongming lantern. Gu Fei felt as if he had become numb. The lightning energy washed over his body again and again, and the bone-chilling cold that would flare up several times a day gradually weakened. Under the baptism of lightning, his physical body and nerves were tempered to become stronger and more resilient. A day and a night passed. The place where Gu Fei was had become a huge, charred pit that was steaming. It was as if a meteorite had fallen there, producing an incomparably strong heat that burned everything. The boulder had long been shattered. The area within a radius of several dozen zhang had become scorched earth. Only a metal chain that seemed to connect heaven and earth remained intact. Even after being struck by the power of lightning countless times, it seemed like it would not leave a single mark on this metal chain. He did not know when it started, but Gu Fei felt that the cold in his body had stopped acting up. Therefore, he subconsciously began to accumulate the power of lightning. Although the power of lightning between heaven and earth was an incomparably tyrannical and destructive power, it was also one of the powers of heaven and earth. It could also be refined. Gu Fei began to circulate his mysterious art to refine the power of lightning. This was definitely an incomparably crazy action because the power of lightning was extremely hard to tame. If he was not careful, the powerful power of lightning could burn him into ashes. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. His cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the third heavenly layer of the ascended realm. He wanted to borrow the power of lightning to break through his current bottleneck. He felt that this was an opportunity to break through his current bottleneck. He could not let it go. As he circulated his mysterious art, bolts of lightning began to surround Gu Fei's body. These bolts of lightning did not dissipate. Instead, they were emitted from within his body. Under the baptism of lightning, his tendons, bones, and flesh gradually transformed and became stronger. Gu Fei's physical body gradually improved under the destruction of the lightning. Bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the thunderclouds above his head. The power of lightning was gradually guided by Gu Fei to every part of his body. Tiny snake-like currents flowed through his skin. Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a spirit of lightning. His body emitted strong rays of light and thick arcs of lightning shot out from his orifices. As time passed, Gu Fei's figure was gradually covered by the lightning that shot out from his body. Then, a huge ball of lightning with a radius of 1 zhang appeared in the huge pit, flickering with strong light. Shwa! The teleportation array on the hill emitted a dazzling light. Strong waves of spiritual energy shook the void and ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out. When the light dissipated, a purple figure appeared in the teleportation array. Yen had come to the Thunder Lake from the Pill Cauldron Cave world. She walked out of the teleportation array and headed towards the direction of Gu Fei. She waited in the Pill Cauldron Cave world for a day and night but did not see Gu Fei return. Feeling worried, she came to the Thunder Lake again. The place where Gu Fei was struck by lightning was easy to find because the power of lightning gathered there. The power of heaven and earth was very strong and could be sensed from far away. When Yen came closer, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The Kongming lantern had already fallen into the swamp, and the lightning in the sky was still striking down from the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder and lightning was earth-shattering. In a huge pit, a huge ball of lightning formed by lightning had burnt the soil within a radius of tens of feet. The ground was scorched black. The lightning ball had a diameter of 2 to 3 feet and emitted a blinding light. What happened? Yen was shocked. She could feel that the ball of lightning was nurturing a strong force. A heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the ball of lightning. This fella. Yen was speechless for a long time. After she calmed herself down, she could vaguely guess what had happened. Gu Fei was actually using the power of lightning to cultivate. This made Yen's jaw drop. Gu Fei's actions were undoubtedly audacious. Yen did not leave. She stood guard nearby and paid close attention to the changes in the ball of lightning. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this period of time, a few strong beasts were alarmed and rushed over from other areas of the Thunder Lake. However, they were all chased away by Yen. The power nurturing in the ball of lightning was gradually increasing. The mighty aura emitted from the ball of lightning made the nearby beasts very uneasy. As for Gu Fei, he was sitting in the ball of lightning with his legs crossed, enduring inhuman pain. Endless power of lightning was flowing in his body. It was as if thousands of swords were constantly penetrating through his flesh and bones, tempering his body over and over again. It was as if they were trying to forge his body into a treasure. Yen didn't know when Gu Fei would stop cultivating. She sat with her legs crossed on a nearby grassy slope and quietly waited for Gu Fei. She knew that not only had the evil qi in Gu Fei's body been completely expelled, his cultivation base would also increase greatly after being tempered by the heavenly lightning. Bailing City, which stood in the north of Northern Wei and was close to the abyss of immortals and demons, was definitely an ancient city. No one knew when Northern Mountain City was built. No one even knew how it appeared in the northern lands. There were many unimaginable myths and legends here. Such an ancient city standing in the border between the extreme northern demon region and the central plains would definitely arouse people's imagination. Although Bailing City wasn't as grand as the Dragon Emperor's city in the southern wasteland, it was still a famous city in the northern region. In the evening, 2 young cultivators in white clothes appeared outside the city gate of Bailing City. With a cultivator's keen sense, they could sense an ancient and vicissitude aura. Bailing City was like an indomitable giant that stood in the snowy north, guarding the land of the north. Senior brother, isn't it a bit rash for us to choose this place as our first stop for training? A handsome young cultivator with the appearance of a peerlessly beautiful woman asked. This young cultivator was like a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing. His skin was so delicate that even women would be jealous of him. He was a young cultivator with the appearance of a girl. The other cultivator standing beside the young cultivator had an ordinary appearance. He was thin and had tan skin. He looked like a farmer in the countryside who went to work at sunrise and returned home at sunset. When the 2 of them walked together, one was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him, while the other had an ordinary appearance. This combination was a bit strange. What's there to be rash about? I heard that junior brother Dongfang Chen also came to the northern lands. The unassuming young cultivator said disapprovingly. Junior brother Dongfang? The handsome young cultivator couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. At this moment, 2 young cultivators in white clothes walked out of the city gate. The 2 of them looked similar. They both had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. They were definitely rare handsome men. However, the 2 of them had a masculine aura that was unique to men, while the young man with the unassuming young cultivator had a feminine aura. Speak of the devil and he will arrive. The handsome young cultivator couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the 2 young cultivators coming out of the city. Hee. Senior brother Ziyu, please forgive me for being late to welcome you. 2 young cultivators came out of the city. One of them walked up to the 2 cultivators outside the city gate. Hey! Junior brother Dongfang, your cultivation. The dark-skinned young cultivator with an ordinary appearance looked at the young cultivator who came to greet him. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Little brother is stupid. It's been more than a year since I returned to the Dongfang family, but I still haven't broken through my current bottleneck. Sigh. Dongfang Chen's expression was a bit depressed and lost. The two cultivators in white outside the city gate were Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were walking down the mountain. The two young men in white who came out of the city were the two brothers, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long. However, there was no sign of Beitang Ao. Dongfang Chen had found an excuse to return to the Dongfang family more than a year ago. He did this to see if he could break through his current cultivation bottleneck with the help of the family. Secondly, he was preparing to deal with Gu Fei. In the Supreme Mystery sect, there was the existence of Wang Yuanji and other spies. What happened in the sect, Dongfang Chen knew like the palm of his hand. When he learned that the sect had sent Minister Dan with the primordial spirit lamp down the mountain to look for Gu Fei, it was difficult for Dongfang Chen to stay in the Dongfang family to cultivate. Junior brother Dongfang, you're really well informed. There don't seem to be many people who know that senior brother Li and I have come to the north. Ziyu looked at Dongfang Chen meaningfully and said indifferently. First publication of this book. Chapter 341. The people of the three great Taoist sects began to appear in the north. Not only the three great Taoist sects, but other cultivation forces also had disciples enter the north. 1. Some of the old monsters were also alarmed. The first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu, was wreaking havoc in the north. In the world of cultivation, there was probably no force that would not be nervous. Moreover, there was the new spiritual land. The true experts of the Tenglong continent attached great importance to the new spiritual land. Even the old monsters who had not been involved in the affairs of the world for a long time came out. The demons were the enemies of all the cultivators in the world, and a spiritual land was even more attractive. With these two factors, it would be strange if the northern lands didn't attract the attention of others. The people of the Supreme Mystery sect did not have a fixed place to stay in Bailing City. The Dongfang family booked the entire Yunlai Inn. Dongfang Chen took Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to the inn and arranged two of the best rooms for them. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu only had a brief conversation in the room before the Dongfang brothers left. In Li Lingfeng's room, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu sat down at the table. Senior brother, why is junior brother Dongfang so enthusiastic about entertaining us? Is there something fishy about this? Ziyu said to Li Lingfeng. He did not hide his doubts. Li Lingfeng pondered for a moment, then said, there are not many people who know that we came down the mountain, and even fewer people who know that we came to the north. How does junior brother Dongfang know our whereabouts? In the Supreme Mystery sect, as long as a disciple broke through to the realm of transcending mortality, they were qualified to go down the mountain and walk in the world of cultivation, gaining experience in the world of mortals. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were the best of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery sect. In the past few years, they had successfully taken that step with the help of the core condensation pill. Cultivators who broke through to the realm of transcending mortality had a qualitative improvement in their lifespan and cultivation. Cultivators who had reached this realm could be considered to stand out among the thousands of people in the world and step onto the path of the strong. Cultivators could condense their power, form their core, and cleanse their marrow. After forming their core, cultivators would be transparent inside and out, and they would be reborn. They would communicate with heaven and earth, and use the surplus of the world to make up for their own deficiencies. They would use their strengths to make up for their weaknesses, steal the sky, and begin to derive power. Network, there seems to be something strange about junior brother Dongfang. Ziyu's expression became serious. Li Lingfeng nodded and said, let's wait and see for now. Let's see what junior brother Dongfang is planning. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both smart people. The other party seemed to know their whereabouts like the back of his hand. They were already on guard. However, Dongfang Chen's actions made them very puzzled. At this time, in another room in the inn, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were also talking in secret. Second brother, why did you let Li Lingfeng and the others know that you were in Bailing City? Dongfang Long, who always had his saber by his side, immediately asked after he sat down. Dongfang Chen smiled and said, I want them to know that I'm not only in Bailing City, but I also revealed something to them. What happened? When Dongfang Long heard this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. He had been with Dongfang Chen all this time, but he didn't see his second brother reveal anything to Li Lingfeng. Do you really think I'm just going to welcome them? Dongfang Chen paused for a moment, then said, I'm just doing this to let them know that their whereabouts are all under my control. This. Dongfang Long seemed to have vaguely guessed his second brother's intentions. He couldn't help but shake his head. His second brother didn't play according to common sense. In this way, even if Li Lingfeng and Ziyu originally had any plans, it would have been disrupted by Dongfang Chen's sudden move. Time passed quickly. 7 days had passed. In the Thunder Lake, dark clouds still hung over the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Roar! Suddenly, somewhere in the outskirts of the Thunder Lake, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The sound was so loud that even the thunder in the sky was overshadowed in an instant. The rolling sound waves echoed between the heavens and the earth. Then, countless dazzling lightning burst out from the place where the roar came from. Endless lightning shrouded this part of the world. Network, rumble, silver snakes danced chaotically between the heavens and the earth. Thunder exploded, causing the sky and the void to tremble. The grass within a radius of several hundred zhang was all scorched by the exploding lightning. That roar was still echoing between the heavens and the earth. The sudden explosion of lightning that covered several hundred zhang of the void suddenly shrank back. Thousands of lightning bolts all sank into a figure. Dazzling electric currents flowed up and down this person's body. In the next moment, this person seemed to have turned into a huge bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Ha! I've finally broken through. That person directly leaped into the sky and laughed wildly. As he waved his hand, bolts of lightning as thick as a child's arm immediately rushed out, tearing through the void and shooting out dozens of zhang before dissipating in the void. 5 elements sword domain, open. That person separated his hands. Hum. A crisp sound of a sword soared into the 9 heavens. A powerful sword chi seeped out from his body and rushed straight into the sky. Amidst the 5-colored light, 5 different colored sword shadows appeared. Each sword shadow exuded a frightening wave of sword chi, forming 5 different colored void worlds. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. It was as if 5 hazy worlds of swords were revolving around that person. This was not a single sword domain, but 5 sword domains. Each domain enveloped an area of the void, and this person was in the center of the 5 voids. It was as if he controlled the 5 worlds of swords. Within the 5 hazy small domains, one could see bolts of lightning flashing from time to time. The power of the 5 elements carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. His figure slowly descended. When he landed on the ground, 5 unparalleled sword chi shot out from the 5 void worlds. They stretched for hundreds of zhang and left 5 terrifying sword marks on the grass. Clap clap, a series of claps came from afar. A beautiful girl dressed in purple slowly walked over from afar. It looked like she was taking a leisurely stroll, but in just a few steps, the fairy-like, otherworldly girl had already arrived in front of that person. Old Gu, congratulations. The girl in purple's voice was crisp and sweet. Thank you. That person only said this one sentence, and with a crack, the sound of something suddenly breaking came from that person's hand. Then, a ball of green light burst out from that person's hand and instantly enveloped that person. The void cracked and shook, and the next moment, the dazzling green light instantly disappeared into the void. That person also disappeared with the dissipation of the green light. This guy runs really fast. The girl in purple couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her face flushed red. She then crushed a jade talisman in her hand and a ball of green light enveloped her. Then, the green light disappeared with a flash and the girl in purple's figure also disappeared into thin air. In the Pill Cauldron Grotto heaven, the sun was setting in the west. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the spiritual mountain. After cultivating in the lightning lake for more than 10 days, not only did the Xian Yin ghost chi in Gu Fei's body dissipate, it also allowed Gu Fei's cultivation to reach a new level. Not only did the baptism of lightning strengthen his body, it was also a form of training for his state of mind. His divine sense had become much more condensed and his spiritual sense had become stronger. He had successfully broken through the barrier of cultivation and his cultivation had broken through from the third heavenly stage to the fourth heavenly stage of the ascended realm. Especially the cultivation of his mental energy, it gave him a completely different feeling than before. Of course, the tempering of his body was something ordinary people couldn't imagine. The power of lightning was like a sharp blade that continuously attacked his flesh and bones. The power of lightning was destroying Gu Fei's body, but the huge amount of life energy within his body was healing Gu Fei's injuries. Destruction, rebirth, destruction, rebirth, this cycle repeated endlessly. It was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered thousands of times, getting rid of the impurities and leaving behind the essence. His flesh, tendons, and bones became more condensed and resilient. It was as though his body had truly undergone a rebirth. Gu Fei's fleshly body was advancing towards the imperishable realm. If he could continue cultivating like this, Gu Fei's body would become a true physical treasure. If he could cultivate it to the extreme, not to mention divine weapons, he wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against legendary divine weapons or saint weapons. This wasn't an exaggeration. The continuous transformation of his body would eventually be refined by Gu Fei into an incomparably powerful undying warrior body. At that time, he would become an invincible cultivator. Gu Fei believed that with his current strength, he would have a high chance of winning if he met a cultivator at the eighth sky of the ascended realm. The baptism of lightning had elevated his mental and physical body. Even if he was at the fourth sky of the ascended realm, he would be able to fight against cultivators at the eighth sky of the ascended realm. Ordinary cultivators at the same level wouldn't be his opponent. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. Some people couldn't be measured by common sense. Yen, for example, had already reached the peak of the ninth sky of the ascended realm at such a young age. There were definitely many geniuses like Yen, in the cultivation world. An opponent like this would be a terrifying opponent. Gu Fei knew that he still had a long way to go. After the ascended realm, there was still the void-controlling realm, demigod realm, and entering saint realm. If he wanted to break through the barrier of life and death, he still had to pass through many heavenly motes. The Pill Cauldron Paradise was a mysterious place. Here, there were sunrises and sunsets, day and night, stars and the moon. This wasn't a projection, nor was it an illusion. All of this was real. The grand array around the Pill Cauldron Paradise isolated this part of the world from the outside world. It was difficult for the people outside to sense the existence of the Pill Cauldron Paradise, but the people inside the Pill Cauldron Paradise could see the sunrise and sunset. One had to admit that the methods of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron School were too unimaginable. This was simply a divine ability that could move mountains and overturn seas. When night fell and the stars started to appear in the sky, Gu Fei stood up from the peak of the mountain and walked down the mountain, disappearing into the grass and trees. The profound Yin ghost chi in his body was expelled by the power of the heavenly lightning. Not only did his cultivation recover, it was also a blessing in disguise. He broke through to the fourth sky of the ascended realm. Gu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't take revenge, then he wouldn't be a gentleman. Furthermore, Gu Fei knew that he wasn't a gentleman. He was a person who would repay kindness and vengeance without hesitation. On a morning 3 days later, Gu Fei appeared outside the gates of the northern mountain city. Of course, he didn't appear with his real face. With his current cultivation, he could control the muscles and bones in his body and change his appearance. It wasn't a piece of cake, it was as easy as flipping his palm. Book. Chapter 342. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei had turned into a skinny, unprepossessing swordsman who wore a grayish-white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had asked Yen for this ancient sword. The style of the ancient sword was simple and unadorned, and the scabbard was engraved with ancient patterns. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a rare long sword. Gu Fei had suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly layer of awakening realm. Judging from the aura that Gu Fei exuded, it would be difficult to tell his true cultivation base if one was not a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei was not afraid of being discovered by the people of the Dongfang clan. He swaggered into Bailing City. The streets of Bailing City were not deserted in the early morning. The energy of cultivators was much more vigorous than that of ordinary people. Cultivators could be seen everywhere on the streets. Gu Fei noticed that there were no truly powerful experts among the cultivators. They were all very young and seemed to be the younger generation who had left the mountain to gain experience. Although Taoism was particular about tranquility and inaction, leaving the mountain to walk the Tao and enter the world to cultivate was also indispensable. It was difficult for cultivators who had not experienced wind and rain to become truly strong. The doors of the shops on both sides of the street opened one after another. The shopkeepers and workers were busy with their work. Many of them placed their goods in front of the doors to attract customers. Gu Fei went straight to the front of a restaurant. There were already many people dining inside. Looking in from the door, he saw that most of the people dining in the lobby were ordinary people. The restaurant only had 3 floors. Gu Fei walked into the restaurant and found that although the restaurant was not big, the interior was decorated in an antique style. When Gu Fei walked into the restaurant, a worker with a towel on his shoulder immediately came to greet him. The worker quickly sized up Gu Fei. When he saw the ancient sword on Gu Fei's back, he immediately became unusually respectful. "Sir, this way please." The shop assistant seemed a little nervous. He directly led Gu Fei to the stairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, the shop assistant did not stop and continued to the 3rd floor. Although Gu Fei was surprised by the waiter's attitude and behavior, he did not think too much about it. As he passed by the 2nd floor, he glanced at the lobby and realized that there were already cultivators among the people dining on the 2nd floor. The lobby on the 1st floor was very noisy because it was a place for mortals to eat, but the 2nd floor was relatively quiet. On the 3rd floor, the waiter directly led Gu Fei to a private room. On the 3rd floor, there were no ordinary people. There were only a few cultivators eating. The food of the cultivators was usually very simple. There was no big fish or meat, not even any fishy meat. Most of the cultivators' tables were filled with fruits and tea. Cultivators were humans too. They also needed to eat and drink. Gu Fei casually ordered a few dishes and the waiter left. The private room of the restaurant was very quiet. Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed why the waiter directly brought him to the 3rd floor. Cultivators usually liked peace and quiet. It seemed that the waiter had served many cultivators before. Therefore, he knew how to treat these cultivators. Soon, the dishes were served. Gu Fei began to drink by himself in the private room. His master, Wan Xiansheng, liked to drink a few cups when he was alive. Like master, like disciple. This saying was true. Whenever Gu Fei went to a place like a restaurant, he also liked to drink by himself. Although he was in the private room, he noticed that other than the cultivators in the lobby, there were also a few subtle waves of energy coming from the other private rooms. Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of the ascended mortality realm, his vision, hearing, smell, and perception had all greatly improved. He felt that among the cultivators on the 3rd floor, there were no experts that could truly threaten him. It was no wonder that such a big shot would appear in such a small restaurant. "Brother Chen, do you know why the people from the 3 great Taoist sects came to the northern lands?" Suddenly, a sentence from the private room next door caught Gu Fei's attention. "I don't know. I just came to the northern lands to have some fun. Does Brother Song know the reason?" Another voice came from the private room next door. "Hee, of course I know." The cultivator with the surname Chen said with some pride. "Hurry up and tell me." The cultivator with the surname Song hurriedly asked. Although the 2 cultivators in the private room next door spoke in low voices, every word they said fell clearly into Gu Fei's ears. From the sound of their voices, the 2 cultivators in the private room next door shouldn't be too old. From the aura they emitted, their cultivation seemed to be between the 8th and 9th layer of the awakening self realm. "Yes. A few days ago, I met a distant cousin of mine that I haven't seen for many years. My cousin is a disciple of the Shangqing sect." The cultivator with the surname Chen said. I didn't expect you to have a relative in the Shangqing sect. It's not that easy to enter the three great Taoist sects. The cultivator with the surname Song said enviously. The people from the three great Taoist sects didn't come to the northern lands for the rumored spiritual land or the great demon Chu Gu. The cultivator with the surname Chen said mysteriously. No way. Then why did they come? The cultivator with the surname Song said in shock. After all, the news of the demon lord's son wreaking havoc in the northern lands and the rumor that the northern lands had discovered a spiritual land had already spread like wildfire in northern mountain city. Humph. The cultivator with the surname Chen chuckled. He seemed to want to whet the appetite of the cultivator with the surname Song. Hurry up and tell me. The cultivator with the surname Song said anxiously. The cultivator with the surname Chen said, You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. The reason the people from the three great Taoist sects came to the northern lands is to find someone. Find someone? Who is it that the three great Taoist sects send out experts to look for them? I heard that someone saw Taoist Chaoyang of the Supreme Mystery sect in the city. The cultivator with the surname Song seemed to be very surprised. It wasn't just the cultivator with the surname Song. Gu Fei, who had been quietly listening to the conversation in the room next door, was also shocked. He had already vaguely guessed who the three great Taoist sects were looking for. Who would have thought? The people from the three great Taoist sects were all here for me. After hearing this, Gu Fei was no longer in the mood to listen. The words of the cultivator with the surname Chen shocked him. Taoist Chaoyang was the head of the Shaoyang Peak and one of the most powerful people in the Supreme Mystery sect. Gu Fei was very confused. It made sense that the Supreme Mystery sect would come looking for him. After all, he was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery sect and the only successor of the Ling Chui Peak. If he died, the Ling Chui Peak would be lost. The sect leader, Taoist Shantian, would definitely not want to see the Ling Chui Peak go extinct. Taoist Shantian wanted to maintain the legacy of the 9 great branches of the Supreme Mystery sect. But why did the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect come to the northern lands to find him? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out, and there was no one to answer his questions. However, the words of these two people couldn't be trusted. This kind of rumor was full of uncertainty. Perhaps it was just groundless rumors. I have to find a way to verify it. Gu Fei thought to himself. He was not an impulsive person. He had to plan before he acted. Only then could he minimize the danger he was in. As Gu Fei thought of this, he walked out of the room, paid the bill, and left the small restaurant. He didn't have any currency in the secular world, but that didn't mean he was going to dine and dash. The way he paid the bill was actually very simple. He threw a gem to the restaurant manager. When Gu Fei came out of the Pill Cauldron Grotto Heaven, he conveniently picked up a few gems and carried them with him. With those gems, not to mention a meal, they could even buy the entire small restaurant. Encountering such a forthright customer, the innkeeper of the restaurant was overjoyed. As long as he encountered a few more generous customers like Gu Fei, he would be able to enjoy his old age in advance. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Fei realized that he was being watched. Gu Fei sneered, then quietly wandered the streets, looking here and there. It was like this was the first time he had traveled far away, and he didn't know anything about the outside world. He realized that behind him, there really were 2 people following him. There were 2 people far behind him. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, the people from the Dongfang and Beitang families shouldn't have noticed his traces. He had already changed his appearance. Even if Dongfang Chen and Beitang Ao stood in front of him, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Who are they? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. He pretended not to notice anything and slowly walked in the direction of the city gate. At this time, it was already late in the morning. The streets of the city were crowded with people, shouting and hawking incessantly. There were even cultivators in 2s and 3s appearing on the streets. The secular world was so fresh to those cultivators who cultivated in the mountains or sects all year round. Of course, the novelty of the secular world for Gu Fei had long since disappeared. Gu Fei walked out of Bailing City without batting an eyelid. The two men were still following him from a distance. After leaving Bailing City, Gu Fei gradually went further and further away. Then, he turned into a small path next to the main road and walked into the snow forest. In the snow forest, all that could be seen was snow. The leaves of the trees had long fallen off, and on the bare branches, one could see crystalline icicles hanging down. The two people following behind Gu Fei were two young men in gray robes. They followed Gu Fei into the snow forest and continued to follow Gu Fei for a while. Suddenly, one of the two young men rushed into the snow forest next to the small path, while the other continued to follow behind Gu Fei. Soon, the person who rushed into the snow forest took a shortcut and ran in front of Gu Fei. Then, he suddenly rushed out of the snow forest and blocked Gu Fei's path. Gu Fei stopped. He couldn't help feeling a little amused. He was well aware of the actions of these two fellows. Could it be that these two fellows wanted to rob him? "Kid, if you know what's good for you, then leave that treasured sword on you. Perhaps we can spare your life." The young man who blocked Gu Fei's path approached Gu Fei step by step. He was tall and thin, and his face was sallow. He looked like a patient who had been ill for a long time. However, Gu Fei sensed a powerful wave of magic power from this patient that did not match the patient's appearance. When Gu Fei heard this, he realized that these two people had their eyes on the ancient sword on his back. Chapter 343. In a remote snow forest outside Bailing City, Gu Fei was blocked by two young cultivators who were tailing him on a small path in the forest. "Brother, we don't want to take your life. Put down that sword and you can go," said a dark-skinned, sturdy young man from behind Gu Fei. The man was not tall, but he was extremely strong. The aura he exuded was like that of a ferocious tiger. His skin was visible, and his muscles were as strong as a horned dragon's. "Hee, you want my sword? Come and take it if you can," Gu Fei said with a smile. The cultivation of these two fellows was not high. They seemed to be in the 8th or 9th heaven of the awakening state. Perhaps it was because these two fellows thought that Gu Fei's cultivation was on par with theirs, and there were two of them. They dared to block the path and ask for Gu Fei's sword. "Humph. Boss, don't talk to this kid. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish." The tall, thin, and sallow young man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness seemed to be a little impatient. When Gu Fei heard this, he reached out and untied the ancient sword on his back. Then, he stabbed it into the snow in front of him together with its scabbard and said coldly, "My sword is here." Seeing how calm Gu Fei was, the two young cultivators did not dare to act rashly. They could already tell that Gu Fei did not seem to care about them at all. It should be known that a sword cultivator's abilities were all in the sword in their hands. When Gu Fei stabbed the sword into the ground, he had already revealed a message to the two young cultivators. That was, he did not need to draw his sword to deal with them. "Kid, you're very arrogant. Let me see if you have the ability to be arrogant." As the sturdy young man behind Gu Fei spoke, his figure suddenly sank. His feet pushed against the ground, and the snow under his feet immediately exploded. At the same time, his body seemed to have turned into a ferocious tiger as he pounced at Gu Fei. A strong wind surged and swept the snow on the ground into the air. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man's pounce was very similar to the close combat technique that he had learned from Xiong Hu. Gu Fei did not dodge or evade. His feet were firmly nailed to the ground like the roots of an old tree. In the face of the young man's ferocious attack that was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he only met it with a punch. It was an ordinary punch. There was no dazzling light, no powerful energy fluctuations, and no intense air waves. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch possessed the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Gu Fei's fist rapidly enlarged in the young man's eyes. Then, the young man, who was like a fierce tiger, only felt his vision go black. Bang! A sharp pain came from the bridge of his nose, and he seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. The young man was depressed to the extreme. The moment he was punched, he had a strange feeling. It was as if his face was facing the opponent's fist, and he was being punched in the face. This young cultivator came quickly, but he also left quickly. He was blown away by Gu Fei's casual punch, and a few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Bang! The young cultivator smashed into a big tree more than 10 feet away. His body bounced back and then smashed into the snow under the tree. Shaw! A pile of snow fell on the big tree. The tall and thin young man in front of him was immediately stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was really hard to believe that his boss was actually blown away by a punch. This. A layer of sweat appeared on the tall and thin young man's forehead. It was cold sweat. Although he was in a world of ice and snow, the tall and thin young man could feel that his underwear was already soaked in cold sweat. Impossible, my eyes are playing tricks on me. The tall and thin young man rubbed his eyes hard. His boss was blown away inexplicably. The scene that just happened was really hard for him to accept. Why, do you still want my sword? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the tall and thin young man in front of him with a faint smile. He said as if nothing had happened. You. How did you do it just now? The tall and thin young man's sallow face became even more yellow. This guy in front of him didn't seem to be simple. The sturdy young man was blown away by Gu Fei's punch and smashed into the snow. There was no more sound from him. It was unknown if he was knocked out by Gu Fei's punch or if he was killed. Gu Fei smiled and then said, "What you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. What you sense with your spiritual sense may also be fake. Do you think that my cultivation is only at this level? That is really a big mistake. You." The tall and thin yellow-faced young man finally realized that this guy in front of him was a tiger pretending to be a pig. "What do you want?" The yellow-faced young man said with a trembling voice. He was already ready to escape at any time. "I don't want anything, I just want to ask you a few things," Gu Fei said. With the cultivation of these two young cultivators, he disdained to take action. The tall and thin yellow-faced cultivator seemed to have a chance to turn the situation around. He immediately sighed in relief and said, "Ask away, I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This guy was not stupid and could judge the situation. Such people often lived longer than others. "Why do you want to take my sword?" Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. The yellow-faced young man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare to hide it and said the reason, "This. We brothers recently obtained a sword scripture and wanted to cultivate it, but we lacked a good sword. So that's how it is." Gu Fei thought that these two must be vagrant cultivators or disciples of some small sect. They lacked cultivation resources and couldn't even find a good sword. "Where are the Dongfang and Beitang families staying in the city?" Gu Fei asked again. He had changed his appearance and entered the northern mountain city to find Dongfang Chen, Beitang Ao, and the others to settle the score. He was not interested in the sword scripture that the yellow-faced young man was talking about. When the sallow-faced cultivator saw that Gu Fei didn't pursue the matter of the sword manual, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was very straightforward and said without thinking, "The Dongfang clan has booked a large inn in the city called Guest Cloud. As for the Beitang clan, they seem to be staying at the city lord's mansion." Guest Cloud, city lord's mansion? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown, then he continued to ask, "How many of them came?" "This. I don't know how many of them came," the yellow-faced young man said. With his identity, he wasn't qualified to know the movements of the two families. "Yes." Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then asked, "I know that the people of the Supreme Mystery sect have also arrived at Bailing City. Where are they staying?" The yellow-faced young cultivator heard this and his face immediately showed a look of embarrassment. He said, "The people of the three great Tao sects are very secretive. I don't know where the people of the Supreme Mystery sect are." This guy didn't know anything, which made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, with this guy's cultivation level, how much could he know? It was already rare for him to know where the people of the Dongfang and Beitang families were staying. Okay, you can go. Gu Fei waved his hand. He didn't want to ask any more. The things this guy knew were very limited. The yellow-faced young cultivator was immediately overjoyed. He ran to his boss, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei, and smashed into a pile of snow. He hurriedly carried his boss out of the snow and quickly left. The people of the Dongfang family are at the inn, but the people of the Beitang family are at the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Bailing City is definitely not a simple person, Gu Fei muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out the ancient sword that was stuck in the snow in front of him and walked out of the snow forest. He decided to meet the people of the Dongfang family first. After returning to Bailing City, Gu Fei didn't know where the inn called Guest Cloud was located, so he asked the passers-by. There was no resident in the city who didn't know the Guest Cloud Inn because it was one of the largest, best, and most luxurious inns in Bailing City. After asking the passers-by, Gu Fei found out where the Guest Cloud Inn was. The Guest Cloud Inn was located in the prosperous area south of Bailing City. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the south of the city and found the Guest Cloud Inn. He was not in a hurry. After looking around, he found that there was a tea house opposite the Guest Cloud Arrival Inn. He walked into the tea house and found a seat facing the street to sit down. He ordered a pot of fragrant tea and sipped it while paying attention to the movements in the inn opposite. He noticed that there weren't many people going in and out of the inn. Moreover, some cultivators who wanted to enter the inn were stopped by a few young cultivators in white robes. It seemed that only the disciples of the Dongfang family could enter. The Dongfang family's display of dominance was bound to cause dissatisfaction among the other cultivators. As expected, sounds of quarreling could be heard from outside the inn opposite. 3 or 4 young cultivators in green robes were arguing with the 2 disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn. Others might be afraid of the Dongfang family, but we of Floating City aren't. You 2 watchdogs, get out of my way. The leading cultivator in green robes shouted. He seemed to want to attract the attention of the bystanders, so he deliberately raised his voice. Sure enough, the gazes of the nearby cultivators were immediately drawn to him. Floating City? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that this floating city seemed to be a mysterious force in the Tinglong continent. Just like the ghost palace of Plentiful City, ordinary people didn't even know where Floating City was. The people of Floating City seemed to rarely move about in the world of cultivation. I didn't think that even the people of Floating City would come to the north. Gu Fei thought to himself. He watched this scene with interest. He couldn't wait for someone to cause trouble for the Dongfang family. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. The 2 disciples of the Dongfang family were obviously enraged by the words of the leading cultivator in green robes. One of the disciples pointed at the cultivator in green robes and shouted, looking like he would attack if there was any disagreement. What, are your dogs deaf? Can't hear? That's right, how can watchdogs understand human language? The leading cultivator in green robes said with a face full of disdain. Roar. You're courting death. The disciple of the Dongfang family was completely infuriated. He stretched out his right hand and a cold light immediately rushed out, strangling the neck of the cultivator in green robes in front of him.